هنا يا جدعان.
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم. نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 لا، مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
When the world tells you how to play, we say, win it your way.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصه في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرشه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه ابكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الأقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيسي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيسي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
When the world tells you how to play, we say, win it your way.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالالي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع ايه ابكي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by How.
When the world tells you how to play, we say, win it your way.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك الصين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرسه كل المجال حبايبي بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع القي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين يا هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
مع التحديث الجديد لستي سي بلاي، تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات، نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين، وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستي سي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Hello and welcome to Gamers8. My name is Banks and I am your host alongside Fancy, and this is the first edition of the world's largest esports and gaming festival held right here in Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia.
حياكم الله أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور معنا في بطولة جديدة في جيمرز 8 أول وأكبر إيفنت في الجيمنج في العالم متواجدين معكم في المملكة العربية السعودية في الرياض.
Yes, we are currently in week 4 of our event, and this week we're going to be diving into the world of first-person shooters, and we have 8 of the best teams from all over the world competing for glory, and of course, $1.2 million.
طبعا لا ننسى وزي ما احنا كلنا عارفين اليوم هو بيكون بداية الأسبوع الرابع معنا في بطولات جيمرز 8 وراح ندخل في ألعاب الشوترز واللعبة اللي بتكون معنا طبعا زي ما احنا عارفين بتكون لعبة رينبو 6 سيج معنا 8 فرق من جميع أنحاء العالم متواجدين معنا اليوم في الرياض يتنافسون على جائزة بمقدارها أكثر من $1,200,000 ونشوف مين اللي بيقدر يكون الفائز فيها.
For some of our teams, this will be their first time competing not only on this side of the globe, but also at a LAN event in the same building, in front of a live crowd and right here on the main stage.
ولأول مرة كثير من الفرق اللي متواجدة معنا اليوم وكثير من اللاعبين أول مرة نشوفهم ينافسون على مسرح في يعني بهالحجم وهالأضواء وهالمكان الكبير صراحة. زي ما احنا عارفين كثير منهم ممكن يكون عنده خبرة لكن نسبة كبيرة منهم أيضا ما يكون عندهم خبرة في اللان فجدا متحمسين نشوف إيش اللي ممكن يقدمون في البطولة هذه.
Yes, this week we are going to be kicking off Rainbow Six Siege. So, without any further delay, I'm going to throw you guys over to the analyst desk who are going to break everything down before we dive into our first match of the day.
كلنا متحمسين نبدا بطولة رينبو مع بعض اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور فخلونا على طول نتوجه للاستوديو التحليلي نتكلم شوي عن ايش ممكن يصير في البطولة مين الفرق المشاركة معنا وايش متوقعين النتائج بتكون زي ما احنا عارفين 8 فرق من انحاء العالم نتيجة ابدا بتكون غير متوقعة من كل المباريات فعلى طول على الاستوديو التحليلي.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the Rainbow Six segment of Gamers8 live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. So happy for you to join us on this wonderful day and 4th week of competition. I'm Elish the Medic, your host here on the desk, and with me are 2 beautiful faces that a lot of you will definitely know. Fresh from the EU and APAC League, and of course, Spacestation.CEST, the coach from Rogue, one of the top teams in Europe, and we'll see in the world. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
I'm great. I'm happy to be back. We're at a LAN event. It's been a while. It's been a few months. It's been about 6 months since I've done one with you, Milos. I've brought Tristan along with me. You know, we've been in the UK Tier 3 together before on a team. So, you know, I'm very happy.
It's been a while. We're good friends. It's nice to be here. It's a shame the rest of the Rogue guys couldn't be here, but, you know, Rogue used to have the history of getting first rounded at LAN, but now we've not even made it. But at least one of us is here.
That's one thing we're going to talk about in just a bit. But first up, Gamers8, like we said, is in its 4th week. So what has happened over the past few weeks here? Of course, started off with Rocket League in July. The entire event spans over a month. Then went on to Riyadh Masters Dota 2. Fortnite was last week, where Silence, one of the ex-Team Liquid coach who are present today, well, he was there coaching their own team. Rainbow Six Siege is all this week until Sunday night. And of course, after that, PUBG for the 2 weeks following it. So a lot of action that has gone down. A lot more will be going here. But if you missed said action, here's a handy video to get you all hyped up and ready. massive tournaments that have gone down so far at Gamers8 in Riyadh, and now we turn our attention to Rainbow Six Siege. And of course, as any tournament, we gotta know how the format actually works. So, Fresh, can you help me out?
Well, we've not seen this format in a while in Rainbow Six Siege. We used to have it at Invitationals, Milosh. It is GSL groups, which means there's groups are split, 2 groups of 4. Each group will qualify 2 teams. They play best of 3s in the groups, and you've got to win 2 games to get through to playoffs. In playoffs, it's then a single elimination bracket, 2 semifinals, 1 grand final, best of 5 to win it all.
And what are they all playing to try to win? Well, a chunk of their prize pool here at 7th to 8th place, just participating here, you get $40,000 up to $80,000, $155, $250, and of course the winning team gets the large chunk of it, $400,000 for the winning team, for a total prize pool of 1.2 million smackaroos, and not too bad. But who are said teams that are competing? There's 8 of them. Some of them were just invited to the event, and some of them had to compete and fight, and one had to defeat, unfortunately, say this is own Rogue, but there it is. We got a BDS on top from Europe. They'll be joined by WYLDE, who qualified to the event. Damwon Kia invited over from Korea and APAC North. Team Liquid, who are in and invited, with MIBR that have qualified from the LATAM bracket. Space Station Gaming that have made it through as well, with TSM invited through. Of course, Team Falcons, for those that don't know, is the invited team from Saudi Arabia, the local squad, and one of the best teams in MENA. Of course, back then that was Oshtek Warriors. We saw them last year in 2021 playing in GWB, and GWB also served as the kind of qualification for the teams that didn't end up qualifying this way to the event. But they're all seated in a bracket with Group A and B, as we're explaining Fresh. Team Liquid versus WYLDE, Damwon Kia versus Space Station. Tristan, what are your thoughts on this?
Group A, exciting group. I would call it an explosive group. I think we're going to keep saying that about these teams. All 4 of these teams are exciting. They're fan favorites. People are going to love to watch them. I can tell you now, if you don't know about these teams, you will know about them.
Oh, there's just, you know, there's former world champion Space Station Gaming, Damwon Kia, probably APAC's best hope internationally across the world in any competition. Team Liquid, they should have won, you know, multiple major events by now. And then the unknown of WYLDE. And unknown, as you say, it creates excitement, it creates drama, because we don't know what's going to come out of these guys.
And Group B on the other side with our 4 other teams, TSM, MIBR, BDS versus the local hometown heroes of the Falcons. Fresh.
Again, we've got a group with former world champions in it. TSM FTX only winning, you know, February the 2022 Six Invitational. MIBR top 4 at the last 2 or 3 Invitationals. They've got a lot of quality. BDS has been Europe's best hope for absolute years, and the local team of Falcons, again, one that we don't know too much about in terms of the international community, and again, that creates more drama and suspense.
Yeah, and we need to see BDS bounce back, because if anybody watched the last EUL Playday, you're going to know what they experienced. So they need to bounce back.
Yeah, they're going to need to work on that. Of course, BDS versus Secret, the last game that we had in the EU League, taking the L, unfortunately unable to make it to Berlin, but they are here, and they posted about this, saying, you know what, we're heartbroken, the first international event we miss in the major, but here at least we'll be playing against top tier quality, some of the best teams in the world, and showing what they have. Our schedule for today then. We've shown you the teams and how they're all set up in the groups. This is what it will look like. There's Stream A and Stream B, and of course the main Arabic stream, or Arab colleagues will be working, one of them Histi, and some ex-players from the set, Oshtek Warriors, X-Eagle, etc. But on Stream A we'll have Team Liquid versus WYLDE, BDS, and Falcons from Group B. And finally, the upper bracket final of Group A will probably have one of Liquid or WYLDE, and of the second matchup, there will be the winners of said games going up against one another. All best of 3 matches on Stream B. The coverage there will be handled by our Australian colleagues. You all know them from the APAC South broadcast, so you can check it out on there if you'd like to watch the 3 other matches that are scheduled for it. But from the schedule, we turn our attention to our first match of the day on Stream A. It's Team Liquid versus WYLDE, and we turn to our LATAM squad of Team Liquid. So very close this time to actually making it to Copa Elite 6. Unfortunately, that failed near the end of it, but they're here, and they're playing against some of the best, too.
And it didn't just fail near the end of it, it failed on the very final Play-Doh with a straight shootout with FaZe Clan. Unfortunately, you know, no Copa Elite 6, no major for Liquid. But this roster's one that's been through change in the past year. You know, they got rid of Moringa, they got rid of Sexy Cake, they brought in Ask and Resets. took them to their first international events as 18-year-olds, and they've only grown as a roster from there. And I think they've strengthened and developed for the future for this roster.
Yeah, whenever we talk about Liquid, we talk about Palu, we talk about Nest.
Yeah.
Those are the two big hitters. I think everyone in Brazil probably knows their team names. But it's not just that. It's not just the fragging. They've shown by doing this it wasn't even a year ago that they made these changes.
Yep.
They've shown they can still be a great team. I know they didn't make the major. I know they're going to be disappointed with the Copa Elite 6 and everything that went on. However, they were only 2 points from finishing second, I believe, either 2 or 3 points. So they are still a top team in Brazil, and they have to be one of the favorites going into this.
I mean, they lost to FaZe Clan, like you said, the team that ended up winning Copa Elite 6, really smashing through everybody in the bracket. So yes, it's painful, but at the same time, you lost against really the best in Brazil.
And that's the same theme that they had when they played in Charlotte. For example, the last international event that they played in, they lost to Dark Zero, who went on to win the event, and they, got to the semi-final. So this team is used to playing in all of these international competitions. Coming to a new country like this, coming to actually an international event, it won't phase them one bit now.
Yeah, and everybody's had some massive practice rooms to get it all going and practicing, prepping all together. That's one part of the kind of international experience at LAN, Tristan, because all these teams can scrim against one another in ways that you normally cannot when you're at home practicing.
Yeah, and I know that they're excited to do that as well. We've seen teams constantly practicing since getting here. I think since they arrived, we've probably seen more of them in the practice room than they've seen in the hotel. So it's a good opportunity for Liquid and everybody else that arrives here, and it's going to be... Let's see how they do against the European Tier 3 team.
Yeah, that's the question, is that Team Liquid, how prepared will they be for this event and for their opponents? What do you think?
Well, it was only a couple of weeks ago that Brasileiro finished, right? So in terms of that, and then they knew they would be against 7 other teams, right? But they didn't know necessarily who they were going to be against until like a week or two ago in terms of their group, in terms of their first fixture. So it's a lot of preparation. Obviously, the support staff have to do their job. Liquid have obviously got great support staff behind the scenes.
Oh, yes.
They've got great players, they've got great support staff. But especially with WYLDE, because WYLDE play in, their opponent WYLDE play in a Tier 3 league against some, at the bottom of the league in that Tier 3 league is quite poor generally, right?
It's always how you're gonna have it. They're not all paid professionally.
Yeah.
They're not.
So
that's not the system.
How do you, if you're Liquid, watch that and watch them playing against a bottom league team in GSA and just be like, well, do we take anything from it?
The other question is do you even watch it that much, or do you see, well, we're against 6 other professional teams? Do we focus more on those? Are WYLDE our big priority? Should we just be beating them in a best of 3 in the first place? But we'll see.
That's the major thing, because a lot of teams are now used to playing best of 1 series, but the more experienced teams, usually that's the line of thought, is that once you're in a best of 3, the most experienced one has to win it out, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And that's what you'd expect Liquid to draw on. They've been in situations where teams have upset them. Six Invitational, for example, Cyclops upset them in the first map of a best of 3, and they managed to just rally around and then just destroy them. Liquid have got that experience amongst all of these players.
Well then, WYLDE on the other side, our German team, the top team in GSA, which is the German, Austrian, and Swiss side of things in the EU and in the nationals that we have. Tristan, I'm going to turn to you for this one, because like Fresh was saying, and you were saying as well, Tier 3 experience, now you're in the Pro League, you have things from a different perspective. So what are your thoughts on it?
What are your thoughts on this ratio, Milos? Because I knew you were going to come to me about WYLDE, and I'm not happy about it. But moving on, WYLDE are a serious team. They're an exciting team, and honestly, people are going to have fun watching them. You might know a couple of the people on WYLDE. You probably do know a couple of the people on WYLDE, but I will tell you now, you will know the rest of this roster by the end of this tournament, even if it's just this game. I'm telling you, they're going to be exciting. They will be explosive, and they're going to be fun to watch.
Yeah, and I think obviously those couple of people that Tristan's referring to there being Corey and Aces, having played for both of them, having played for Rogue, who you represent now, across multiple teams, multiple international events between those 2 players. But actually, the surrounding cast of players that they've got, they're playing with a sub in this event, is worth noting. They're playing with Canio stepping in for BZ. But Canio, BZ, Gisela, and Jay, they're probably the best remaining players inside of that GSA. WYLDE is like GSA's super team, right? And those players are going to be able to draw down on that experience of Corey and Aces of what's this international event like? What do we expect? Setting up the stage SSDs, things like that. Stuff that you don't do in an online game. They'll be able to draw on that experience. So, they're not going to be pushovers by a long stretch.
Well, it's similar to the situation we spoke about with Liquid, where you've got Palu and Nesco have done so much, and they've been to all of these events and so on. Will we see Aces and Corey be able to replicate that with these young guys?
Yeah.
They've had a tiny bit of experience of it in the GSA. Sometimes we'll see GSA events. I think the latest one was in Hamburg, where everybody got to travel to northern Germany and get themselves ready for a small LAN event, kind of putting things together. But being in here and playing against some of the best teams in the world, that's not something that you get in your nationals. And you talked about how kind of Liquid are prepping for this, watching WYLDE and see how it goes. How do WYLDE do it against a top team?
This is difficult with WYLDE because it's also an IGL that's been subbed out. But what we know about WYLDE is they're a creative team and they are an explosive team.
Yep.
So they lose their IGL and they add fragging power. If they already played this kind of way, will they just look at the other maps of the other teams and think, let's just get rid of the default maps, let's try and play fun maps, let's play the new maps, because they already like them. So will they like them even more now? Because they don't have their IGL.
Get on those maps where you can have that bit of individual explosiveness, as you say, where somebody can just get in a room, crouch walk in, lurk in, win a round off the back of that, because they've got the quality, as you do say. And I think, you know, even when they've got to play somewhat structured, it's just about keeping it simple against these teams as well, not giving them, you know, anything for free. Don't shoot yourself in the foot, just keep it solid.
Sometimes it's literally don't shoot yourself or your teammates in the foot. We see that happening even at the top tier. Mistakes happen, especially in prep phase, but I'm really curious about this WYLDE squad. Like, who really has to step up? Because you talked about experience and how the younger players can kind of mold around it, but Team Liquid is another beast.
Their sub, Canio, has to turn up because he's probably the hottest property in terms of like an 18-year-old fragger inside of that particular GSA scene, but I know that other, you know, international teams have had a look at him as well. So he's got a really, like, a lot of expectation on him, but he's been saying himself in scrims the past couple of weeks he's not been performing. So I think it's whether the pressure will get to him or not. But, you know, if anyone's got to step up, he's the one that's filling big shoes, I think.
Yeah. I can say from personal experience, don't sleep on the underrated 18-year-old talents that are coming up.
I mean, look, Spoit came into Rogue, and look at the work that has been done. Look at Team Liquid. They brought in 2 18-year-olds, basically.
Yep.
And here's what happened. Team 1 also, with Lagonas, and how he built the squad in Brazil, bringing basically 14-year-olds from City Bay in Brazil. So there's a lot of that talent.
We had Benja too. They keep coming.
Exactly. Honestly, it's great to see, and this is great experience for all of these players in here. And it's the minimum that you can kind of walk away, plus the $40,000 that you get, even if you're knocked out at this stage.
And they've got a bit of motivation as well. That's the one point that I wanted to make, is that other teams in WYLDE's, like in this competition, have already messaged WYLDE and said, when you get knocked out after 2 losses, can you be our scrim partner? So WYLDE have got this motivation of thinking, every other team here doesn't rate us, right? We're going to prove how good we are to these teams.
Well, what can you say about that? If you get told that, you're going to have fuel.
Yeah.
The people that watched our comms video against Heroic will see if you give Leon Gids fuel, if you give a team fuel, there's going to be something that happens.
They're going to need Corey and Aces to get ready for it. Let's then toss it to our stage and introduce Liquid and WYLDE.
Welcome back to the main stage, where we will be beginning our double elimination group stage. And as you all know at home, it is a best-of-3 format, and only 2 teams from each group will be advancing to the playoffs.
زي ما احنا عارفين اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، المباريات كلها راح تكون بلاي اوفز، معنا 8 فرق من جميع انحاء العالم، وما راح يطلع منهم للبلاي اوفز الا فريقين من كل جروب، وبيصفى معنا 4 فرق للبلاي اوفز، وبعدها بنشوف شو ممكن يقدمونه، لكن احنا جاهزين نقدم المباراه الاولى.
So I feel like we should get things started by introducing our first competitor to the main stage. Please put your hands together. Hailing all the way from Brazil, it is Team Liquid.
الفريق الأول وصل معنا للمسرح، لكن خصمهم في الفريق الثاني خصم أبدا مو بسهل، هو الخصم اللي قدر يتأهل من بطولة لاعبون بلا حدود في المركز الأول، وقدروا أنهم يشقون طريقهم إلى إيفنت جيمرز 8 معنا في الرياض. أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا الفريق وايلد. This first match will set the tone for the rest of this tournament. So I think it's time to get the ball rolling by handing it back over to the analyst CEST to bring us into our first match. كلنا متحمسين نشهد المباراة الأولى أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، ولا ننسى إنه بعد فوز فريق وايلد على فريق روك في نهائي حق لاعبين بلا حدود كلنا متوقعين منهم أشياء كثيرة، لكن بنفس الوقت الخصم خصم أبدا مو بسهل وجاي من البرازيل عشان يثبتون أنفسهم، فخلونا على طول نروح عند المعلقين نتكلم عن المباراة أكثر وندخل نشوف الجيم الأول مع بعض.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, we are back to talk about probably the most important part of this matchup, our best of three. Well, the maps. What do they look like? Of course, there are going to be 3 maps picked up by these 2 teams: ban, and then pick for this tournament. I'll turn to my analysts, the experts on here. Fresh, can you help me out? We got Skyscraper, Chalet, and Border set as our decider.
Yeah, I love best of threes, Milosh, because you get to see what's the team's identity. Do they pick maps that they like, or do they pick their opponent's weak maps? Now, I can confirm they picked their opponent's weak maps. Wild have picked Skyscraper, which is Liquid's 8th preference map. Liquid in return have picked Wild's 9th preference map in Chalet, and then we go to a border decider, which is kind of mid-preference of both teams. I love it when teams do this because you basically, sometimes you get teams pocketing maps away, looking like they don't play it, and then they pull it out in a best of 3.
Well, Fresh, it's what we spoke about with the maps. Will Wild be what we expected? Will they be creative with the maps? Will they play the new maps? And it turns out that we've got that. It is, I would say, from our perspective, somewhat surprising to get the 3 that we've got. But I would also say we're happy with the 3 that we've got because these are going to be real barn burners.
I think we know that Wild, they want to be creative. We know that in terms of their general map pool, they like the newer maps. They like the maps that are less scripted, less kind of, 1, 2, 3 checklist maps. This map pool, this map banning phase fits right into how they want to play.
Yeah, and the thing about Chalet being Wild's 9th preference map, is it really their 9th preference map?
I'd go from the statistics.
Have they hid it? Has whatever happened? This is the advantage of being a tier 3 team. You can hide things, you don't have to play things, you play less games.
In the past, Liquid has gone up, I guess at least a different form of this team Liquid has gone up against tier 3 representation for all the Benelux friends out there. Remember Trust Gaming, they went up against them at DreamHack, and look how that went. At least the first match that they had between another best of 3, that's going to be a tough one for Wild to still get over, even with these advantages.
I think that's the problem, is that we're playing a best of 3 and not a best of 1, because, we've seen Liquid get upset in the first maps of a best of 3. We've seen Liquid start slowly in the first maps of best of 3 before. On the balance of things, regardless of the maps, I think the map pool and the map ban advantage has gone to Wild. I think they've won the ban phase, but I think over the course of 3 maps, Liquid will have enough quality and team play between them that they'll be able to come good in the end.
I think if Liquid don't win it, they will be incredibly disappointed with themselves. I think what you can just expect for a bare minimum from Wild, we're going to go out there, we're going to enjoy it, do our best, don't get embarrassed, we'll do our best, and just see where it goes. If Liquid don't win, it will be a surprise. As much as we love the EU boys and we want them to do well, we have to accept what it is.
Yeah, there's no pressure on Wild though. That's the thing, is like, in their minds they're already wrote off. They've now got a good ban phase, but they're expected to be stomped by most people here today. They're not expected to win this game, which gives them the freedom to make the plays, because obviously you get teams and they transfer from scrims to officials, and then in officials they get scared to make plays, they get scared to do things. When there's no pressure on and nobody's expecting you, and actually you're the underdog, you can go and do it. You've got the freedom, because even if it doesn't work, well, you was never meant to win anyway.
Now, we've had underdog stories so many times in Rainbow Six globally, be in international events, minor events in the past, but also in regional leagues, and somehow these teams keep coming back. Like you said, Fresh, Wild has no kind of pressure on them for it. There's no expectations, these low expectations overall, especially when you go up against Team Liquid. That might be the help. Because people say this team is genuinely wild, Tristan. They will play crazy things, not just the map bans. You got Aces and Corey on here that can show up too.
Well, this is why we love Siege. This is why we love Siege. When was, not even against tier 3 teams being underdogs, when was the last time we saw a team win back-to-back international events? We're talking way back to Fabian's era, back in the 1960s. Like, this is a long time ago, and this is why we love it.
It's one of them things, there's always a chance. You know, like you say, we've seen these underdog stories happen. And it's the first day. And literally anything can happen. All of these teams have started on a level playing field right now. There's no advantages. There's just you, your team, and you've got to go out there and perform.
And that's the advantage that also goes to Liquid's way because of their support staff that you mentioned, the amount of people and very experienced people that can guide them through all of this. But how well can you prepare against an unpredictable team like Wild is the question. Who's got to show up here on map 1 to really make this happen for Wild and get it off? Because maybe if Liquid were to take the first map, the game might as well be over at that point. But should Wild get the first map win? I can swing things in their way, Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously it's Wild's pick, right? So if Liquid win on Wild's pick, on, you know, the map that they supposedly don't like statistically and you know, those kind of things, then that, you know, it alleviates that pressure. It's just job done as expected, and I think it's all of the pressure is just on the Liquid players. They're the ones that have to step up.
If they lose map 1, can you imagine what the communication is going to be?
You start thinking, they'll start blaming each other. They'll start, how have we done this? Did we go to the right map? How's the bans gone?
Yeah.
Operator bans for
this is no direct discredit of Liquid going at each other. It's not like they have players that have a history of doing anything like that. It's just if you're against a tier 3 team, you have to be mentally in that zone. Like, we have to win this.
Those operator bans, how do you expect to see, or what do you expect to see on our first map?
Oh, it could be something a little bit funky. Like, we know that Wild like to play fast and loose and free, and, you know, they'll either ban in a way that just get the defaults out the way to enable that, or they might ban something, you know, very specifically, like, you know, a Nomad, for example, if they're trying to get off flanks. It gives them a lot of freedom, I think.
The question for me is what the Liquid ban, because do you go for a generic Thatcher type ban, or do you go for something, have you watched their VODs and you go, actually, they like a bit of Nook at times. Do you go for that? We see it in EUL now.
Or Aces sneaking with a Nook.
Exactly. We know that that is exactly his playstyle. That is right up his alley. He did it against us. He embarrassed us a little bit by doing that. We're not afraid to say it. And it's going to be interesting to see what the approach is.
Grenade also overall, maybe seeing 3 operators. The Nook fits very well into that with 3 sets of nades coming in. The Zofia, the LMGs in general, how well they can shred opponents.
There's never really a bad ban in Rainbow Six at the minute. Like, you could think of a Nook ban, you could think of a Finker ban, and then you've got the default Thatchers, Breachers. You know, there's quite a lot of operators where you can justify a ban. And I think the one thing that, you know, we will expect to see today, obviously we talked about how explosive they are, how fluid they are as a team in terms of Wild and Liquid. Let's not forget about Liquid, you know, they're fast-paced, they're aggressive. But there's no real bad ban. They can just either enable themselves that little bit more, or they can choose to bring it back a bit.
Yeah, and like you said, we don't want to discredit Liquid here, but the thing is when you get a tier 3 team like Wild at an international event, how can you not talk about them? You have to talk about it, and obviously being EU boys ourselves.
We'll do a lot of talking about Liquid later on.
But of course, I'm sure as we see Liquid come up with creative strategies and plays, we're gonna end up talking a load about them.
And strategies, last bit at least the conversation. We know how Liquid go about, they have their playbook, all that, but Wild is saying fast and loose, but is there any depth to that style?
Can there be depth? You know, like when you've got your IGL and you've lost your IGL for this event, how in-depth can you go kind of strategically?
Yeah, for me,
you've probably just got to allow freedom, right?
I won't judge them on their depth strategy-wise because there's only so much you can do. Obviously, we don't know how long they've been practicing with Kaneo or so. It could have been a long time. Maybe there will be a lot of strategic depth, but we can't judge them on it. We have to go with, are they motivated to play? Are they excited to play? Will the nerves come, or will it be, right, we're here, we get to play against Liquid, and I'm going to thrive off of that?
Yeah.
Look, we talked about Wild, we're really going in depth. The EU boys talking about an EU team happens, right? But Team Liquid, who's really got to show up for this? Because they've also brought up, you know, 2 new players that only joined, what, 8, 9 months ago, and they've still done very well for themselves.
When you look at them kind of statistically, especially when Gamers8 came in, they had quite a quiet first event, and don't get me wrong, they still went positive at their first event, which was, you know, at the Invitational. But then, you know, they started climbing. Charlotte Major, they did really well. So it's whether it's a step up or just meet the expectations. I think if Liquid just meet their expectations, where you've got, obviously, you know, you're going to have Nesk and Palu kind of running rampant, taking gunfights, being the main threat to Wild. But Gamers8, you know, no pullovers, and then you've got PSK kind of just in the back line. He often goes negative for this team. He takes a lot less engagements, quite high survival rate on that team. And I think, you know, for Liquid, it's more, this represents like a banana skin. You know, where you're in another video game and you're going down and you cart in and you hit the banana skin and you slip away, right? I think this game is a banana skin for Liquid. It's like, they should win it comfortably, but they just need to hit their expectations, you know, play pretty default, and they should get through it.
Yeah, as you say, they've got players who are incredibly consistent, all 5 of them, all have a very clear role in the team as well. We were looking at, and obviously PSK had the highest survival rate of any player at the last major. Like, this is a player who's very consistent in what he does. He's very clear. He's the backbone of the team. It's not just Palu and Nesk. It isn't just them. As much as we might want to talk about it and brag about it, and, you know, Palu's career stats are quite incomparable, but we have to see. We just have to see how it goes.
And we won't have to wait much longer. So Tristan, Fresh, thank you very much. Let's call up all casters. See who's on the other side of our camera. It's Blue and XR Troika. Gentlemen, how are you doing today?
Doing great. It's a pleasure to be here. It'll be my first time casting with X as well, so it's a pleasure to be with you here for the first time for our first matchup of the tournament as well. Liquid going up against Wild. Quite the clash of different reputations here between Wild and Liquid. Liquid, obviously the titans of LATAM. Very much some Titan players on the roster as well. Wild coming in from the GSA, looking to prove themselves very much for the first time on an international stage. X, what do you make of their chances here in this best of 3?
I think there was a little bit of bias on that desk, and I think for me to be calling out bias, it must have been pretty strong. I'm in a very difficult place with this. Obviously, hailing from Europe, I've got to back Tier 3. I love Tier 3. I've spent a lot of time inside of national leagues. I haven't done anything specifically with GSA, where Wild are from, but I know what that culture's like. On the flip side, everyone knows I'm a bit of a LATAM fan. So this is a really difficult one for me, because we're looking at Team Liquid. I mean, there's not much more, you know, LATAM than Team Liquid, is there really? And they're going up against a team such as Wild. A very big undertaking for Wild here today. And I'm certainly intrigued to see how it all plays out. Kicking things off on Skyscraper, it was mentioned on the desk. What a strange old map to be starting things out on. I think if you'd have given me 9 guesses, I wouldn't have come up with Skyscraper.
Certainly not the case, and Skyscraper as well still remains a bit of a rarity inside of our games, despite it being added towards the beginning of the year after SI. Bands already going through, and so far no huge surprises. Zofia going to be an interesting one, though, specifically for Wild there, knocking out something a little bit more comfortable for Team Liquid. But as we go to the Defender bands, things resume normality as we end up with a Mira and Cade band to round out this first map.
Maverick there to kick things off as well. So I think there's a Fear ban. You've got to look at that and you've got to go, there's only one person you're looking at with that. You're looking at Nesk, right? You know, Nesk is known for what he's able to do on Zofia. And of course, with Zofia, LMG meta currently, you know, anyone with an LMG is going to be someone that you're going to look to bring. How much of an impact it will have, we will have to see. Rounded out toward the other bands, Mirror Cade leaves a Valkyrie open. A little bit of option there for a bit more information. Plenty of hiding spots on Skyscraper to squirrel away that little bits of utility.
All right, so we're through the pick phase here. We'll see, obviously, once again, we'll have attacker repick here, so still a possibility that Wild can change up a few of their offers. We can start to look at things. No surprises on the initial site selection here as well. Liquid going to go directly into Tea Room and Karaoke. This is the starting point that we've seen a lot of other teams go to for this map, as it still tends to be the easiest to control the overall area, especially as you get down to that final 20 or 15 seconds of the round.
Starting off on defense here for Liquid, it is going to be a little bit of a sort of pace setter to see just how aggressive Wild are going to be here. Obviously, they removed the Maverick, so that does deny a little bit of breaching. That's going to throw things like Bandit into a little bit of relevancy. Obviously, with Thatcher still open, that still leaves a bit of a question mark over it. But we are going to have that little bit of balance here with PSK rocking the Bandit, and of course, Cameo rocking that Thermite.
So getting into it here, Wild going to start to make their first entries as they begin to move forward, clearing out the barbecue area of the map and trying to move a little bit more forward from there. A depth charge going to come out here, going to be a little off the base, though. Liquid's still moving around a bit too much, so Corey not going to be able to catch anyone here. Ask, in the meanwhile, is nearly caught, I believe, via another play. Corey might be the one to take him down, but either way, that'll be the smoke on the floor here very early on in the round. We'll have to wait and see if Liquid will be able to bring him back up to keep that utility in check for later on. Liquid overall, though, playing things quite aggressively, and the good news is we can see the smoke has gone down fairly close to the site. Oh no, Resets is going to get picked off here as well, though, so Liquid struggling to maintain their player presence here as they go for an aggressive stance on the first round.
Those nades from below really paying dividends there for Wild here. They've done a lot of damage, and Ace has got himself into a bit of a dangerous position. We're going to see more nades start to fly in. Ask has been rezzed, so those very important Toxic Babe canisters are going to start to come out now, but it's not likely going to be enough. Ace picks off Ask, and that will be put an end to those Toxic Babes. Palu does manage to steady the ship. The man count is still going to be in the favor of Wild, though. Everyone just taking a moment to breathe. Ace's aggressive play was a little bit solo. Just waiting for his team to back him up there might have yielded a slightly better result.
Lots of prowess coming in and lots of confidence from Wild here up until this point, due to the play being made by both Corey as well as Aces here, but it's all come to a halt now. As you said, just taking a moment to breathe here. Seems like they still have a plan in the works. The smokes end up coming down directly on the inside of Karaoke. Where's the play potential going to come from, though? And it might be on the swing, and in fact, there we go. But you still have PSK waiting around the corner with an easy capability to shut this down. Nesk will also grab from down below, being able to take him down, but still, the plant will succeed. Wild will get it onto the ground. Kadeo as well will strike once more, as does Corey, bringing it all into one remaining player from Liquid. PSK in the 1v3, and he will not be able to maintain, so Wild takes the first round.
Also Shield there really providing a lot of value to be peaked off the back of PSK. Knew exactly where the player was pre-firing the angle, but you just can't do anything about that bulletproof shield. Great round there from Wild. Really good focus in terms of getting themselves in and getting that diffuser down. And what about that utility usage? Every single nade thrown as an up nade. Couple of nades thrown in and around the site. I think that's eventually what took Ask out on the smoke, along with Aces moving up there. I think a bit of repositioning because of a red nade symbol, then into the crossfire. Smoke's going out there. We had the Ossa shield, we had the plan. Everything you could look for there in a great setup and a great execute.
So we'll see if Liquid now tries to cool things off a little bit to maintain better control over the situation. We're going to see a bit more mitigation added into this as well. PSK, for instance, onto the Bandit to throw those batteries down and block out the walls. Palu wants to be able to try and play through the smoke as well as the flash entries a little bit more as well. He'll go onto the Warden for that. Resets also going to bring the laser gates into the fold also in an attempt to slow things down a bit further. Only really had the smoke to try and pull it off on the previous round, and obviously that didn't turn itself into enough. A bit of a miracle that the smoke even made it to a late point in the round, considering he had been down via those nades from below earlier on, but thankfully they were able to bring him up. Still, had to play very cautiously, though, due to the low HP. And ultimately had to move himself back from that. So getting into round two, we've got Wild spawned out. Let's see what they can show us for the second assault. Karaoke and T-Room. They're also going to bring Ying in for Corey to change up their own execute strategy a little bit.
Something that really impressed me about Wild and the way that they approached it was this ability to get kills from outside to in, and Corey's going to do exactly that again. We're seeing a heavy stack up as Wild storm their way on through. Giesler picks himself off one onto Palu. Nesk steadies the ship, finding one of his own, but already a plant is going down. Nesk picks up a second, leveling out the man count advantage, but that diffuser is going to be planted. All of a sudden, a retake. We've barely even seen a minute, Blue.
Wild throwing everything and the kitchen sink at this execute here, and yes, it does indeed cost them a few players, but things are kept on a relatively even keel, and Wild will be finding this quite acceptable considering they've gotten their plant down onto the ground. Ace is reading into the barbecue stair rotation as well here, but having trouble maintaining the presence. We will see, however, Jay quickly trading things back out, able to take down Nesk and bring it back into a 2v2. You'll also note Reset's incredibly low here. He's going to have to be careful, but it's Jay again to pop back out, take out Resets, and leave it all on PSK once more. Inside of the 1v2, already with heavy damage thrown at him. He will not be able to stay alive here, and Wild claim a second round against Liquid.
PSK has been getting some real unfortunate time in there. It's got to be like the second or third time we've flicked onto his POV, and you can just see the sort of outline of the attacker just running down the hall, just crossing the corner before he gets a chance to glimpse. Great aggressive round from Wild. Tristan and Fresh said on the desk, they said, expect explosive plays. Doesn't get much more explosive than a Ying plant coming through. 4 players storming through a breach. and already fragging out and getting the job done. WYLDE doing such a great job in not only the early part of the round, but that utility usage. And for as long as they're going to do it, we're going to have to praise it.
Right, so WYLDE off to a hot start here, looking to continue it. Already is 1 round away from locking in the guaranteed tie at halftime here, and obviously going to look to try and push it a bit further than that with the way they've been able to control these rounds so far. Liquid finally having enough of the play inside of T-Room, won't go for a third repeat on that. They do want to try and get a bit more rotation going here. We have seen a lot of teams employing a strategy of even if they lose that first site hold, still moving around their usual 3-site rotation so that if things don't go well in those first 3 rounds, they can take a pause, get input from their out-of-game leadership as to how they might need to change things after those sites have been played for one time. So this may be part of the reason why Liquid move away from it. Let's be honest as well, things are just not going too well in that T-Room hold. WYLDE, with their aggression, have been able to burst past it 2 times in a row now. So Liquid wants to see if things will go a little bit better for them on the other side of the map.
Slightly slower start here from WYLDE, as we've been used to some quite aggressive entries from them up until this point. The Thatcher action coming in here from Corey as well, just to help guarantee that these breaches do get opened. This is the nice thing about WYLDE. It's not as if they're just a one-trick pony right now, Blue. They're doing everything right. You know, they've played a sort of very medium-paced round in round number 1. They've played a very quick round in round number 2. And already we're floating in and around the medium to slow style of round now, and it just shows that level of comfort they've got in being able to meet whatever sort of criteria they wish in the round. We're going to see Aces now start to push himself up these back stairs, greeted by a couple of castle barricades. If you feel like the going's getting tough and you feel like you're getting pushed up against quite quickly, who better than Castle to bring to try and slow down that roll?
Great varieties coming in so far from WYLDE. Going to look to continue to innovate on that as they look to try and lock in things for a 3rd round. Still going to be caught outside of the building for a bit here. Not as much confidence to be seen playing into the previous rounds, but this has all been part of the design, it seems, to get that slow clear going, as you can even see progress being made on the upstairs part of the map. Nesk going to start to lurk around here, though, over by the roof side. Wait to see if he can maybe catch some of these players as they continue to move forward. Indeed, will probably be the first one to get a challenge. Had some support from another teammate a bit closer, but I believe they just got droned out. So that's going to leave Nesk a bit off on an island over here towards Drums.
Nesk is one of the only players on the side of Liquid that's been credited with multiple kills so far. Everyone else has only had 1 in Palu and Reset, so he's really being relied upon here for a large share, and he's going to grab 1 there onto Jay. I believe that's the first time we're going to see Liquid actually draw first blood here. WYLDE have previously been very successful on that entry. Players like Corey really leading that charge. It's going to be Cameo to battle 1 back, as Nesk will be next to fall. Instantly traded, still 45 seconds left, and with 4 players alive on either side, you can see that Liquid are really trying to reserve themselves in the site, but those crossfires are there, Blue, and they're doing damage.
WYLDE seems ready to take these duels now that they've reached the midpoint of their strategy here. A little bit of a trouble getting themselves to this point, especially with how they had to knock out Nest, but it might be coming together now in the final minute of this round. Second kill has been confirmed as PSK goes fully down. He still have the damage that was done to Palu a few moments ago as well. Gisla going to take a considerable amount also, so Liquid are holding on to an extent, but you can see they're struggling for positioning right now. Just nowhere to play into here, as Gisla as well as Kaneo pick up 2 more kills. Resets now the lone man alive here for Liquid as they try to control the 1v3, but it's going to be so tough. A good start, however, for Resets, but it gets so troublesome past this point. Not going to have the benefit of that angle he used previously. Has to go in. This is really the only route he has to re-entry as well, and Gisla just sitting waiting for him, shuts it down as a 3rd round is claimed from WYLDE.
No information there for Resets really to be playing off, and again, great discipline from this tier 3 side. They have not only been able to battle back from losing that first blood by getting an immediate trade, but in that man count advantage, right at the end of the round, their focus is still to get that diffuser down. And it's just so important, because you look at how much time is left here. Less than 10 seconds when that plan immediately starts to go down right at the end, and with Resets picking up 1, it could have been very easy to start panicking and to start losing some of that nerve. But WYLDE, they maintained composure, and they are chaining rounds together here against Liquid. Something that I'm a little bit concerned about, Blue, is the fact that while Liquid have played a little bit of Skyscraper, they've got a reasonable record, 3-1, 3 wins, 1 loss. We're all happy with that. They've got an exceptionally low attacker win rate on the map. This is their defender side, so you would look to see them getting at least a couple of rounds here while they've got a lot of the benefit of being able to redesign the map, you know, get in around, choose your rotations, choose where you want to try and hold. WYLDE almost ahead of them at every turn.
And what's even worse is these are the go-to sites as well for the defensive side. Two of the upstairs ones are generally where we see the most success on the defensive end of it. We have seen teams also find some good things coming out of their first floor holds also, but considering that we just had the pause coming from Team Liquid, they're more than likely trying to recenter their own strategy for something back upstairs. So we'll have to see if whatever they discussed is going to bear fruit as they move into the fourth round and look to finally pick something up for themselves. Let's get into it though and see. And indeed, we are going to see them continue to move. They're going to go down to barbecue now for this fourth site hold.
Bomb located by attackers.
Liquid feeling like there is no benefit to revisiting a site they have previously been to. They really need to try and find something entirely new and fresh here. Something that they've been struggling with is the up nades. The nades have been very effective from WYLDE, so what better way to combat that than, well, we're going to go to somewhere that you can't throw some up nades. We're going to go to somewhere that there is no beneath, there is no below this site. But instead, you've got to turn your attention vertically. Attacker repicks a thing. And what are we seeing? We're seeing a little bit of soft breach being brought in as well. We've, of course, got the sledge, the thermites instead being switched out. And we're going to see a little bit of a roll swap there between Cameo and Corey as well, as they just swap Thatcher for Hard Breacher. And the Dokkaebi comes in from Aces. So that goes to show they're really looking to try and nail down this roam game.
I like the Dokkaebi pick specifically for what you just mentioned there, and trying to lock out players like Nesk, who did slow them down, took about 30 seconds to a minute off of the clock from WYLDE, and prevented them from getting back into that office site a little bit more quickly than they would have liked to. So hopefully going to be able to make improvements on this as they look to set themselves up. And then once they reach a bit more of a risky point in the round, they can easily deploy one of those two phone calls just to reassure that there's no one in the area. Palu might be the first one to meet a challenge from the inside of Geisha as well. We'll have to follow up with that a little bit later on in the round. Ask is going to do something similarly from the inside of Karaoke, watching out for the push on the outer balcony.
These repels have been devastating so far from WYLDE, regularly picking themselves up at least a kill from that repel, catching those Liquid players as they cross in and around the sites. Again, it's a slower round here from WYLDE. They are demonstrating that restraint. They've already got the wall open, so they don't really need to concern themselves too much with any jobs that they've got to do now. But they are going to have to go up against a slightly different landscape. Palu's brought the Azami this time, which of course gives a lot of benefit in terms of fortifying certain areas and just making it a little bit more difficult for attackers to perform that roam clear. That roam clear is going to start happening from that east side as they start to move through into Drum. They are going to be met with a little bit of resistance. There's a bit of utility there to get through. It shouldn't take too much, but it's still some utility nonetheless.
Jay, once again, still a bit of strike true with these nades. I believe that comes from down below still as well. This extended roam, still having to fear those up nades, and unfortunately cost them at least one player in this situation. Zombie barricades, though, holding things back quite nicely on the edge of that door, but I believe it has been open. WYLDE doesn't necessarily want to test it, however, as we've already seen that first phone call go out, and now we're going to see the second one get deployed pretty quickly, too. Kaneo able to make up another kill already as he takes out the second member of Team Liquid, bringing them down just to 3, while continue to dominate this early round, taking massive control over it, really with only that first entry being lost on the previous round here. Things have looked swimmingly for the WYLDE roster. Aside from this, they're going to try and continue this. Corey now moves over towards the staircase. PSK will be able to get one, but he is instantly traded by Kaneo, bringing it down to just 2 now for Liquid, and 1 already heavily injured as Palu sits at about 20 HP.
Palu could still be in a really good position here. I'm not sure if WYLDE exactly know where he is. Reset's obviously not in position to take multiple engagements here, given that he's got the DMR. He's getting flashed out downstairs, and Palu has to make a rotation. He was low health, he was only 1 shot, and he's been immediately downed in process. Last kill comes in as, once again, the diffuser was going down. WYLDE extremely disciplined here, and still streaking rounds on the attack.
Such an analytical approach to these rounds as well, barely missing a step as they continue to waltz right into site after site here, only losing the kind of expected trades along the way, and these are necessary deaths that they have to take just to be able to get into the site and clear out the players from Liquid. But aside from this, they have barely struggled to get things done, and the quick switch up as well helped to speed up the clear with the roam game. Those phone calls coming in from the Dokkaebi gave them the confidence they needed to push all the way up to the Karaoke side of things, where then obviously had to work a little bit harder to clear out the extended game there, but still went well. And Liquid, they've seemingly run out of gas here. Just going to try the 4th and final site they haven't played into yet in the downstairs bedroom, and hope that this will bear fruit for them to try and pick up their first round.
They're really just desperately searching for anything right now. There's no sign of, you know, any sort of significant strategy coming out. You know, when you're plugging up a doorway with 3 Azamis and a bit of barbed wire, things are looking a little bit desperate. You know, you're looking for players to announce that they're coming through that door, and that's great. You get that announcement, But Liquid, I don't even feel like Liquid have been in a gunfight yet. I don't feel like there has been a straight head-to-head gunfight. The info game, exactly. The info game from Wild has just been fantastic. The use of drones, figuring out where these players are. We're about to see a little bit of a run out here from Ask. Is the going getting tough?
He's going to be edging himself in here to try and see if he can maybe catch the rappel. We'll have to wait and see how it's going to work out. Nade going to come through from the attacking side as well. They read into that far too quickly. And as a result of that, that aggressive position from Liquid is not going to be able to maintain itself. Wild as well has got something special cooked up here. They're going to rush in with 3 players. Not the greatest start to it, though. Nest catches it off. Trades are continuing to roll in. Jay going to be the only one to find success, but still, the team will get themselves into the site with at least 2 players in. A third will be joining them with the diffuser soon as well. So what a strike from Wild. Problem is, though, they've got to deal with resistance from up on top still, as they did not clear out Palu or any other members of Team Liquid from above.
Palu waited just a little bit too long there for that nade. He eventually gets the kill onto Corey, but the damage has been done. The plant has gone down. Jay and Kaneo scurrying themselves outside. Only Kaneo left. Does have the SMG-12 in hand. It's not the greatest weapon in terms of recoil, but he picks himself up too. 2 versus 1. Now he keep on coming. Stop feeding him, Liquid. Reset, can you get the job done? No, what has just happened?
It's the stand-in as well, clutching it out huge, keeping the record flawless for Wild as they push up with a 4th round that, let's be real, they had absolutely no business taking in the first place.
That is a tilted. Look at Corey laughing his head off there. I'm not surprised. Nobody expects to win that. He didn't even move his feet. He picked up 4 kills. Didn't move his feet. Liquid, what is going on?
1v4 with the bearing as well. Arguably the hardest recoil in this game to control. It's so wild, so difficult to keep a grasp on, but still, they're able to get it done and lock in. Round number 5 for Wild here. 1 away now from the 6-0, and they realistically can easily get it here as we're going back to karaoke again, where Wild have already had success 2 times in a row on the attack.
I'm almost at a loss for words there. Wild are going to be riding high at this moment in time. They're going to be feeling extremely good about themselves. 5 clean rounds on the attack. Liquid had business winning 1 of them and essentially just threw it. You can't call that anything more than what it was.
Yeah.
You can't all peek somebody 1 at a time. You could have just stuck someone defusing. Make it push you.
Liquid, yeah, you could have stopped the defuse fairly easily as well. You mentioned that, right? Palu throwing that impact down just way too late, not able to catch the correct
I think he was waiting
position.
for info.
Yep.
Maybe waiting for info that was just never coming. But even in that 4 versus 1, just get somebody disabling the diffuser and have the other 3 guys just watch. They don't need to get the kill. Do you think people are chasing kills because they're after that kill leader prize?
That 100K extra here. Just abandoning the team strategy, going for the solo reward at this tournament. We'll have to see if that was the case for Liquid, but things are just not working out for them so far on this defensive half, and they only have 1 more round to try and claim anything here before Wild gets to take up that mantle. Active resistance coming in over here towards Geisha, however, as they try to block things out. Our attackers should be able to get past that without too much of an issue, though, as we still are going to have the Thatcher to assist the Thermite. PSK able to hold on his own, but not for too long, though. Geisla's in the same room. He's going to be able to trade it out, but Ask, as well as Ask again here, going to have great success with the shotgun, stopping the push coming in from balcony side.
If you're a Liquid fan, don't get too excited just yet. Corey is in a 1 versus 4, and yes, it has been done before. Is he going to be able to pull it off this time? No, it's a little bit too far. Palu finally picks up that final kill, and Liquid get themselves a round on the board. I really feel like we should be going into this half 2-4 for Wild. However, grabbing 1 round back. Liquid's bounce back after such a drastic error, such a drastic misplay in the previous round. The fact that they've come back and they've just, you know, back to business. We're not wasting any time. We're not going to dwell on it too far. Shows that level of experience. Still, you've got to be pleased with Wild at this point.
Oh yeah, absolutely the case. Wild are giving us a show right now. They're looking to really mark their reputation inside of both the EU scene as well as the international scene by getting this stunning victory against Team Liquid. They're at G8. Wild, of course, now on the defensive side. The half has concluded. Wild going to throw us an interesting one to start off. They're not going to go for the usual expected start over inside the karaoke side of the map. Instead, we will see them play into the office end. Still on the 2nd floor, of course, but just personal preference for this team. No reason why it won't work out for them. Interesting operator selection too. We are going to see the Clash come out here. This is a pretty claustrophobic site on the main ways that a lot of attacking teams will look to work their way into it. So the Clash actually has some great potential to work out pretty well here, in my opinion.
If in doubt, bring a shield out. That's exactly what you want to be trying to do here. And Wilde are recognizing that, hey, we have got an extremely good round advantage, on Team Liquid here. We've got an opportunity to try and get this done quite quickly and without letting too many things slip. So sure, we can try a Clash for a round. We've got to stop Kaneo getting so many kills at some point. You know, the guy's 9-2 right now, for goodness sake. Someone's got to slow him down a little bit. You know, you'd look maybe toward Aces or Corey for a few frags, but maybe they will come on the defensive side. We're going to see Liquid's approach here. A little bit similar in a lot of ways. They're going to be bringing the Flores. That's not something that we really did see WYLDE make too much use of, but Flores fantastic for that drone game, fantastic for that utility burn as well.
So we'll wait and see how Liquid will be able to potentially use that. The Clash as well, waiting for its potential opportunity to make impact. The first barricade going to be knocked out there by the Selma to give the players on Team Liquid the room they need to operate on the inside of this building, especially from that repelled angle. The Clash looking to potentially make a play here together with the Jaeger. The Jaeger actually being actively supported by the Clash right now, so an interesting strategy being built up by WYLDE. Very much want to see this get into a fight and see what exactly Kaneo can do to try and support the position of Aces, should that all come to bear. But we still will have to wait some time before we get to that point. Liquid have been quite slow, and with good reason too. They're going to know for sure that WYLDE will have a lot of confidence being built up off that previous half, and more than likely they're expecting plays like that from Jay. The quick leap out, no support as well because the nearest teammate was working on opening up something else, so it's going to be a free kill for WYLDE to start out the second half.
Reset's giving himself away a little bit softly there, not anticipating such an aggressive play from Jay. But you know what WYLDE are going to be like? They're going to be explosive. They're going to be flying themselves out of windows given the option. Nesk looking to maybe try and find that refrag as he looks to approach in through Drum. To the top of those main stairs at the moment. Not really wanting to work too far ahead of those drones though. PSK going to be jumping into a Rotero just to see if there's anything that he can gather. Gets an eyes on the Clash, but not before Jay picks up his second, taking down Nesk.
We're going to see Kaneo try to push himself out here. Allow for Aces to make impact, but once again, Liquid failing at every opportunity here, unfortunately, as tries to swing into WYLDE territory and immediately is shut down by Gisela. We are going to see another one of these Rotero drones fend off the presence from Aces as well as Kaneo. They're certainly aware of this setup as well at this point. Palu trying to chuck a nade in there. He'll get his opponent out of position as well. That is finally going to flush Jay into a potentially vulnerable spot, but there's not enough follow-through on Liquid to try and take him down, nor is there enough team support to warrant it either. Only 2 players left. The round could very much end right now, but they need to eliminate this player for 2 reasons. 1, he's standing directly in their way of the site, and 2, they're quickly running out of time. Only 20 seconds remain here for Liquid to at least start the plant procedure, or WYLDE will take this one by default. Jay as well, not even really needing to do much, just maintaining his presence, bleeding time off the clock. They'll go for a team play to be able to knock him out. Great flash maneuver from Liquid, but they just have no time left. Only 3 seconds to get themselves in. This is absolutely not going to happen. WYLDE will shut it down, and they'll take control of the first of 2 rounds that they need to lock in map number 1 versus Liquid.
WYLDE more than happy just to let Jay make those aggressive plays. You go make the aggressive plays, we'll stay and keep hold of the site. Liquid got nowhere near inside of that round. Looking a little bit downtrodden at the moment as well, as the going is certainly getting tough if you are on the side of Liquid. They have already used their tactical timeout. They used that at round number 3 after the first 3 rounds didn't go their way. It was a good time to use it, but you can only think that they wish they had another now. WYLDE on the flip side, they are stood very well to take this first map inside of this best of 3 series. The next map that we will be going to is, of course, Chalet. A map that, by all accounts, is a great map for Liquid. Is it a great map for WYLDE? I guess time will tell. But there is still the small matter of closing out Skyscraper, and although it is extremely likely that WYLDE do that at the moment, there is still a chance here for Liquid, but they just haven't looked too sharp yet today. It's almost as if they're just looking a little bit sluggish, in my opinion. They really need to get that little bit more oomph that we used to see in Blue.
We were seeing a point from the desk as well. I think some of us were talking about it before the game started, with the fact that Liquid might have just been underestimating WYLDE considering the reputation coming into this one. And I think that's really a true point here. Liquid just stunted in quite a few situations here, not really knowing even how to handle the executes from WYLDE in the first half. Obviously, we've only seen 1 round for the defense, so I don't want to judge them too harshly here, but a bit lost on that defensive side, and unfortunately seemed seems like things are only continuing here now as we move into the second half.
I enjoy the conversation that was going on from Tristan where Wild have been contacted by a few teams saying, oh, you know, will you be our scrim partners when you get knocked out? Because they're anticipating to be knocked out first.
Wonder if the same offer applies the other way.
The first game of the tournament, it's like, oh yeah, like, we just picked up, you know, 5 clean rounds against Liquid and we're set to win Skyscraper 7-1. Like, yeah, sure, it's one map, but it's looking like it's going to be a pretty good best of 3 from Wild already. It'll be quite kind of nice replying to those DMs tonight. Just going, you're all right, I think we'll use you as a scrim partner instead.
So let's see if Wild can complete this set and stun Team Liquid with a 7-1 victory on the first map of the tournament here. Certainly picking into this one with a bit of confidence, and we'll have to see how that carries through onto our second map for Chalet as well. Neo here already going a bit wild with his positioning, trying to look for any of the early clears from Liquid. But once again, Liquid being quite cautious with how they approach this here. Gonna have to, of course, deal with the extended setup above the site, which is, of course, in barbecue for this round. Still gonna need to clear out areas like Geisha, like Karaoke, which are gonna continue to stand in the way of a successful play from Team Liquid here. Wild sits more than ready to handle that challenge, though, and you can see again here from Liquid a lack of confidence in trying to clear this out. They really want to play in for heavy intel before they actually make the play, and that's causing a huge sink of time, just like we saw on the last round, nearly down to a minute already. And I don't even think we have a single player from Liquid moving into this area of the map just yet.
A lot of pressure on Geisha window. Gisela knows that somebody's going to be there. The nade comes in. Great burn. Good team play from Liquid to get that job done. It was not easy, though, and Nesk really did put himself at a lot of risk. It does, however, pick up that first kill and that opener. The C4 already burnt from Gisela as well, so no longer a factor. Liquid needs to do exactly what Wild did, and that is get those kills from the repels, get that utility launched into the map, and really pick up those, air quote, freebies as often as you can. Resets, he's in a great spot here, just looking to push himself in. Ace is just on the other side of the reinforcement, whiffs a few but lands onto PSK, finishes off with the shotgun and draws for more, picks up 2, but Resets is in position to shut him down and level things out ahead of this last 25 seconds.
That's the important part of that second kill, evening things out, making this next pickup from Resets. Yeah, it's unfortunate for a while, but it doesn't knock them out of the round entirely. Even moving away from this, we got Choi as well playing with a shotgun here. We're gonna have to see how this one works out, and it's gonna work out brilliantly from the corner. Picks up one, downs another, and knocks them out, leaving it all on to Resets. Less than 5 seconds to play into it as well. Joy just has to hide this one out, and he'll still be ready for the challenge if he made it in time. Not gonna see that come through, and Wild claim control over the first map of this series.
Some of the players from Wild there almost look a little bit stunned, Blue. Like, have we really just done it? That's Liquid. That's the team that
Corey's like still giggling right now. Like, did we just 7-1 Liquid? We did.
Is this the team that everyone like always goes on about being really good? Like, are these the same guys?
Liquid with a rough start, to say the least, on this series, but they still have a few chances to rebound on it. We'll be going to Chalet next, and we still have our third map to potentially play into as well. But Liquid will need to improve their performance massively, as it's all Wild all day for the first map of this series as they dominate Skyscraper to start out this series.
Wild have really impressed me there, and I think they've probably impressed a lot of people at home watching as well. Liquid, they're a household name. Wild, not so much. Probably going to be pretty household after this event, though. Everybody watching them is certainly going to get to know who these players are and just exactly what they are about. And it's a great advert for the Tier 3 scene inside of Europe.
Massive shout out to Kaneo as well. Great performance considering the fact that he's just stepping in for this tournament. I think we saw him at one point like 9-2 and probably was able to improve on that a little bit before the end of the game. That'll do it for the two of us right now, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw it back to the desk to break this game down and get us ready for map number 2.
Thank you very much, John and Nick. And I can't believe Wild rolled over Liquid.
There's a couple of smug faces over here, Milosh. I'm not sure. We can believe it because we expected it to happen. We didn't expect it to happen, but we said that the opportunity was there for it to happen. We know this team likes those kind of maps. We know they play a little bit funky. They go aggressive. They're rushing into site. They're in site within 30 seconds in most of their attacks. And Liquid just could not adapt to it.
Yep, they're rushing, they're clutching 1v4s. What can you say? On an attacking start as well. Attack on Skyscraper is the other thing. I thought people said EU was the worst region right now.
Yeah, I don't know. And, you know, for Kaneo as well, you know, he comes in as a sub. We said that he needed to be the one that steps up. He needs to be the one that, you know, they've lost their IGL. He's coming in. There's a little bit of pressure on him. and he pulls out a 1v4 on the SMG-12 on Dokkaebi. Like, you know, he's playing so well.
Yeah.
And that's like the icebreaker, right?
I mean, we said it ourselves. We
Gets
were
his nerves
really,
gone.
we were really happy when we saw the map, and I'm incredibly happy with how I saw them play because I know full well for a fact that this is how these guys practice. So the fact that they brought that the exact way they practice
and
to the server against Liquid of all teams, a team that we hype up and we know is amazing. What can you say? You have to be so proud of them for doing that.
I mean, it's happened. It was a massive win for WYLDE in this case. And this is the momentum we were talking about just before we started the show, that Liquid, for all intents and purposes, should be the ones winning this series. But should WYLDE secure the first map, things might start shifting. Now, not only did they secure the map, but they won it 7-1. That's really got to start weighing on Liquid's head and put into conversation of how well prepared are you for this T3 team?
Well, they weren't prepared. Like, even the adaptation inside of the game, we would have expected when WYLDE picked up like 2 or 3 rounds that Liquid adapts. Liquid are ready for the rushes. They, they change a couple of lineups, they change a couple of positions just to be ready for that. And they just didn't seem ready at all. They didn't seem to adapt in game. So I would, from my hand on heart, I would say they potentially weren't prepared.
And there's some highlights, speaking of preparation, brought to you by Aramco about this matchup and this first map in the series, just to see how exciting WYLDE were when in the server. Corey had, I don't want to say the game of his career, but at least starting off, one of his best maps he's had, and then you account he did it against Team Liquid.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you could say probably for Kaneo, it's the game of his career because it's the only game in his career that we've seen at this level. So what can you say? Maybe it's only downhill from here for him, though. Even if still that, well, I mean, that's a defining moment, winning that 1v4 with the Dokkaebi. We're seeing it now. WYLDE was so fast and so aggressive on their attacks, hitting shot after shot after shot. The crossfires weren't in place from Liquid.
The one thing that I loved about them as well is, I think 3 or 4 times they all ran in the door as it was sledged. So they're just in the building, 4 of them together. They don't wait for Liquid to give them map control. They're like, we're here, we're taking it. We're going to trade each other out if needs be. And they weren't even having to trade each other out because also they turned up on the day they were winning the gunfights. It was just a great approach to how they could throw Liquid off and surprise Liquid. And like Tristan says, we're hearing that this team does this in scrims. This is not just a counter-strat. This is how this team plays. This is how exciting this team is.
Yeah, and we spoke about the bans before the game with not just the maps, but with the operators. To see Liquid ban Maverick and then now see how WYLDE played the map, would there have even been enough time in half of those rounds to Maverick a wall fresh?
There would have been no point. I'd ban Sledge. Stop them sledging in the doors.
At this point, it was all a washout for WYLDE. Now, Liquid are an incredibly experienced team.
Yes.
So you're expecting them to kind of pull back and say, okay, it's done, it's out, we'll be ready for the next one.
I think I referenced this in the pre-show, but it was actually almost a carbon copy of this type of scenario occurred in 6th Invitational when Liquid played against Cyclops, of Japanese team that we see in APAC North. Liquid played against them and got caught off by Monty, got caught off by Rush Strats, Amaru and in, all that type of stuff they got caught off the same way they've been caught off here. They managed to regroup very fast with the help of their support staff, between the games and come back. So we would expect a bounce back from Liquid, but it's just, whether they can get their mental back.
Well, that was map 1 of this best of 3 series. Shout out, by the way, to our sponsors here at Gamers8 and Make It All Happen, VOV and Aramco bringing you this part of the desk. We're going to take a very quick break. And when we come back, we'll get yourselves ready for the second map because you thought that Liquid would be taking it all. You thought wrong. WYLDE are better than anyone expected, and we've talked about it here. New player, still doing the great work. So what will happen when there is an even bigger challenge? Just before we go to that break, Tristan, do you expect this to go to a map 3?
My heart says no, but I think Liquid are experienced enough. They're going to calm it down. They're going to realize what happened. They're not going to play the same way map 2. And you can't even play the same way on Chalet. You can't turtle like that. You can't hope that teams aren't going to rush you. So I think they're going to relax. I think it's going to take it to a map 3. But border map 3,
it definitely can shake things up. Well, gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's take ourselves a very quick break. And when we come back, it'll be time for map 2, Liquid versus WYLDE.
it would be a surprise if they don't.
Wild in Group A is underway and it's done, but that first map really didn't go the way that we expected it. Wild 7-1ing Liquid on Skyscraper. That's a hell of a way to kick off our show. But map number 2 will be Chalet, and I just want to take a look for just a moment at our map vetoes, just to remind you of how things went down. We got 9 maps in our competitive pool here in Rainbow Six. Border will be our decider, and we don't know if we're going to do that yet. But Skyscraper was Wild's comfort pick, Chalet was Liquid's. And I'll turn to my wonderful analysts, Tristan and Fresh, and asking you, what do you think will happen come Chalet? Because we know Wild is starting on the attack, Tristan.
Statistically, Chalet wasn't a map Wild would have gone to. But internally, from my perspective, I think Chalet is probably one of the most perfect maps that they could take Liquid to right now. Especially getting side choice.
Yeah, like I say, obviously we only have, well, I only have the external data, right? Liquid only have the external data on this team. They don't scrim them. They're not from EU tier 3. But obviously, you know, Tristan has seen them internally a little bit more in practice, so we can give that a little bit of inside insight. So we know Wild play it, and we know that it's quite an attacker-favored map, and we know that Wild, because Liquid picked this map, will get to choose the starting side. So they are going to choose to start on that attack. We just saw they got 5-1 on Skyscraper, which is a defender-sided map. They're going to an attacker-sided map, so, you know, if you're Liquid, you need to fix up and fix up fast.
Tristan, our final thoughts before we go in?
I think what we can say right now, Wild in the perfect position to do well, to win this map, but I'm still thinking Liquid recover from this, mentally recover, reset. I think they take Chalet.
They did the same at Invitational?
Yeah, I don't know, it's hard. I think they've got enough substance about them to do it, but I think Wild do carry that momentum, and that's a dangerous thing.
All right, Wild versus Liquid continues. We go on to Cold Chalet. That'll be a good contrast to what we have. Casters, hello, Blue, hello, X. All yours. Enjoy.
Thank you very much, Milosh. It's time, ladies and gentlemen, to jump into the second map of this series. Bound to be an interesting one, considering what just happened on our first map on Skyscraper. As you heard the desk saying, Wild shutting it down 7-1 with a final score, and even better, as our desk was mentioning, Wild more than likely going to be starting on the attacking side of Chalet, which allows them to potentially continue their rampage even further into the second map.
There has not been a lot of time in between these two maps. This has been a relatively quick turnaround, as you would expect for a best of 3. You wouldn't expect a big long break, and Liquid haven't had the luxury of time here to really start to recompose themselves. And on the flip side, you look at Wild and you go, well, they've not had the time to lose that momentum either. Doing a fantastic job over on Skyscraper, really letting everybody know just exactly what they are about. And they're going to try and do that again here, no doubt, onto Chalet, and everyone's prediction was correct. Wild are going to be starting off here on the attack.
All right, well, let's get into it and see if Wild will be able to continue their momentum. As we talked about before, this map looking a little bit stronger on the stats page for Team Liquid overall, but as well, we saw some prowess coming out from them on that previous map as well, and we all know how that worked out. So we'll have to see if those statistics hold themselves to be true. The band so far looking fairly similar to what we saw on the previous map, obviously with the variation of Thatcher now being added in. He was left in the pool for the previous map, but we're still going to have that target band coming in from Wild, and a Zofia. Valkyrie will be their defender band this time, though, as again, she could be far too useful here, especially with the amount of prop clutter that can be seen on the upper parts of this map. Clash actually will get banned out by Liquid, though, and a little bit of a response ban to what we were seeing from Wild towards the end of that map.
I kind of like the Clash ban. I'm a little bit about that. I think it's a good idea. I think it's good to remove that sort of if in doubt pick.
Yep, I think it's very possible that Wild could have potentially gone for it on a few of the sites once they switch over to the defense as well. So that's maybe a smart play for the future. That was another factor that was very annoying. We saw that round with the Clash played out pretty much perfectly by the Wild roster as well. Liquid stunted by that, as well as the additional position from one of the other members on Wild. So not wanting to deal with that a second time should it come to bear. And of course, that position could be incredibly crucial in areas like the outside of the dining room, upstairs, in that similar spot in the hallway here too. We could see that Clash come to pretty big prowess inside of these rounds, so more than likely going to end up being a smart decision from Liquid. We'll have to wait and see, though, as Kaneo going to be bringing an interesting pick here on attacker. Repick, have not seen a whole lot of the play from Sense yet. A lot of teams have been toying with it, but at least from my experience in casting, haven't seen a whole lot of it work out just yet. So let's see if Wild's take on it will find success.
I'll be honest, Blue, that lineup terrifies me. There is not a hard breacher. There is not a can opener. There is an Amaru, a Lion, a Finker, a Sens, and then a Sledge, because why not? This, it's going to be something. That much is clear. It's going to be an execute. They're going to look to try and get a plan down. They've obviously made that decision based off the info that they've gained off the drones inside of that prep phase. They're going to be attacking into kitchen and dining. And it looks as though Liquid, they've largely left that site unoccupied.
This is going to be interesting, too, considering that Wild already with players downstairs in the basement looking for a quick hop to the inside of it. The Sense line going to go down here and allow for Jay to sneak himself through, using the Amaru here as well for the G8 more than anything, but he's not going to find the impact. It's all going to come from Aces instead, who finds the double on the Finka to obliterate the presence inside of the site. Still going to have top downs to contend against here as Ask is trying to find the winning angle to open up, and it'll be resets on an equal plane. He can only go 1 for 1, though, as Gisla hides behind. That plant sitting himself into a powerful position. He'll pick up one. Kadea will knock out one of the players from upstairs, and now only one remains and Ask for a 1v4 set against him. Wild are looking to continue their rampage from the previous map, but Ask is going to see if he can go for the clutch here. Quickly running out of time, however, things will look bleak for him as he attempts to go towards it. More than likely, we'll be looking at a 1-0 setup here for Wild.
Pretty difficult task, especially that upside down rappel. The crossfire coming in as well. Wild taking absolutely no chances there. You don't need hard breach if you've got a plan like that. They got themselves straight in. And that, can we call that an effective use of Sense's Curtain? Can we say that that worked out? It kind of did. Jay was able to sneak up out of nowhere. I've no idea why we didn't get the kills. Aces must have just been quicker to the draw. I mean,
pretty much.
He had the LMG, so he has the advantage there and just being able to dump rounds into the problem. Liquid, again, how many times do we think that they are going to get caught flat-footed like that? Because they look stunned again. They looked like, why are these guys pushing so quickly? It's like, you've seen them on Skyscraper.
The other thing too.
They're going to be quick.
Yeah, the other thing too, right, is they can't necessarily rely on that info. Yeah, they've been quick, but as you mentioned at one point during the Skyscraper match, they're really good at varying it as well.
Yeah.
We saw that mid-paced round at the beginning. They did have a few rounds where they slow-played it as well. So Liquid's just like a little bit lost right now, trying to figure out exactly what to expect on each round. And with these crazy strategies coming in, like the Sense play, bolstered by the Amaru coming in with the G8 as well, it's just so hard to predict when, and more importantly, where the executes from Wild are going to come from.
And then they just flip-flop right back. And all of a sudden it looks like we've got a really typical lineup for a Chalet. Yeah, you've got the Twitch that's thrown in there as maybe a little bit of an off-pick, but Twitch can be really handy for dealing with those bulletproof cameras, any little bits of utility. The shock drone's quite good in this current meta, so you're going to be looking to try and take a bit of advantage of that. You've got a ton of nades. You've got 8 nades knocking around. Like, this is a great lineup here. You don't really need too much more than a Maverick, especially when you're going to be attacking into bar and games.
So slow build up this time for Wild. Nice catch there as well, getting rid of the bulletproof, not going to allow them to play off of that later on into this round. These will continue to see if we can find other pieces of utility with that Twitch drone, specifically down below here. Don't want to get tripped up by anything as they try to move themselves into the site. If they can knock out things like the ADSs supporting the billiards hop in early on here, it'll just make that execute all that much easier for Wild to play into. And we can see, in fact, players already getting themselves prepped for this. A few just outside of the library windows looking to make their entry there. But as we've seen in so many of the past matches, oh no, this nade going in. Thankfully, the chassis still in the way there. So resets not going to be eaten up too heavily by that, but this is going to be an interesting one. PSK, though, from up on top, catches one. Aces with a quick response, and that's pretty much activated Wild. They don't have the setup they need anymore, so they're just going to go for it here, working their way in. It's worked out well so far, and Jay with a quick correction to save Ace's life as well. Knocks out at PSK and takes him down. Palu as well as Nesk, now the last two standing, and Palu already eliminated. It's just so aggressive and so quick from Wild. Liquid cannot keep up, and a second round quickly goes on the board from Wild as a result of it.
It's been a long time since I've seen Liquid dropping like flies like this. It is one after another, and even when something doesn't necessarily go Wild's way and they lose out on the Maverick or they lose out on making, you know, a little bit of rotation or something like that, there's a great little bit of counterplay with some vertical onto those main stairs. It doesn't even phase them. They're just like, right, next step, what we're going to do next, we're just going to move straight through into the site, we're going to deal with Ask, then we're going to look to go upstairs. Everybody is getting cut off at every single turn. It's deja vu of map number 1, and I honestly thought, and I don't know if part of me was maybe just hoping it because I really want Liquid to play well. Part of me thought, is it just Skyscraper, right? Are we just dealing with, you know, Wild have managed to sneak a map through that, you know, Liquid weren't really anticipating. But this is Chalet. This is a map that everybody plays. Everybody can play Chalet.
And WYLDE going to continue to evolve their playstyle a little bit here. Still a lineup that we've seen in the past with a few variations to it that I think are going to make a few people at home happy. Geisla specifically going to be bringing the Glaz into the fold. Still 5 seconds to wait for it to be confirmed, but WYLDE has not been really trying to trick us with these repicks at all so far in the series. So this one is more than likely going to land, and that will be more than likely we'll have WYLDE trying to prioritize a smoke execute while keeping the Glaz on the outskirts, either right over by Snowmobile or in another position where he can use that long-range weapon to try and pick these players off through the smoke wall.
Also shields there getting set up outside of Garage, getting prepared for what is no doubt to come, which is going to be removal of the Mute Jammer, removal of the Cade, destroying that utility, and then looking to try and get it all open.
Ball might get this one, actually, yeah.
Oh, we did get a little bit of a trick there. We did have resets up on that top floor. There's a great little Cade Claw spot just underneath that window. It's a bit of a pain to deal with as an attacker as well. You know, obviously, if you've got something like a Thatcher in the mix, easy street. But there is no Thatcher here. Just takes a little bit more time. You've delayed 50 seconds to a minute, but the breach has still been open and WYLDE have achieved that objective. Now they can look to start using this Glaz, and this is where things get a little bit scary.
The lost second hard breach is not going to be the end of the world here for WYLDE as well. That's the main wall they needed to get open on this round. Yeah, it'd be nice to have that second one in the pocket to maybe open up the backup line or something else for WYLDE, but they're not going to be losing any sleep over that extra one that was wasted due to the nice trick that came out from Team Liquid. Liquid's patience, though, paying off in this round as we are going to be able to see Ness catch Aces trying to move in to add himself over to a main stairs angle for the execute. That's now going to hold up the rest of the team's play more than likely as well, as they no longer have that second angle to support them as they move in. In fact, it's going to be working against them. Reset still playing on the main stairs, going to be standing directly in the way of this swing, so WYLDE can't really justify going for it right now. They're going to try and use the OSA shield to push them just that extra bit further, but the confidence is not here right now from WYLDE. The good news is, still a lot of time to find a way to get past as we're sitting over a minute remaining here. They're not at any stress for time just yet, and we're going to see Joy move in from the other, Jay move in rather, from the other side here to try and add another element to this if he can work himself over to that main stairs position.
Something that WYLDE needs to be cautious of here is that this whole plan hinges around smokes. They've lost all of their smokes now. They've used them and they haven't pushed off the back of it. There's still a couple of C4s knocking around here for Liquid. Nesk is going to get that trade off onto Jay, but not before Resets was downed on main stairs. It's likely not to matter at this point, though, as Ask is going to join the party as well from Blue. Corey, he's left quivering behind one of his Ossa shields. 35 seconds left to go, and everybody knows where he is. C4 comes out. It's going to be Parlu to swing with the shotgun there to finish things off. A flawless round for Liquid. They did get a player down, but it was not a confirmed kill. That is very much needed here for Liquid in the current state of things.
Yeah, very huge confidence boost should be coming in after that win from Liquid. I like the theory behind the execute from WYLDE as they continue to show us some pretty innovative strats here, but ultimately way too reliant on that initial entry from Aces to be able to establish the stair position. To be fair, WYLDE had good reason to believe they could make that entry given the previous performance up until this point in the game, but now probably gonna have to cool things off a little bit, as Liquid does have some pretty powerful positions to fend off these types of clears, so WYLDE more than likely gonna need to commit multiple players to those types of plays in the future, meaning that they won't be able to go for these kind of all-in-one executes like we saw there outside of Snowmobile.
Let's see if that does something for the confidence on Liquid here, and really what it does to WYLDE. We've not seen them get beat down too much yet. We haven't seen them when, you know, they've just come off the back of a losing round, or they've just come off the back of a couple of rounds not going their way. Everything has gone their way so far, so we need to see what happens when they essentially get punched in the face. You know, what do? They get back up and they start swinging, or do they sort of just lie down and let things happen to them? So let's see how round number 4 plays out. Liquid, they're going to be going back down to Bar Games. Not a site that they were too successful in previously, but they really got overwhelmed quite quickly by WYLDE. Struggled to keep control of key areas such as upstairs. They lost the downstairs to the Maverick. Essentially, kind of a bit of a Maverick trick, really, on those main stairs, just opening up that bottom line. It's very Eminem-esque, seen from inside of EU. They really pioneered it inside of Challenger League, and a lot of teams have adopted it since. Slightly different approach this time from WYLDE. They're going to be bringing the Habana. It's looking a little bit more traditional.
Huge emphasis on the nades again from Wild inside of this first minute of play as they brought, I believe, 3 operators with the 2 nades in pocket, so a total of 6 to be chucked out. Most have actually already been used here. Aces sits with the only one remaining. Unfortunately, the damage just hasn't been there in the way that Wild would have liked for it to have been, with really the only impact being over there on the bottom left against Resets, knocking him down to about 50% of his health pool. It's going to be an attempt to try and open up the wall inside of Library, and Jay will attempt to push behind it, but it's going to be a 1-to-1 exchange here. Thankfully, Wild's able to overwhelm the Library position, and that's an important pickup there. Gisla catching Nesk as he attempts to really put down the execute before it begins inside of Library. It's going to cause Liquid to scramble back towards the site and try to put up their best defense now in the 3v4.
So much time here for Wild to work with as well. Just over half of the round remaining. Easily going to be inside of the Library. Time enough to jump into the shock drone, see if there's any utility that he can discover, any information that he can gather, whilst the rest of his team looks to try and make waves elsewhere. And meanwhile, Liquid, they're left sweating on the site. It's a long time to be caught in that closet area. It's a long time to be playing a corner inside of games. And while there might be a couple of Toxic Babe canisters left, there's still more than enough time for those to get burned. Ace has got a really good angle here through the hatch inside a Library, knows that there's going to be a player down there inside a closet. Reset's just in the middle of bar, managing to find a great shot through the floor onto Gisla, the Twitch above. Levels things out to 3 versus 3, but Palu is on the flank. Corey watching these main stairs. Could he get caught looking the wrong way here?
Kaneo ready for the peek, but unfortunately the player from Liquid doesn't fully commit to it, so not going to be able to lock in the kill just yet, but they do have some great intel now to play off of, especially if Kaneo is going to be able to stay in that position. Won't be the case, though. He'll start to move away from it, as does Aces, so they'll abandon the Library position entirely. Other player moving in from the basement stairs, but Aces goes for the check on the top down. It'll work out, catches him. Corey finds other entry deeper in the site as well. It finds Resets trying to move across the bar. Leaves it all on to Ask. Now, he'll get one, but it's not enough as Aces instantly trades it back out. Wild have been so good inside of these team fights. Liquid just cannot contest against them. So it's another round from Wild, a quick rebound from them as well as they retake control over the matchup at 3-1 here on our second map.
Nothing really getting in their way at the moment. There's not a lot of things that are slowing them down too much. A lot of the problems that they're facing mid-round are just very quickly becoming non-issues from positioning and the fact that you don't often get them all committing to getting in the site. Something that both Skyscraper and Chalet share in common is the fact that there's a lot of potential outside to in. You think about other maps, you think about something like Oregon, there's a couple of spots that you can get outside to win. Clubhouse, there's a couple of spots you get outside to win. But on Chalet, you can very often keep yourself on a balcony, outside of a window on Library, on a rappel, and you can be relatively safe. And that's something that we see Wild doing time and time again. Very often finding picks off it and at least finding information and getting utility through on it as well. So they're not always putting themselves in those direct gunfights. Something that's really giving them a little bit of an edge here. And it's a classic trait from, you see Team Liquid play Chalet in the very same way. It's no secret that that's how you play Chalet. It's just something that Wild are doing very well.
Wild as well seems to be really sure of themselves when it comes to the first minute or so of play. We have seen them slow down a little bit as Liquid has found a bit more success from their extended game inside of that mid-round portion. That's causing some delay for Wild, but the good news is they play out their early round so quickly, they're usually left with 2 minutes or more to play out the rest of the round, meaning that, as you were mentioning, all those concerns in the mid-round are usually a moot point because they just have so much additional time to deal with it, among other factors that usually end up playing into their favor. About to see the first push come in from Wild here as Reset's going to be trapped a little bit inside of the corner. Should be able to transition from behind the wall if he would like to, but at the same time, you've got Aces pressing in against the back of this hold as well, so Resets now needs to be very, very careful with his positioning. One wrong step in the wrong direction, and he'll be knocked out.
I like how the fact that Aces doesn't challenge that as well. Just immediately backs off. Sees, yeah, there's a little bit of resistance there. I don't really quite fancy taking the engagement. I've still got a nade left. I've still got a drone left to play. I'm not going to try and play that live all too heavily. And instead, we're going to start to switch things up and we're going to start focusing elsewhere as a team. Jay in his primed and favourite position there to hop himself up through the trophy hatch. Corey taking a lot of damage. PSK and Palu sharing a couple of kills there to start things off, but Jay storms on through. GA in hand. The hatch open above could be a little little bit of a problem, but the kills have immediately leveled out. Wild trading blow for blow. Again, the diffuser easily retrievable there by Jay, and with Liquid still upstairs, they're going to have to rely on either vertical angles or making that rotation to try and get themselves in. Wild have got full control of the site here, Blue. Jay's almost just deciding where and if he is going to plant. He knows that Liquid have that vertical control. There's a shotgun up there as well, so there's very quick access to a lot of holes and a lot of ability to shut a plant from going down. Giesler trying to get himself into position now as well, but there's still a minute left. It's a very strange predicament to be in here where the defenders are saying, look, go plant in the site, we've got a shot at you above, come and get us.
You've got to respect this boldness of play coming in from Wild as Jay finally gets a winning position where he can find a plant. They may be able to get a slight edge against him, but they're too focused on getting the Toxic Babes out right now to try and stop the plant. It will not work out. In fact, it goes down onto the ground, and Wild have it locked in. Liquid now need to make the play, but Jay all the much ready for it. Good news is Liquid will be able to maintain some control, but Gisla knocking out a second member of the Liquid roster, leaves it all on to resets here in what is essentially a 1v2. There we go, confirms the third, brings it into the actual 1v2 now. Should have a good ability to creep up onto the player inside of Trophy, only just now catching the diffuser as well. Gonna try and just go directly for it. Where's the repeat? Do they have him? Gets him off the case at least, and Gisla sets himself up for the final kill as Wild continues to maintain control over the map and the series, surging ever further ahead of Liquid.
Panic Stations then. I thought the recess was going to stick it. I was like, please, someone push him. You can't lose this. It was a great plant. Inspired plant location from Jay. You know, what do you do if there's a shotgun above? Plant underneath a bed. Plant underneath something really big that they can't get through. Plant underneath a kitchen cabinet. You know, find yourself, you know, a real sort of coconut bra spot inside of that kitchen and get yourself scurried away to get the plant down. You really need to start getting creative, and that's exactly what Wild did. Still storming away with things here. Entering round number 6, and where have we seen this scoreline before, Blue?
Very, very familiar sights right now here. The good news for Team Liquid is that they are going to be able to return to that basement hold, the only site where they've been able to find success so far in this map. Wild, we'll see if they go for the same jump-in strategy that we saw previously, although it does look like things are going to vary a bit more. We'll have the Amaru back in play. It's working out quite well for Jay, but he's ended up swapping away from that over towards the line. Things are quickly taking shape here for the Wild lineup on the final round of play for this half. We are going to end up with something a bit more normal to attack this site with, and that's a bit of a far cry from what we've usually been seeing from Wild, as they've been constantly surprising us with their strategy. I really have to respect the kind of ignorance to what is a normal rule of play in Siege, where you generally don't go for these types of sites when your opponents have an upstairs hold above you. You almost have to clear that out, it seems. It's just an unwritten rule of competitive Siege, but they violated that like 3 to 4 times now over the course of this series, and I believe have won every single time they've done it as well.
It's really strange, isn't it? It's like, oh, they're holding above, we better go above. And Wild just like, oh, they're holding above, we'll go below.
Yeah,
no worries.
That's not a problem for us.
Let's just attack where they're not.
Just plan under the bed.
Sounds easier. Sounds a lot easier to just go where they're not. Let's see if Wild are a little bit more successful here. They haven't got that same reliance on the smoke play coming off here. They've obviously not brought the glass, so they're not going to be looking to try and take too much advantage of that. Still going to have the Oster shield that they're going to be set up behind. It looks as though we could be seeing a quick execute come on through as Jay kicks things off with a kill over onto PSK. Plant already going down in typical Wild fashion as 2 kills have already flown in. Nesk, oh, you hate to see it. Giesler just holding the corner. Picks Nesk up on the retreat down into side. These aren't even gunfights, Blue. This is just absolute execution here from Wild. Ask, he's going to pick himself up one. The Lion Scan will give him away, and the call-outs as well. And look at the crossfire that's on his location. Picks himself up a second. Looks hopeful, but 20 seconds left on the clock. What realistically are you going to be able to do here when you are getting peppered? Ask gets a great headshot over onto Corey, and this must be where Wild starts to panic ever so slightly, but the time is running extremely low. Ask, he keeps hitting shot after shot. That Oster shield is going to cause quite the problem for him, and he's likely going for impactless frags at this point. No longer is there enough time to disable that diffuser, and instead he can just look to try and pad his score sheet, picking himself up a quad, but it won't mean anything.
Trying to go for that MVP award maybe at this point is it maybe all Liquid can try and reach for in this series. Just way too much control continuing to be shown by Wild as they absolutely ignore the defensive setup inside of the site this time and go directly for the execute, bolstered as well by the Lion play coming in by the car garage as well. They did not expect such a dramatic split to their player base, and we immediately see the car garage push pick up 2 kills, draws all the attention from Liquid away over towards that player, and leaves a massive window open for the rest of the team to move in through the normal route by snowmobile.
Dangerous times ahead for Liquid. Fortunately for them, there is a lower bracket if things do come to it, but I didn't think what we must be only a couple of hours in at this point that I'd be talking about Liquid and a lower bracket in the same sentence. But WYLDE are very well posed right now. They've got a 4-round lead here, and they're looking to try and take Chalet in the same fashion they took Skyscraper. They already lead the best of 3 by 1 map. 2 rounds here would see it said and done.
Let's see how WYLDE is going to look to try and lock things down just as they did on our previous map as well. Going to start out the usual beginning over here inside from our site to try and hold things around the kitchen site, to try and hold things out for WYLDE. Interesting initial site choice, but I've already seen WYLDE depart from the normal expectations quite a few times inside of this series, so it'll be no surprise for us to see it once again. Operator lineup is going to be somewhat of what we expect, especially if your ace is there. We're going to stay quite mobile with the Oryx, able to hop himself up and down through the hatches if support is needed upstairs or down.
Liquid have got a chance to reset themselves here, switching over onto the attack. Got a little bit of a slower start here as Resets is likely going to try and nook himself in. There has been a bit of drone work that's gone on ahead of him, so he's going to have a rough idea as to what exactly is going to be clear as this fact-finding stage of the round for Liquid is taking its time as Resets eventually transitions his way into Garage. Giesler, primed and ready though, could get gifted to Reset. It's a nice little gift there to drop on your lap. And Giesler, no real way of knowing exactly what was going on there. You're just making a quick rotation.
Just perfect timing more than anything for Resets there. Walks right into Giesler as he's making that rotate. And as he said, is gifted that initial kill. So Liquid certainly going to be happy about it as they strike true at the beginning of this round to set up the 5v4. Resets also with now full control over the basement, meaning that WYLDE are going to have to watch out for that potential lurk to come in, of course, through the front stairs as well as the back ones at some point in this round here. Rest of Liquid looking to potentially move themselves in through the front door and eventually into library. Those will, or eventually into dining room. Those will have to wait and see exactly how they try to go for that over this next minute and a half of play. Meanwhile, WYLDE just continuing to keep their composure close to the site here, waiting for the next opportunity to strike on the defensive end.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Around a minute left, and we're going to start to see Asp getting that wall open again. Does actually get tricked off there for the meantime. Still have 1 left in pocket, so can look to wait for a little bit of backup here, and he's going to call for a nade from Palu to get sent over the top and just remove Corey's ability to be able to play there. Nice. Corey plays very well, though, and actually runs in toward the breach, knowing that the nade was going to explode behind. And that is going to make it very difficult, and I would dare say impossible for Liquid to make their way through. No can opener and no alternate hard breach. It's not the problem you want to be facing with 40 seconds left, now being restricted to only pushing yourself through single doorways. Reset is still trying to fight his way out of this basement area, is taking a little bit of damage. Jay's got a horrible angle down onto him through the floor, really trying to make him work for every single pixel visible. Jay's eventually going to find that kill as Nesk swings on in upstairs, but it's a little bit too late. Resets has already been taken out there, and Palu is too fallen. Kills continue to rain on through as the ACS-12, you can just hear that ripping up your eardrums. He's going to be responsible for picking himself up. Another Ace is going to be holding on now. Got the trophy stairs, knows it's likely going to be a player that's looking to make that rotation down. As we see an Oryx dash on into sight, but the round again just fizzling out into not a lot.
So that's the penultimate round for WYLDE. Only 1 more to go, and they'll be able to lock in absolute victory for themselves in 2-0 fashion as well against one of the most storied teams in Siege history. This is certainly going to be an interesting storyline in the making for WYLDE if they're going to be able to continue this prowess through the rest of their group run, maybe even claim the top seed from it if they can win out the second matchup here. Beautifully played, especially again from Corey here. The proactive move forward to throw out and get the impact trick to prevent the dining room wall from being open, and then even subverting the expectations. As you mentioned, bringing out the ACS-12. A lot of play with those kind of like unpicked shotguns that we very rarely see. As remember, we had the Jaeger shotgun picked up, and it clutched the end of the game back on Skyscraper as well.
You wouldn't have done that with a 416. You just wouldn't. You wouldn't have hit the shots. Yep. You would not have had that surefire killing power. Timeout for Liquid, I guess. Is it too late?
It might be here. As we're
Feels late.
Yeah, we're going to have to wait and see what they could potentially do. But, I mean, only one round of a mistake you can make at this point. Wild, you can even see their coach as well, probably just calling out, guys, we just need you to keep doing what you're doing at this point. Obviously, it's going to be a little bit more intense than that, but still, Wild not a whole lot to correct on here as they have just looked nearly flawless inside of this play so far.
There's probably going to be a lot of calm down. You know, just don't lose your mind here. You know, you've got a great opportunity. You've got a fantastic chance. You're only 3 minutes away from it. Don't mess it up. Just take your time and play the siege that you know that you're able to play.
And they look so happy right now, especially for Corey's sake as well. It's been a while since I've been able to commentate Corey as well. Last time I remember doing it, I'm pretty sure he was on the Stream roster, so it's been quite a while since, at least for my sake, I've been able to see him on a stage like this. So good to see him back and excelling as well. Looking to try and claim this stunning victory versus Team Liquid in what could very well potentially be a double 7-1 2-0 knockout to send Liquid down to the lower bracket.
Well, there's been some stern words there between Team Liquid, I imagine, in that short break, figuring out how they want to try and approach this. How do you solve a problem where you're coming up against a team that is just getting better timing than you, one step ahead at every turn, and there is nothing that you can do to stop it? You've got to try and gain some composure from somewhere. Is the Lion pick going to be that composure? Aces maybe looking to kick things off with a cheeky little spawn peek here, which, I mean, that would just almost cement it for me as just it's really not Liquid's day if they fall for that trick.
That's the tilter for Liquid if it hits true here. It does seem like Liquid's watching out for it, though, as I see the window get open quite quickly. So they'll be paying attention towards it. More than likely, Ace is not able to find much from that position, so he'll peel away from it pretty quickly and just go for the more standard hold inside of Library, especially now that he hears the repels. His moment is gone, and he will have to fall back to that outer wall spot if he is going to play for the extension here, but that's not even the case. It's going to go even further away from that, as it looks like Library was left completely unreinforced this time around.
Palu taking a lot of damage there as these kills do work from inside to out as well as outside to in. The Lion Scan not doing enough to deter half of his HP from disappearing before his very eyes. Resets, he's crouch walking himself in a fairly dangerous location. He's got himself at the bottom of West Main stairs. Jay gonna open things up with a kill onto Nesk, a player that just hasn't been activated yet at all. Sitting negative, double negative even on the scoreboard right now. Resets maybe gonna find himself a little bit of success here. He knows that that drone has just been shot, so he knows that there's someone immediately behind the wall, but can you afford to take the 1v1 gunfight? Well, he takes it and he loses it.
Jay's been another player here that we haven't talked a whole lot about, but has been a consistent rock inside of this series for Wild, picking up the pretty crucial kills too, as he's usually the first to strike in a lot of these situations. He was that Lion moving in from Car Garage in the previous round. Finally, Aces is going to be able to get himself inside of this puzzle as he knocks out PSK. 2 players standing here for Liquid, 5 still up for Wild. It's Palu and Az trying to clutch it out here and pick up the first of 5 rounds in a row that would now be needed for Liquid to get themselves back into this map and, more importantly, into this series here. Palu going to see if anything presents itself on the top-down angle, but won't be the case. In fact, Wild are watching out for that if he tried to go for the push. Ask in the meanwhile is going to renegotiate his own position over here towards the outside of the snowmobile garage. They might be able to get a slight pinch onto the site as a result of this opening, but still, Palu doesn't have the best angle to work into this from, and also you'll start to see Wild reinforce their own positions here to try and avoid this fate.
Not going to be an easy task here for Palu and Ask to pull off. Got a couple of nades. They have a chance. You can hear that just get eaten up there by the ADS. Ask taking a huge amount of damage as well. Another ADS going on down. Jay, he picks himself up the 3rd on the round onto Ask. This could be it for Wild. We could be staring at a flawless round. No, Jay gives himself away. It likely won't mean too much because that's the first that Palu needs to find out of many. The diffuser cold on the ground. 15 seconds left to go. And everybody knows he's going to be pushing these main stairs from blue. Corey shuts him down. Wild, what a performance there. They have demolished Liquid.
7-1 for the second map in a row. Wild more than earning their position in the winner's match here from Group A. They excel forward, barely struggling along the way, and it's all smiles across the Wild roster here as they pick up a massive win against one of the most storied rosters in Siege history. Just not ready for their matchup here today, so Liquid will go down into the lower bracket. Wild will continue to ascend here in the upper bracket as they sit just one more match away now from a position in the finals.
You can just see what this means to the team as well. They are extremely hard-working group of individuals and as a team playing inside of GSA, one of the most formidable teams inside of GSA that there is. I think they're currently sitting at second inside of their national league. And to come out here and to do that to a team like Liquid, I was coming on here expecting to say lines like, oh, everyone has to go through the rite of passage of getting slammed by Nescon LAN. I can't say that.
Can't say that anymore here as we see Liquid struggling to a pretty tremendous extent inside of that game as well. I think the theory that we talked about both on the desk and in the pregame where Liquid may have just not expected this type of performance to come out from WYLDE. I think that's pretty much true here as WYLDE continue to not only stun Liquid but quite innovative in the way that they approached quite a few of these rounds. We talked about it at one point. Their ignorance of the upper floor holds was working out at least like 3 to 4 times in their favor, and quite a few things beyond that as well continue to play into the team's favor despite it departing from the realm of the normal meta here in Siege.
Yeah, and that was one of the more unpredictable things that Liquid really won't have been expecting. They won't have been expecting shotguns that much. They won't have been expecting players to just totally ignore top floor holds and go for side pushes. They won't have been expecting quick rounds thrown in with slow rounds, thrown in with medium place rounds. It wasn't the play of a tier 3 team. It was the play of a much more experienced side.
Great, ladies and gentlemen. I believe that is going to send us down to the stage, though, for an interview. So let's head over to our host to speak with our winners.
Welcome back to the main stage where I'm joined by Corey from WYLDE. Congratulations, what an incredible performance. A great display of team synergy as well. You've got to be happy with that. Do you feel like the pressure is now slightly off now that you've started the competition with this kind of win?
I feel like we had no pressure at all. Like, we came in here as a tier 3 team, we take this as a present, we take this as a gift, we've been treated incredibly well and there was never any pressure on us, so it was very easy and very nice to play.
معنا كوري من فريق وايلد بعد ما قدروا يفوزون الجيم الاول، وكان سؤالنا الاول له انه هل الفوز هذا وخر عنكم كل الضغط اللي ممكن يجيكم في المباراه بما انكم خلصتوا الجيم الاول بفوز كان جدا قوي صراحه؟ قال لا، اصلا من الاساس ما كان عندنا تحت ضغط، من اول ما جينا كل شيء كان تمام وكل شيء كان مريح بالنسبه لنا ولا في اي شيء ممكن يسبب علينا ضغط، فالضغط من الاساس ما كان موجود.
I mean, the fact that you mentioned that expectations were kind of like out the window, there was no pressure. Did that allow you to play the game that you wanted to play? And also, I have to say, Kineo's 1v4 throughout map 1, did that kind of give you guys that extra boost of confidence to just go on the attack?
100%. Like, all the attacks, we took the risks. We were very, very confident in our own gameplay and we were very confident we will win it. And then Kineo pulls off this amazing 1v4, like, that's incredible. I've played so many tournaments and I've never seen a clutch like that, especially from a sub. That's one thing you have to mention, he's our sub. So, crazy.
زي ما احنا عارفين في الماب الاول قدر احد اللاعبين من فريق وايلد انه يخلص احد الراوندات بنتيجه 1-4، كانت هي 1-4 لكن قدر يسوي كلتش لحاله، فكان السؤال هو يعني هل الكلتش اللي هو سواه هذا قدر يوخر عنكم شوي من البريشر؟ لكن كان الجواب انه بالعكس، يعني الكلتش اللي احنا شفناه اصلا هذا مع كل ما البطولات اللي لعبتها معاه ما قد شفت كلتش زيه، وكان كلتش فعلا رهيب واعطانا بوست للكونفدنس والثقه العاليه اللي موجوده عندهم زادت بزياده وقدروا يخلصون الجيم بالطريقه اللي احنا شفناها.
Okay, Corey, let's look ahead, okay? Currently the B stream is playing and we've got Damwon Kia going up against SSG. Have you got any preference who you go up against potentially and why?
Not necessarily. Like, we're confident we can beat anyone. I think SSG, especially with a trial and with the current situation they're in, are a bit weaker than Damwon, so I think going against SSG would be nicer, but I'm very confident Damwon will take it.
زي ما احنا عارفين في الستريم الثاني معنا في البطولة في مباراة داموان كيا، وزيادة على كذا ضدهم فريق سبيس ستيشن جيمنج، فكان السؤال مين الفريق اللي تفضل انك بتواجهونه، خصوصا انهم الان بتخلص مباراتهم في البث الثانوي، لكن كان الجواب انه احنا نشوف انه فريق سبيس ستيشن جيمنج ادائهم كان نازل شوي عن اللي احنا شفناه بالعادة، لكن بنفس الوقت احنا نتمنى ان نواجههم، بس ما عندنا مشكلة لو واجهنا فريق داموان جيمنج بدون اي مشكلة.
Corey, thank you so much for joining us on stage for your post-match interview. You guys played incredibly well. Go have a rest before your next matchup. And everyone in the Gamers8 arena, please give it up one more time for WYLDE. We're going to be throwing to a very short break, but don't go anywhere because we have our next match on the A stream coming up very shortly.
لا تبعدون اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، احنا ناخذ فاصل بسيط وبعد الفاصل هذا نبي نرجع لكم في الجيم الثاني ما بين الفرق اللي بتكون متقدمة معكم. خلونا نخليها لكم مفاجأة، فعلى طول فاصل ونرجع لكم.
Progress is a race that has no end. After every finish line, another challenge awaits. How can we continue to push innovation in a sport at the forefront of technology? This is how. Discover how Aramco and the Aston Martin Formula One team aim to meet Formula One's sustainable fuel targets. Aramco, powered by how.
Welcome back, friends, and who would have thought that the series would end this way? Well, come on, Jack. Come sit on the side for a moment.
I would have thought
he just wants all the clout. Wild gets it. I mean, Corey definitely did think it. He was saying in the interview now with Barney, we just didn't feel any pressure. We were comfortable, we played our way, and we did a great job of it. And that is a fact.
Yeah, and I feel like we said that well. We thought that's exactly how Wild would feel. They would just come out, they would play their stuff from scrims that would transition, and if it was effective, if it works, it worked, and you know, it certainly worked today.
Yeah, once we saw those maps, we knew exactly what we were going to be in for.
Yeah.
We said exactly what happened. They're going to play aggressive, they're going to play fast siege. The only real surprise here was that they just didn't adapt on Chalet. Liquid just did not adapt on Chalet. We saw multiple rush attacks that were won. We saw crazy Amaru plants.
The one for me was the second time that we went down to Wine Cellar and Snowmobile Garage was when we went to Wine Cellar and Snowmobile. The second time is that Liquid just did not adapt. They didn't expect that the push was coming straight through from the main garage wall again. And Wild did it twice in a row, and they just weren't ready for it.
All right, some highlights brought to you by Aramco, of course, one of our sponsors. You're seeing on your screen, Wild, really wilding out with this one, pushing in, always having their advantage within the round. And like you were saying, Tristan, the song goes, I think I saw the bands, now I'm a believer, right? Is that how it goes?
Right, well, you're not wrong, Milos. It's exactly what we were saying. I think it was really interesting again to see, we spoke about it as soon as we saw it as well, Fresh, not just the map bans, but the operator bans. Again, Thatcher was banned.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, we've not been able to sit down and fully rewatch it yet, but I don't think Thatcher was played too much on Skyscraper regardless.
No, I remember like one round or something like that, and you know, they did ban out the Clash, obviously, so there was a bit of an expectation from Liquid, like, oh, we might face a Clash. It frustrated us when we was on the attack, but the Thatcher didn't make a lot of sense, just like the Maverick didn't make a lot of sense for Skyscraper. And I think Liquid, they just, I hate to say it, but they just weren't prepared. I don't think they knew what was coming. I don't think they had a clue at all, to be honest, about Wild.
Did you see that clip of Nesk just for a couple of seconds when it flashed up on the screen? I have never seen Nesk so flustered. I guess the last time I saw him like that was the first time he played internationally, going up against Pentasports. And look at him now, again, thinking, guys, we're being rolled over by a T3 German team, and it's not even close. So this is, I guess, the definition of momentum. It's difficult to kind of put into words, but with the way that WYLDE have gotten through this, it seems like they can carry this through, Tristan.
For how long of a career that Neska's had, I doubt there's many times he's been 7-1, 7-1 in a best of 3.
Especially by a team that was supposedly an underdog. It's not like he was going up against any world champion team there.
Yeah.
Not even a tier 1 team, like...
Yeah, I know we spent a lot of time pre-game speaking about WYLDE, and I said, if you don't know WYLDE, you will know WYLDE.
And now you know WYLDE.
And now everyone knows. Suddenly, you've got a new fan favorite.
Fan favorite, of course. And what a beautiful way to kick off our tournament here. A quick shout out to our sponsor, SDC, that's making the telecom part of the show actually happen. And the players play the way that they do. Now, it seems like WYLDE have all the support that they need to get through it. But how are they able to pull off these sort of strategies when we know Liquid has some of the best support staff in the world prepping them for these games?
It's just taking advantage of situations and opportunities that present themselves. You know, if it's not WYLDE's fault when they went for the same attack twice that Liquid were just not adapting to it. They're just going to take advantage every single time. We saw they've got some nice ideas. You know, when they're on the dining kitchen, the plant spot, you know, they're in sight and they know there's 3 Liquid players above. What do? They plant underneath the bed on a surface where they just can't, you know, the plant can't be stopped. It's really nice innovation, just really nice ideas about the game.
Then our MVP for this series, who is it? Well, it's Kaneo. Honestly, this man steps in, does the work. Tristan, you talked about him earlier on today. Through this entire series, he's really showed up. The game of his career, really.
Yeah, well, I know Fresh is a huge fan, and we said it ourselves. Game of his career, jokingly, just because it's the first time we've seen him. But the MVP, I mean, it's incredible. That Dokkaebi 1v4 clutch, Corey said it himself. He has played this game for years. He's played events for years, and he says he's never seen anything like it. So who are we to say any different?
I mean, he was, you know, 11-8 over the cost of the thing, 88% cost as well. So it's not just them clutches that they're playing. He had impact in nearly 90% of the rounds he played in. Now, for a player that's coming in as a sub, to fill in shoes, to, you know, because of the way that he's coming as a sub, he doesn't fit the mold of the player he's replacing. The whole team's had to change. So he needed to step up in his performances. He did.
And now to update you on the bracket and what's gone so far in the tournament. Stream B, by the way, is on. Damwon Kia is playing against Space Station Gaming. Damwon Kia is up 1-0. Space Station is on 5-4 on map number 2 in the series. But here in Group A, we'll see WYLDE defeating Team Liquid 2-0. A very quick game. Honestly, 16 rounds in total. WYLDE are through, and Damwon Kia maybe will be able to win it 2-0. We'll have to see. Space Station really giving them a run for their money on Theme Park, which is the second map in the series. Do you expect it to go to a map 3 just off of seeing how Damwon Kia and the Space Station are?
Do you know what? We was actually watching the games just next to where Space Station play. We've got both screens on, the analysts and some of the other casters not casting. And Space Station seemed very flustered, like they were celebrating one round like they'd won the World Championship because they were a map down at that point. I think they were 2 or 3 rounds down as well. And they felt very stressed in their communication. So I wouldn't put it past Damwon Kia to win 2-0.
Obviously, we can't see the match right now, but what we can say is that I think SSG are onto the defense on Theme Park. That is typically a very defender-sided map, so let's see.
Yep.
Oh man, honestly, between Damwon Kia potentially taking the win and WYLDE themselves, again, Damwon Kia, we know that they're one of the best teams in the world. It's just they haven't had enough time to really get to show it to us. But with Space Station, this is a great opportunity for them to also show up because we haven't seen them performing at the top tier for quite a while. TSM are also world champions. They're here also competing for it. And now you're going to have to think, wait a second, we were expecting Liquid to be through, and no matter who it is, Damwon Kia or Space Station, they're going to have to expect the raggedy little German team jumping around all day.
Well, that's the thing, is that you don't know about the preparation that DK and SSG have made, right? In fairness, they've probably put far more emphasis on the fact that if they won, they would play Liquid. And Liquid have just not turned up today, and they're playing WYLDE. Obviously, you know, I trust SSG support staff, like, implicitly. DK, they've brought an absolute army of support staff with them, so I'm sure they will be prepared, but probably not as prepared as if it was Liquid.
At the end of the day, you can have as many people as you want and you can be as prepared as you want, but there's only so many hours that you can actually prepare for these things. If I'm looking at, I'm seeing Team Liquid and I'm seeing WYLDE, who do you think you're going to prepare more for?
You make the value choice, right?
Exactly, but I think what what we will see, regardless of which team goes through, the maps are going to be different, the operators are going to be different. It's going to be a completely different game. Wild aren't an unknown quantity anymore. They've proven themselves.
They've shown themselves, and if anything, on 2 maps, very quickly, pretty much as easy and as fast as it can get. So you're expecting explosive gameplay. You're expecting these teams to just run out, assault you constantly, keep you under pressure. Wild maybe, on a specific round where it was a basement attack on map 2 and you're thinking, okay, they couldn't breach the wall. This is going to be a bit difficult to go into it. Otherwise, they looked completely in control. So how do you counter a team like that? Honestly, I don't know. Liquid even banning the Clash, expecting that Wild would play super defensively.
I think it's still playstyle. It's adaptation. It's been ready for that aggression, right? If you know that Wild are constantly just walking into site, going path of least resistance at you, stop doing your extended realm, stop doing that type of thing, and have that expectation it's coming.
Well, Liquid might have lost this matchup, but they'll have another shot at it. Wild moving through 2-0. But if you want to learn a few more things about Team Liquid, here's a handy video and a quick break. We'll be right back.
Like, we started the BO3 really well. Like, at the first map, I think we gave them a 7-1, so it was a big lead, like, and we were really popping off, but I don't know what happened especially, but we kind of went to shallow really confident, but at the beginning we had a little mistakes that cost us really important rounds and we couldn't get them back on the, like, later on the game, you know? So we went to Aragon, like, resetting because it was like a real bad game that we showed on Charlotte. But we were confident, we made some good rounds, but at the last round we had a little mistake that it was not on point, our communication. We could like go into the overtime, but unfortunately it happens. Like on the competition, the ones who make less mistakes wins, and that's it.
The mistake is one grenade from Nask and he's not throwing the grenade, and this guy ends over the round. I talked with the boys that these tournaments could be our first title international, so it means a lot for us. So we motivate us. We whenever in our disponibility, so we use all.
The last stage, like we were playing really party, like we couldn't qualify to Burning. We tried new things at the beginning of the stage. It wasn't working as we thought, so we tried to get back on the way we were before. So we reunited, talked a lot. We kind of reorganized everything, and we kind of find the way back. But it was too late. Like we almost got the qualification. Like we played the spot with FaZe on the last match. We were like really well at the match. So, but like the same thing, we had a little mistakes at when we switched to attack side, and it cost us like the half. Especially in some maps that is more like defended side, you can make any mistakes because it costs a lot. As I said, like the last stage we were like trying some things, but it didn't work. So we switched back to the old thing. So we are playing like right now, I think really well. I think if we went to Berlin, we were like would be a great contender there. But right now we are playing here. We prepare ourselves really well. We are showing a lot of things new, and I think we'll do great.
I think the most important thing for me and the team is the way we treat us. It's like a family. So I love Paulo. I love Nask, love Resets, Uxord, PSK, Sensi. Everyone is a family. So, and this is the most important thing. This is our strength. Family is our strength.
I think ourselves can be maybe our biggest challenge because sometimes we got lost on our own like stuff, you know. Like maybe on our communication, sometimes it got too messy and we lost ourselves. So those things, if we can like make work, we can win, and for sure.
Yeah, I really follow because we are our biggest opponent. So maybe sometimes in the match our communication is going down and we can't going up. So is a path to eliminate these mistakes because we are a strong team. We know that. but mistakes happen. So trying to reduce these mistakes is a great way to win all of the champions.
We show that we are grinding at the end of the last stage, so we are using that tournament especially like to, even though we don't win, we are trying to like improve the most we can and to get the third stage of BR6 and qualify for the next major, you know.
We have some trouble times because every family has these times. But now I see the feeling of the team is a family. Everybody thinks like that.
Every team has like some ups and downs. We have the down, but it's like normal. We find our way back and we're good now.
مع التحديث الجديد لستيتي بلاي تجربة جديدة للكل. لو جوك دايم تحديات نافس وانضم للبطولات، استكشف الشات والتايم لاين وتسوق من متجر التطبيق. الليدر بورد على تفاعلك بالتطبيق، والجوائز الأسبوعية والشهرية على نظام النقاط تنتظرك. ستيتي بلاي، مهما كان جوك هذا محلك.
Welcome back, friends, to the Analyst Desk, live from Gamers8 in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. Very happy to have you with us today to continue on with our matches. 3 best-of-3 series in total planned for today. One is already done and dusted, and just like you noticed, and we'll keep repeating it as we go, our schedule is fixed, so you can always know that when you come back at the time that is shown in our scheduling, that this is when the time for the match will be. And it's almost time for our second match. BDS versus the local hometown heroes of the Falcons. Both invited teams. Let's talk about their rosters here on the desk. Starting off with BDS, of course, joined by Fresh and Twister representation from Brazil. Gentlemen, please help me out. What does BDS have to offer?
BDS are kind of the ultimate EU team, right? It's the team that for like 2 years now, everyone has said is Europe's best shot at winning internationally. I'm sure you've gone against them at international events in terms of the teams that you used to coach as well. But they were a very balanced team. They were a very hard team to break down. They made very little mistakes. They had probably the best fragger in the world in Shaiko until the start of this stage, where it's just not gone well for them in terms of EUL. They failed to qualify for Berlin. Obviously, they've been invited here, but their results have just not been good whatsoever.
As you said, I have some experience on playing BDS in the land, so actually in losing for them. but they are a very experienced team that can punish all the little mistakes of their team. So especially for this case, I think that Falcons will have a hard time with them because they cannot handle this experience.
Well, we'll talk about Falcons in just a moment here, but here's a handy video just to tell you all about BDS.
I think we played kinda good on the match overall, but we choked like some details that cost us the 2 maps. I mean, it was 8-6, 8-7, so very close. But I think we lost on some details. That's it. It's like you scream. You obviously, when you scream, you do a lot of mistakes. I mean, that's the goal of the scream, and you just have to point them and try to like correct them. I think the the atmosphere of the team right now is good. To be honest, we are all like friends. Like I said, since 2 years already. Since we are playing together. To be honest, I will be honest. It has been better, obviously, because when you lose, obviously your mental goes a bit like this. But it has been good, better. I mean before, but I mean it's still good. Yeah, still good. Like, to be honest, I think like for me the main reason. I mean it's our experience. Like in practice, when we practice, like since 2 years, we are on top on Europe. Every time we practice, we have like horrible practice. Like in Europe, people are like running around, not respecting the practice, not making like good strategies. They play like for the frag, which is kind of fine right now because the meta, you know, with the attacker repick and stuff, but which was not really the case 1 year ago, for example. And I think the state of scrims we have in Europe since like maybe 1 year and a half is like kind of bad. Like people are not respecting the scrims, and you can't even learn. Like sometimes the rounds are like over in like 15 seconds because everyone is running out or picking everything, and you're like, okay, we won the round, but we didn't learn anything.
The big strength for us is like if we're always all people are in good. Have a good time. Like I think we can have a good team play and the frag power. I think like if we are on point, I think we are the best team.
No, I agree with him. I think when everyone is on point, like communicate good, we are the best. I mean we showed it like in the European League. Maybe we were actually the only good team there. Like during these 2 years with the ex-Empire team. I think we showed at that time that we had like a good communication, good team play, good attitude, everything. And the goal is like we had like 1 bad stage in 2 years. I think that's kind of a good ratio, I mean. But I think we need to just focus, take some back and realize that here in Riyadh, we just want to sit and do the best results possible. And to do this, we need to take time to think about what makes us strong in the past, I think.
Like I said, Helen is going to lead the team. Shaiko is going to kill. Rensho same, and with the clutch. And me, I will flex Yes.
And from BDS, we move on to their opponents. Again, the hometown heroes in Riyadh. It's the Falcons. And you're seeing the squad that, honestly, in terms of international play, this is the rare time that we get to see them. I think we're going to be exploring them as we go today.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, in terms of international events, there's not a massive pathway for any MENA teams to make it into these events, so this is massive for Falcons to be playing in this event. But what I will say is, whilst they're not internationally known and respected, certainly inside of EU, there's been some times that some of these players have been seen tearing up the ranked scene at 3 AM in the morning, and you load in against them and you're like, no, not today, please not today. So, I've been told that they're an aggressive team, that they're very good shooters, but that the strategy might just be a little bit behind because of that lack of international play.
I think this aggression will be showing us a very good game, and actually it could be a surprise for BDS. I expect this to be the greatest match of today.
We've already had WYLDE versus Liquid earlier, and look at how that turned out. So who knows, maybe that sort of aggression, BDS cannot plan for it, Twister.
Yeah, exactly. I expect to see BDS maybe not being able to punish, so I expect to see a great match.
BDS might lose 2-0. Maybe. That'll be a great way to go through it.
No.
I mean, to be fair, we've had, WYLDE beating out Liquid. We've had SSG beating out Damwon Kia. So if BDS win today, then there'll be 3 upsets.
They tied up, or the game is done right now?
The game is done.
The game is done?
So if BDS win, that'll be 3 upsets out of 3.
No. Well, friends, let's have a look at what Falcons sat down and talked to us about. The hometown heroes, what do they have to say?
The team performance is very good, I think. Till now, everything's going great. And yeah, I think we have a good potential, high potential going in this tournament.
I think we have met expectations. We worked hard, then we had a good result of working hard, and we hope this tournament we will do good and we get a good position, and we hope we win it, hopefully. I think it will be a good competition, of course, between all the 8 teams. Tough tournament, and we hope we do well, inshallah.
Of course it will, and we tried our best, till now we're doing our best to do, we're scrimming, we're doing everything, we're training, we're doing our best at everything, and hopefully we will make our the region proud. There's no particular team, because in my point of view, they're all good. We only hope that we do good, and that's it.
To be honest, in this tournament, I don't think so. There is a specific team I want to play against. They are all good, but I don't think so, no. Of course, it's a very big thing for us, for our team, for our player. So we're working hard to put a high expectation for us and do well in the tournament. We are very happy because this tournament, especially is in Riyadh, in our hometown. So we hope we do well and cheer our fans.
When I see the whole MENA region cheering for us to win because we're the team for the region, it makes me feel proud of ourselves, and I want to come in a good way. I want them to be happy, and you know what I mean. I got into Rainbow Six when it first launched, the beta. I watched a trailer of it, and I saw it was a good game, and ever since I've been playing it.
To be honest, I started playing it in Sony PlayStation first. Then I switched PC to play Fortnite, to be honest. First game to switch PC for Fortnite. Then I started playing Rainbow. Day after day I met new guys, played a lot. Then we started our journey with this thing.
And there it is. We got the word from Falcons and what they have to prove. They want to be the hometown heroes. They want to make their fans proud. And it's a big thing here in Riyadh to be part of the Falcons, to actually really show up when it's needed. Back in the day, things were a bit more different with a different team in the past. The Oshtak Warriors, that's no longer the case. BDS versus Falcons, a massive showing now for Falcons. They're expecting a lot. And BDS, can they stand up to them? Because like we saw earlier, it's really difficult to prep for a team that doesn't really have that sort of experience. So let's toss it to our stage and introduce our teams.
أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، شاهدنا المباراة الأولى، مباراة كانت جدا قوية وفريق وايلد فاجأ الكل بأدائهم اللي فعلا أبهر الكل، لكن بنفس الوقت المباراة الثانية الآن راح تبدأ وكلنا متحمسين نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يقدمونها. بتكون ما بين فريقين كلنا متحمسين نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يسوونه، لكن الفريق الأول اللي بيكون معنا في المسرح فريق جايكم من أقصى أنحاء أوروبا. أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، رحبوا معنا فريق BDS. And please welcome to the main stage their opponents. They are on home soil. They are the most dominant team in their region. And if there was ever such a thing as a home turf advantage, I think this is it. Please welcome to the stage, Team Falcons. Let's see if this LAN environment can give our players a little extra boost, a little extra adrenaline rush in order to make those split-second decisions a little bit easier. So let's head back over to the analyst desk in order to break everything down before we dive into Group 2. من أقوى الفرق الأوروبية ضد الفريق الأول معنا في منطقة الشرق الأوسط. راح نشوف المباراة هذه الآن على المسرح، والفائز منهم راح يقدر يتقدم أدفانتج كبيرة له في الجروب، ونشوف من اللي منهم بيقدر يوصل للبلاي أوفس. لكن أعزائي المشاهدين والحضور، كلنا جاهزين للمباراة هذه. خلونا على طول نتوجه للاستوديو التحليلي ونرجع لكم مرة ثانية في المباراة الثانية في اليوم الأول معنا في Gamers8 Rainbow Six Siege.
And there it is. Our teams are setting up and getting ready for the matchup. One of the best teams and definitely one of the most decorated in Europe, and BDS going up against the top team in MENA and the Falcons. Let's now turn our attention to the map selection, and we've got Oregon, Border, and Cafe in this 9-map pool. Fresh, your thoughts?
Yeah, so my big interest here was the map that Falcons were going to go with in terms of the preference for BDS. Were they going to go with a high preference map for Falcons, because obviously there's not a lot of data behind that as to their preferences, or were they going to go for a low preference map in BDS? I think they've probably done both. Oregon's the 7th preference map for BDS, and then BDS, they picked Border back in. They've been saving this map inside of EUL for this event specifically.
I would say that especially in this event, both of the teams are focusing on showing new stuff, because besides everything that's happening in here, it's a lot of work that they use these maps right now to have advantage between these teams. We, for example, didn't see Cafe from Falcons in a while, and the same for Oregon from BDS. So in my opinion, it will be a great match, considering that they will bring this new stuff.
And knowing that BDS start off on the defense here in Oregon, of course Falcons pick the map, the other team gets to pick the starting side. How do things fare for Falcons?
It's going to be kind of difficult for Falcons to break down. Obviously, with Oregon, you've got the 2 primary bomb sites. You've got the laundry supply room and then Kid Storms. Particularly that laundry supply room will be so hard to break down for Falcons, because it is for every single team, right? So BDS there, it's not going to be like the Wild game, for example, where Wild can just start getting on a roll. BDS will find defensive rounds, even if there is a bit of an upset. So for Falcons, on the attack particularly, it's easing yourself in, making sure you pick up the 2 tertiary sites, maybe another primary site. A 3-3 attack split would be great for them.
Most of it, I would say that this map, Oregon, will be showed. Who will win this match by gathering the balcony on the first kitchen defense. Once someone can get to win this defense, this one will be the one to win the match because it's the most difficult defense in the map.
Yep.
Trying to break that kitchen side. We've seen stage be like a regular site that teams are going to, and some also falter when it comes to it. Hey, how do we breach that, you know, big tower and walk in there without dealing with the defense?
What I will say is BDS are more than competent on this map. Through probably 2 years of pro play, they were feared in terms of this map. It has dropped off their preference, but they were feared. You know, there's a spot called Shaiko spot on this map, right? And he's playing in it. That shows you how good they are at previously playing this map. So any map for BDS, they play every single one of them. So
Shaiko's got to show up in this game, like you're saying, Fresh. But we've seen Renshiro also stepping into that hot seat and playing incredibly well with the squad, Twister.
Yeah, I would say that actually the most important player to show up today is Alams. He's a key player for BDS.
Yeah.
When they're able to win in the match, Alams is the guy that don't let them lose. So if Shaiko and Renshiro are playing good, that's okay. It's fair enough. But when Alams shows up, that shows that BDS can win every game that they had.
The way I always think about BDS is I always thought of them as a team, as everybody shows up and does their part and like 20% more. The way they've been doing recently is like not everyone's been playing at about 80%. So, you know, you're looking for Lems particularly, even Bride. All we do is praise Bride, but he's had a very quiet stage, and similar with Rafale as well ever since SI. So we're looking for everyone to just put in their 100% performance for this team, and they will go deep into this tournament.
What operator bans do you think we'd see in this, Twister?
Actually, I would say that maybe a Maverick ban, just like we did before with BDS on Oregon. If Falcons is trying to get into this map, this is probably because they have a plan for it. So I would say that Maverick to try to break the roster of the BDS and try to bring them to other stuff that they are used to. So I would say Maverick and maybe Mira to not have any trouble to go into the laundry.
Would you agree with that?
I'd agree. I think they're always good bans. Obviously, if you ban away the Maverick, it depends what BDS ban, but you might get forced into a Kaid ban if they go for Thatcher as well, just so that you can open up the hatches. Because, I mean, obviously, if you're playing without a Maverick and a Thatcher and Kaid's open, there's no way you're opening up that laundry. The meeting hatch. Yeah. So your bans are a little bit determined, particularly on the defense on Oregon, by what the two teams ban on the attack, because obviously it's the two attacker bans coming out first. But, you know, BDS and Falcons to an extent, both of these teams will have scrimmed and played with every scenario of those bans open and available, so they'll know what to do.
Well, since I have two coaches here with me, or at least a coach and an ex-coach here on the desk, I really want to ask you a bit about strategy, because BDS are known for having consistent strategy, and they're starting off on the defense, which means that they can actually gather up a big advantage before going to the second half. I want to ask you, Twister, how do you see this BDS build-up happening in terms of setup? And then how would you break it if you were Falcon?
I would say that BDS breakup, it could happen when you go into that meeting kitchen and defense, because as the weakest bomb sites that you have, probably this will be the plan to try to bring them to that one and try to figure out how you can use Rafale breakup. Because I think that one of the most consistent players that usually is not known by someone is Rafale, because his role in the team is a very good one, and it's very useful for all the rest of the team. If he's not playing that good siege, then you can break BDS. That's what we did back there in DSI. We tried to look into Rafale, break him up, and maybe generate a hole in the team and to break the whole tactic from them.
Yeah, he's that kind of unsung hero where he doesn't get talked about a lot. You know, we talk about Shaiko, we talk about Bride, we go on to talk about Alems as the IGL, and obviously when Shiro pops up and Rafale's kind of just there, and even in his interview he said, you know, Shaiko go kill, Bride go clutch. So, you know, if you can get rid of him, he is a crucial part, even though we don't talk about him.
Well, gentlemen, thank you very much for that insight. Our match is ready, so how about we pull up our casters and say hello to them before we get started with our matchup. Hello, it's Blue and X again, and it's BDS going up against Falcons. How are you feeling for this one?
It's going to be an interesting one, as obviously we have not seen the Falcons be able to make their way onto an international stage, especially of this caliber just yet. So it's going to be their first foray into that, and we'll have to wait and see, as obviously BDS
still a strong contender inside of the European region, is going to look to try and shut them down quite quickly. But obviously the Falcons have their own strengths that they'll be looking to exercise inside of this series. X is with me once again. What do you make of this matchup as we're getting ready to get started with the first map?
I'm really looking forward to this. I think after our first match of the day, can we really go in with any real clear ideas of what's going to happen now? We've got Falcons versus BDS. Falcons, a team that I know that all of us are really looking forward to learning more about and figuring out just how these guys play, what makes them tick, who's the one to really look out for. And then on the flip side, you've got BDS. Once upon a time, the pride of EU, but always the bridesmaid, never the bride. They have always struggled at the latter point inside of tournaments, and there isn't really much of a latter point in this tournament, Blue. There isn't a lot of time for them to really get themselves going, so I'm expecting them to come straight out of the gate pretty hot, especially given the kill MVP, the kill prize that we've got on offer here. Anyone that's familiar with BDS, anyone that's familiar with Shaiko, regardless of where they finish, Shaiko ends up with a nutty amount of kills.
Yep, definitely going to be the case. So we'll certainly be hunting for that kill leader reward, the bounty we've put onto it alongside of the MVP victory too. Some of the bands starting to roll out. No surprises really so far, at least with regards to Oregon. Ying still quintessential for the basement assault, so she is quite commonly banned out for that reason. Finka as well, still prolific inside of this meta right now, so makes sense to remove her in nearly all scenarios, but obviously turns into a little bit of a self-handicap if your team also relies on that. Away from that, Mira gets knocked out on the first defensive side. That'll round out both of Falcons' bans, leaving the last one in the hands of BDS. Where do they want to take this? We'll find out in just a second.
I really, really love the desk, by the way. Twister, fantastic. Always been a big fan. Yeah. Great to see him on the desk. Obviously, Fresh is all right as well, but I quite like how this has gone just entirely opposite from what they were expecting. They were talking about Thatcher bans, Maverick bans, Mirror ban. Fair enough, we did get it. An Arcade ban potentially. And look at what we've ended up with. A Ying Finka ban. This is like, right, we're just going to take any sort of structure, throw that by the wayside. We're going to ban all the crazy ops. We don't want anything to do with that. We'll remove the Mirror, sure, because that's a bit of a pain. And then the Clash getting rounded out there as well. I think we're just hitting a quick pause while the players get themselves all set up. But moving in onto this one, it's a good map for BDS, at least historically it has been. If you've got a spot on the map that is named after you, it's usually because you did something pretty mental there.
It's also generally just going to be kind of a home turf for a lot of teams. Oregon has tended to be a map that we've seen play out to a huge extremity inside of comp for years on years on years now, even through the old version of it coming back to now. So that tends to be a base that a lot of teams will use as a starting point. So hopefully this will also be the case for the Falcons. Like we talked about before, though, already losing Finka is going to make at least one element of this basement assault a little bit more difficult, but they already have plans to work their way around. Interesting lineup from them here, but very much the expected one to assault the lower floor site as we take a look at the first lineup from the Falcons.
BDS going to start things off on the defense here, not wasting any time, getting themselves straight down into Laundry. For anyone unfamiliar with the way that Oregon plays out, it is typically seen as one of the sites, or one of the maps, should I say, that the defenders have the most opportunity on. And you would very much expect defenders to be coming away with a lion's share of the rounds here. Going down to the basement is usually a good starting point. Hitting us with a little bit of a roam, we've got a Lems out there, just done a little bit of a drone hunt. Does miss that one just outside of the drone, but it's going to be playing on that Malusi. So once those Banshees are placed, he is free to do basically whatever he wants, and it seems like he wants to challenge this early roam clear.
Talking earlier about how the defenders generally have a lot of opportunity. For this site, it's going to be a little bit more limited unless you want to risk yourself on the first floor. Try to go for some more aggressive swings. Occasionally, we'll have the hold over by the freezer stairs and occasionally cross the hall into security, too. You can even see a little bit of that broiling up from BDS by the freezer stairs specifically, as one player is prepared for the challenge here, but is more than likely going to lose that confidence. Lems, by the way, now pulling back after being spotted out by that drone further down yellow.
And there's no real need to roam too far. Lems has done a good job there. He's got rid of a couple of drones. He's held a little bit of ground for the time being. And a couple of nades have been burnt on the side of Falcon. So very much a par for the course at the moment. We've got Renshiro on the back stairs. He's going to be keeping an eye on that tier 1 landing area in and around the big tower. And I mean, where would Shaiko be if he wasn't in his spot, right?
Absolutely the case. So Shaiko going to be patiently waiting for the inside of his own position, and we'll
Wait and see now if he's going to be able to make a strike from it. The Falcons definitely building themselves up. You can see at least one of their players looking to pop open the hatch leading down into electrical, but Mad Skills at least has been called away from that for now. They want to focus up on the laundry hatch for the time being instead. So we see JLAD a little bit more quickly be able to deal with the hatch sitting directly above E, just with those X-Kairos. Speed things up a little bit here as Falcons do need to start worrying about how they're going to get themselves into the basement. Not going to be stressed for time just yet, but wasting ore that the next 30 seconds or so could start to show a bit of a problem for the Falcons as they'll more than likely attempt to work their way down.
The Falcons have done a great job here. They've got a couple of hatches open. They've taken really good map control. It's not cost them anything apart from a handful of drones, and they've still got some of those drones left to figure out where these defenders are going to be in the final execute. We've got a nice push coming through Freezer. We've got a little bit of presence on those back stairs. Rafal actually going to be the first player to get downed out here. Shaiko turning his attention toward those tower stairs as well as the crossfires start to come in. He's going to pick up the first confirmed kill in this round.
A heavy cost, at least with regards to Rafal's own HP. He'll be down fairly low, more than likely going to have to keep himself back after that, but at the moment, it's just a shutdown from BDS. 3 kills, 0 responses. Finally, we're going to see Koto's able to hold his own against Shaiko, knocks him out, but he's not even fully down the stairs just yet. Doesn't have a free way to work himself into it either. He's got up to 2 different members of BDS looking to knock it out, and Renshiro will seal the deal, leaving it all on Mad Skills, who won't be able to maintain either. Rafal mops up shop here and locks in the first round for BDS.
BDS holding fast there inside of the site, playing in and around those power positions that we all know and love. Well, you at least love them if you are on the defending side of things. Falcons just struggling to break through there. It was a fantastic push. They had coordination from either side. They had a bit of presence in bunker, backstairs was covered, and freezer. But none of the pushes really worked out. You only need one of them to really come through, and then you can really start to apply a little bit of pressure there. A lot of gunfights go in the favor of BDS. Successful in round number 1, but switching things up now onto that top floor.
BDS don't necessarily need to do anything special to close it out there either, just playing directly into their strategy, wasting out that first 2 minutes, basically just trying to slow down the Falcons' hatch openings as much as possible. Unsuccessful in that, but they don't lose anything from it either, so nothing majorly lost as they seem to be well prepared for the actual execute. Once Falcons had built up the confidence to go for it and had no problem shutting it down from that point onward. It's up to the Falcons now to change up their own fate as BDS will be moving onwards to the upstairs dorm hold.
Double hard breach set up here from Falcons, so you would expect them to go through that big tower area as well, use the Maverick to open up in through attic, and then use the thermite for the more traditional breach in through games. Everyone there discovering one of Shaiko's cameras inside of the lampshade. It's certainly going to be featured in a couple of ranked games, I am sure, but Valkyrie on this map, loads of information opportunity. You can really get those cameras out there, and it gives you that little bit of an edge, especially if you know you're going to be taking some more aggressive gunfights in the later part of the round. JLAD getting himself into position now, just going to drone out that master bedroom area before he likely moves on through and tries to thermite open that wall.
I end up seeing that camera that was placed behind the lampshade become fairly useful for BDS here, but meanwhile, Alem's just going to go straight for it. No support on the position from Joker, so Alems will be able to knock him directly out. Not even a chance for a response there for the Falcons. And BDS will have the 5v4 locked in as a result of that.
No real potential to refrag that one either. Alem's using Oryx's dash ability there fantastically, getting himself out and back in. And then more than... The interesting part about that for me, really, Blue, is the fact that he used the burst once he was back in the building because he wanted to get away from the scene of the crime as quickly as possible. It wasn't about getting out quickly, it was about getting saved quicker. The wall is going to be open. No attempt to impact breach from below, at least not a successful one. But Alems is still a threat down here.
Lems potentially can line up a very critical flank in the late round here if we see the remaining members of the Falcons try to haphazardly push themselves in both through the arsenal as well as master bedroom routes they seem to be approaching right now. Case sitting in the hands of JLAD, and he's already moved himself further into the depths of that master bedroom area, soon to be supported by a second teammate here. This is the problem. Already losing 2 players early on. You really need these additional player counts to be able to work your way in and trade your way into holding this site, especially because they're pushing in from the master side instead of trying to work over towards big window, where you would really only need that support working itself up through white to at least make a bid for the play. But right now, Falcons are truly struggling to get that entry that will be necessary to at least allow them in. O'Kills nearly manages to get it for himself here, but is pressed back, taking a lot of damage in the process. And Kotos as well has been downed outright. Renshiro will be able to finish off Kotos now, knocking him down, leaving it all on to JLAD and O'Kills.
Shaco there going to fall as well as Rafal eventually gets traded out, but Renshiro is there to pick up those pieces. He's doing a lot of damage on that spear, I'll be honest with you. It's really hitting some heavy shots there. You could see in those final few seconds as well, there was a little bit of uncertainty as to just where am I getting spotted from. I'm getting spotted here. I'm turning around to check the room. The thermite was there, like couldn't find the black eye camera immediately. The Valkyrie had placed inside of the lampshade a little bit earlier on, so maybe that one will live to fight another round. BDS successful here inside of round number 2.
Things looking promising for BDS as they get themselves off to an assured start. 2 very straightforward rounds, at least as far as they're concerned, locked in. And now moving downstairs here into the meeting room hold, which generally is the go-to site of the remaining 2. This is one of those maps where we have a rare shared site. As obviously the kitchen would come into play had they chosen the other option here to go over towards cafeteria, but BDS not favoring it. That other site hold can get a little bit claustrophobic for a lot of defensive lineups, so they'll go over here towards meeting room instead, where you've got a little bit more room to breathe, spread yourself out, and maintain secondary positions on the defense if you get pushed out of your initial position.
It's always a little bit personal preference between the teams, and I think certainly at the start of Oregon it was, it was all about the kitchen side of things, the kitchen dining side of things, but now we've come into the new meta of meeting is really the way to go. The hatch play that you can get away with, obviously you've got attic above you with a hatch, you've got a hatch below into electrical box, you've got things like C4s, you can really start to play around that. BDS are going to be bringing 2 this round on Shaiko and Renshiro, so they're going to look to try and make use of that. And something that we've seen for the first time this game at least is going to be the Azami. Val is going to be bringing that to try and create some of those Kiba barriers and just make things a little bit more unpredictable when you swing in those corners as an attacker.
So Falcons off to the usual start. Once again, quick clearance of the small tower area. Not going to see much resistance come in for BDS. They will as well pop open the top down just to make sure there's no one trying to hold a more aggressive angle from BDS further out towards cafeteria. Aside from that, though, not a whole lot Kotos is going to be able to gain here on the Ash, so he will need to move himself away from this, and the rest of the Falcons will push ever forward here from the yellow side to start getting some pressure in against the kitchen side defense, interestingly enough, of BDS. Generally speaking, we tend to see teams attack this from the big tower end of it, using that backstage wall as a bit of a jumping off point to work yourself into a site. For some teams, though, it tends to be a little bit too one-dimensional, so curious to see how Falcons will now try to work things, as they obviously are prioritizing the kitchen side currently.
Struggling to get past that mute jammer, as we can see that JLad is just having a little bit of problem there. With the nades coming through now in an attempt to try and clear that utility, and the Selma will detonate accordingly. A couple of nice cameras here, one for Shaiko potentially to peek onto that main area with. Got a great access onto that double door and gets a little bit of a glimpse as to what's going on just at the entrance to garage there as well. Got a nice camera that's backing Renshiro up, so spending quite a bit of time on the cameras here and just gathering that information. Really not looking to give too much away. Rafal gets away with it there as he places one of the keeper barricades onto the window. Costs him a little bit of HP, but he does manage to keep his life. This makes it increasingly more difficult now to try and peek through, and with no breaching rounds left, you're left with nothing but your fists.
Thankfully, those are going to chain together, so only needs to knock out really one of those barricades to be able to get both of them out. But fortune has struck the Falcons yet again here, as we are going to see BDS claim the initial kill of the round for the 3rd time in a row. Looking to try and replicate it into a 2nd kill, just like we saw back on round number 2 as well. They've already gotten a little bit of damage onto Kotos here. You can see the nades being thrown in from below to try to knock out Rafal, but they're just not landing in the correct position. O-Kills continuing his own consistency here, finds a pickup from the big window, but is going to be unable to carry it further than that. Rafal shuts it down, is ready for the challenge once again from the kid stairs as well. So that'll send away some of the pressure from the Falcons. O-Kills has been knocked into a downstate, leading it all into JLad, and now just Mad Skill's hands here. BDS with strong control over their 3rd site, looking to lock in the 3rd victory as well here, and should be able to do things. Mad Skill's just one bullet away from his own knockout. Also important to note he needs to get this case down to the ground at some point in the next 5 seconds. Just not going to have enough room to work it. Sitting back here trying to negotiate as many kills as possible to pad the stats a bit, but Rafal will shut it down instead, and BDS get the perfect rotation to start out this map.
Not a bad way to start things off if you are a BDS fan or a BDS player indeed. 3 clean rounds there on each of the most prominent sites here on Oregon. Now all it is a rinse and repeat. More importantly, it's an opportunity for the Falcons to say, right, we've seen yourselves, we know exactly what you're going to do. How are we going to approach this differently? Be a good time to use the tactical timeout to maybe discuss that and just to really go over how you're now going to approach attacking onto that basement, how you're going to approach attacking onto that top floor on the next rotation round. Because one of of the big problems that we've seen up until this point really has been the time. The time has been something that Falcons have really struggled with.
We're gonna head back in game, folks, and see how exactly the Falcons will look to innovate. No tactical pause, though. Maybe wanting to save that for a little bit later on into this map. Maybe for when things are starting to look a little bit more desperate, but we'll have to see here. Could be coming up after this round as well. Maybe they feel they already have a correction strategy to be able to make up for the mistakes back on round number 1. And maybe if things don't go well here, that's when we'll end up seeing the pause from them to try and course correct when they would have to go for dorms a second time. We'll hold our breath and wait to see exactly what the Falcons will throw out in this round, as we are going to see that fairly standard lineup for attacking it. Obviously, we'll see Kotos bring a little bit of surprise in the Nook, and we'll have to wait and see what exactly he'll be cooking up with that operator.
Nook's really skyrocketed in terms of popularity. Obviously, with Finkerband, you kind of have to look toward other options. And a Finkerband often forces a Nook, and a Nook can be as big a problem. Sure, you've not got an LMG, but you're a little bit of a nightmare. You've still got 2 grenades, you're quite quick, you can evade cameras, you're pretty quiet. You've got all the things that really are big ticks in a box, if you will, when you're looking at an operator to select. Looks as though we're going to see a bit more of a direct approach here in onto that bunker area. Shaiko has got himself into a bit of trouble here as he knows that somebody's likely going to be outside there in and around one of the barrels, but an opening exchange goes BDS's way once again. This time, however, immediately traded.
Much better hold this time from the Falcons. JLAD will be his first kill of the game as well. Finally seeing him get onto the board. As far as the rest of the Falcons are concerned, it's almost a consistent push here, looking to bleed out the rest of the presence from BDS, which is quite prominent, especially here towards Big Tower. They definitely are pulling no punches this time with regard to their roam game, looking to shut down any shenanigans that the Falcons look to get up to, especially when it comes to applying pressure to this backstairs push, which was the centerpiece of their play as they tried to work their way into the basement back and around. Round number 1. For the Falcons, though, things continue to build up as they have taken control of the front side of the building. Still need to transition through meeting and bleed out Renshiro, as well as the supporting player's position that you can see over there in the corner from Alems.
Renshiro not looking to move all too much here, as we're seeing a little bit of a movement from this Nook, maybe looking to try and more directly approach the player that's playing those back stairs. We do still have Alems hanging around inside of tower as well, and could have maybe picked himself up a freebie there, but gets taken out of the crossfire. Great bit of play there from Falcons, finding themselves 2 kills and gaining themselves a man count advantage for the first time in this series. They've got loads of time left to work with here. C4 up through the hatch will be successful off the back of a little bit of information, no doubt. You've still got the small matter of dealing with Shaiko and Bride. Bride still 2 of those toxic canisters in hand, so he can start to try and deter some of this attacking push. JLAD going to drop the hatch diffuser in hand. He's dropping in solo, and he's left the case goal on the ground. Shaiko, he finds himself 3. Can he pick up the final kill? It's all gone so terribly wrong. Falcons, they had that advantage, and they've slowly given it away one at a time. Now with 30 seconds left and the case cold, it's going to be very difficult here for Kotos to really get anything going. Shaiko swings, gets the visual, but can't land the finishing blow. Still, he has Bride as backup playing inside of the elbow. ADS saves his life, and Shaiko hits the swing. 4 kills on the round.
Great save from Shaiko, as well as the rest of BDS that was still alive at that point in the round here. Good follow-up as well from the Falcons, making much better control, especially of the early and mid portions of the round, able to lock out that aggressive positioning, especially over there towards Big Tower that we were seeing from BDS. But unfortunately, the follow-through to actually get downstairs, get into the basement, that's where things really fell apart for the play from the Falcons. They're not expecting as much aggressive resistance to the backstairs push. And as well here, Shaiko removing what I believe was the intel gain in 0 kills. He was sitting on drone when that Nitro was taking him out, so that removed the intel game for them, making them a little bit less sure of themselves as they work their way back down through those back stairs, and of course leaving the window of opportunity open for the frags to come out, mainly from Shaiko there.
A round that certainly could have gone the way of the Falcons. They got very close inside of that one, and if it hadn't been for the ability on BDS for players to clutch up, could have been a very different story. That being said, it's still a clean 4 rounds in a row here as we move back upstairs to the top floor for the second time. BDS looking to make those back-to-back defensive side rotations and really pile that pressure on quite early inside of the series. I'm a little bit worried, Blue, I'll be honest with you. I've spotted something that's come to my attention. We're seeing a little bit of an Amaru come through. Is that the answer?
certainly find out, as it's going to give you a much greater capability to leap into the site, quite literally, when it comes to the case of Mad Skills. Also is going to be a little bit of a backup here when it comes to the hard breach department. In the event that JLAD finds himself picked off early, we do have the can openers in the pocket of Mad Skills, potentially help out in that department. We've seen, of course, the Amaru brought in a few other times as well, most notably by Wild in our previous match, but it wasn't always for the Gara hook. I will submit that it's more than likely for the Gara hook in this specific site, but oftentimes it just comes down to the fact that it's a comfort pick with the G8 scope as well, making that obviously a little bit of a bolstered reason to pick up this operator and bring them into the fold. And then, yeah, you have the Gara hook if it becomes relevant, but that's more of a secondary thing, much like we kind of see with like Alibi on the defense.
Yeah, you get the can openers as well, so you can argue there's a bit of utility to be found there. And it's not always about using the Gara hook at the first opportunity. That's often what just leads to disaster. Often there's times where you can gain, you know, nice little rotations with it. You can hop yourself outside and get back in very quickly if the opportunity presents itself. And for at least the meantime, Mad Skills hasn't got himself into harm's way too much just yet. Just hanging out on the armory rappel, keeping a little bit of a cross there and allowing his team to make a little bit of progress. That progress is going to be opening up the main breach.
Nitro goes out, but JLAD, oh, the timing is so unfortunate for JLAD. Thought he was going to be secure, started to move out a bit prematurely as the C4 was blowing up, and unfortunately left himself open in the doorway to the explosion of that. Had he waited behind it for just a split second, more than likely would have dodged all the damage from that Nitro. Good news is we do have the backup hard breach once again coming in from the Amaru. More than likely not going to be all that much needed at this point in the round, but still missing a player here once again is not going to be the recipe for success for the Falcons. We'll have to see how they try to make up for the 4v5, as at least O'Kills finds an open window, works himself forward, and knocks Renshiro directly out, but unfortunately won't be able to keep pushing into that. Has to fall back to pick up the case, and in that window of opportunity, Shaiko will be able to frag things back for BDS.
Great player to remove in Renshiro as well, but these C4s are dishing out so much damage. That's 2 for 2 on the round. Shaiko eventually gets a little bit too over-aggressive, and O'Kills is there to take him out, picking up his second. Still keeping things competitive here as he hops on in, tanks a bit of damage on the Toxic Babe, and gets himself into a bit of an engagement as well. Alem's chilling at the top of these white stairs now, has a very important part to play, holding that cross. O'Kills has recovered the diffuser, but is he going to be given the time and the space to get this case on the ground? Alem's going to hit him with the swing as Kotos finds one onto Alems, but it is a fraction of a second too late. BDS going to be there for that final kill. So Brede going to be there for that final kill for BDS to lock things up. Brede, nice of you to join us on the scoreboard there. Nice impact kill just when BDS need it.
BDS, unfortunately, again, with just far too much control over the interior portion of the site, and Falcons starting out as well, we had again from a player down, really just did not have the player power or the correct strategy to try to bleed out any of those individual members from BDS. They had no reason to panic. Utility wasn't connecting from the attacking side. Obviously, we'll see here on the replays from the defense, it was working out swimmingly. 2 for 2 on Nitro Cells that round as well. It's not even needing to directly contest against a lot of the members of the Falcons to knock them out. Leaves them struggling to find entries that they can realistically work into a site take.
Makes things very difficult when you're coming up against these Nitros and you've not really got too much of an option. Nitros are such a devastating tool. We talk so often about how good nades are for the attackers. And yeah, nades are great. You get a few more nades and you get Nitros as well, so that's maybe what gives them the edge. But Nitros are just so devastating, especially when you just hear that rip and you just see it flying towards you, just nothing you can do about it. It really is a little bit of the freebie on occasion, especially if time is on the defender's side.
Attackers are moving out to locate
Shaping up here for a clean sweep from BDS as they go back down into kitchen and meeting and look to try and make this a successful 6 rounds in a row on the defense. We did see a bit of a top floor clear come out last time from Falcons when attacking onto this site. But there was a little bit of everything. We saw a little bit of a scuffle at those rear stage stairs. There was a bit of a push in through meeting, and we got run-outs to boot as well. I don't suppose that BDS are going to continue on this run-out train, especially given the way that the rounds have been going for them so far. Can't count out that early aggression.
Saw Mad Skills already looking to work his way in and is going to do so now here at Arsenal. Takes control for himself and actually has a pretty open pathway to lead himself through most of the second floor. That Azami barricade will be standing in the way, though. That's the saving grace for a fall right now that he has that in the path of this clear from the Falcons, and specifically Mad Skills here. Koto's having the hold on the other side of this. Is going to try to put pressure back onto the kids' hold, but again, those Azami barricades blocking things off. Too much of a nuisance at the moment for this clear. from the Falcons is going to have to be the first one to strike and move themselves forward. Just when are we going to see it? Mad skills, though. Catching that peek from Renshiro over at Big Tower. Strikes first this time for the Falcons. A very much needed kill for this team as they have struggled to come back from these 4v5 deficits. Now let's hopefully give the team a little bit more confidence to continue pushing forward as they can afford to lose that extra player here now.
Madskill's living up to his name there. That was a great shot all the way down Highway. Gonna see some nades get thrown out now as well, but Lem's holding a very skinny angle and takes out Joker there. That DMR dishing out just so much damage. A couple of body shots is all it takes. Lem's, look at the pressure he's coming under. Manages to find himself down onto Madskills. His teammate is going to finish that one off. Peeks onto the window. Let's go, Lems. He's racking him up for free. Jalen eventually shuts him down, but he's greeted with the laser gate. Not really going to be able to transition through that too easily. At least we're not taking a chunk of damage. O'Kills, he's going to be inside of Zulu downstairs. Maybe looking to put a challenge in on to meet him, but it looks as though there's a little bit of a lack of information here. Only one drone available for O'Kills alive. Still a couple out on the map, but where they are remains to be seen. They might not be all too useful. Patience will pay off, though, for J-Lad as he levels things up into a 2v2.
Great stuff from the Falcons, playing into that extra time back that they've had on this round as well. But now comes the hard part of this push. They've been limited on attacker utility. They still should have enough to be able to work past this laser gate. O'Kills will not. But if J-Lad's somewhere nearby, he might be able to come in and assist. There's still one Selma sitting in his pocket. He can chuck that through. Nitro out from Shaiko, though, and it catches J-Lad, leaving O'Kills without a choice. He tries to rush through the laser gate, only to run directly into one of the members of BDS, who knocks him out. And BDS locks in the perfect half at 6-0.
Look at Brede as well. We sing Brede's praises so often. I love gassing up a support player. It's 2 rounds in a row now. He's picked up the last kill with the shotgun. And it must be horrible because all he does is just stay alive. All of his team are doing this crazy stuff around him and he's just alive with the shotgun and he's just like, yeah, I'll get the last kill. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry about me.
I'll just clean up.
I'll just clean up, yeah. I'm just there with like dustpan and brush sort of thing. Unbelievable stuff. Obviously, we've got Shaiko there. Another round, another Nitro cell kill. Those Valkyrie cameras and the information exchange clearly working out. But again, another round that the Falcons were pretty close to. Really touch and go stuff, that.
There is definitely improvements being made to the Falcons, even on a round-by-round basis.
Yeah.
The problem is just too little in terms of improvements here. It's all coming in a little bit too late at the end of the day. BDS still able to secure the win in every single one of these close scenarios. That is going to hurt the morale just a little bit here of the Falcons, but obviously it's a best of 3, so they still have the hopes of maps 2 and potentially 3 if they're going to be able to continue improving on their own game and rebound. Of course, we also still have the second half to play into here. We have seen very one-sided teams that they really switch on when they move to the other side. So don't count the Falcons out of this one just yet. Obviously, a massive amount of pressure thrusted against them, however. So they will now have to be perfect from this point forward.
I mean, if there's a map to do it on, Oregon's not a bad place to start for 6 rounds in a row on the defense. It wouldn't be the first time we've seen it, let's be honest. This can be a little bit of a crazy map, but you do mention there about the pressure and how much that occasion really starts to get to you when you cannot afford to make a single mistake. And that's when BDS will choose their time to strike. Renshi's going to opt for the fuse this time, which is a very choice pick. They obviously know they're going to be attacking downstairs, so could be looking to do something a little bit fruity with that, but it looks as though it's going to be a pretty concise push in through bunker. There's going to be a very important gunfight to win, though. Can't afford to give up the elbow that quickly. The nade comes through, it's going to dish the damage, and the swing will follow. A couple of kills are going to trade off 1 for 1, as we are going to see a 4 versus 4 now. Brede, he's going to be next one through, but O'Kills is there to reply. C4 of his own, but it won't land, unfortunately. The kills do continue to fly, though. There's been no strategy here at all from BDS. They have just been pushing headlong into everything. 2 versus 2 now as the kills continue to trade. Rafal picking up one. Can he grab the second? Going to look to try and flash out the player just behind the pillar and maybe try and recompose himself a little bit. There's still loads of utility here and there's still tons of time.
Once again, the Falcons able to work themselves into this, but BDS definitely in an advantageous position given the fact that they have that extra time bank, that extra patience to play into. Falcons get a little bit nervous, starting to step out, but no, it's not nervousness, it's confidence from O'Kills as he knocks out Renshiro, leaving it all on Rafal, who is unfortunately just not going to have in this fight to move himself into it. He tries to push himself out, gets knocked down, and finally the Falcons are on the board. And you hear it, the crowd. We heard him chanting earlier, but finally they come alive as the Falcons pick up their first round.
It was a bit of a murmur earlier, wasn't it? The crowd was a little bit quiet, a little bit timid.
Yeah, like, let's go, Falcons. There we go. A little bit more energy in it now, that round.
The classic NA chant of let's go. What an X team, you know, let's go whoever. But they're really getting themselves active now, and so they should. They've just picked up a round against BDS, and let's be honest, it's not the first round that they could have picked up. There's been a lot of close rounds up until this point, and BDS are obviously going to have to do something a little bit more than just pushing through bunker.
So let's see here how the members of BDS are going to look to try and close this game down. Obviously, we'll be on a different site as we move ourselves upstairs, and that means we'll see a little bit of a different operator lineup potentially coming in from BDS as well. The Nook stays in play, and will be seen on Lems this time around. No sign of any repicks here either, so more likely going to lock in. Aside from the Nook, what is a fairly standard lineup for this type of a push.
And BDS don't need to do anything too flashy here, right? They don't need to try and reinvent the wheel. Oregon is very, very solved as a map. It's been played probably more than any other map that we have inside of the pool. So a lot of things are very, very well known. And a nice simple lineup like this, a couple of hard breaches, a couple of frag grenades, and a little bit of a Nook to maybe play a little bit sneaky with. It really is all you need. And the Falcons know this. They're going to play into that quite nicely as well. Look at the information denial that they're bringing. We've got the Mozzie. We've got a lot of soak of utility there. We've got the Wamai magnets, and we have those Aruni gates, and they too haven't ignored the Valkyrie. How can you if she is available?
Deeper into this round, Renshiro going to see if he can line up a nice nade to start this out. Could have been pointed at some utility positioned upstairs as well, but either way, not going to meet the marker of anybody on the Falcons. 0 damage done there. You hear a few more nades coming out from the attackers as well. Once again, to probably clear out some of the resistance deeper into these sight holds. As BDS continue to move forward here. A little bit nervous, it seems, about what the Falcons may have been cooking up towards the kitchen area of this map, but obviously not going to find much from that. We'll see as well the clone of Iana work its way up through the kids' dorm stairs and leave a window of opportunity open for Renshiro to take up that position towards the top. Won't stick with it, though, as we actually are going to see a little bit of a flank maneuver attempting to be lined up by the Falcons, as we'll see one of their players try to push down the classroom hall.
This is where BDS can be quite dangerous. We talk quite a lot about up nades, we talk about depth charges from below. This is a site that can really start to play a lot of damage into. We've got Mad Skills, could be getting himself into a bit of harm here on the top of T3. Nade starting to fly in now. Player on Repel does dodge the C4 that is impending, but we do have a player that's sneaking in from below. A little hop in there from Bride was very ill-timed, and that's the diffuser down on the ground. This is a nightmare from this point out for BDS, and Mad Skills is making it even worse. Picks up a second on the round, and that is going to be a nightmare. BDS, they have got no chance, surely, of coming back from this one. Alems, one of the last players left alive. Renshiro there does manage to get himself picked up as well. But it really isn't going to be an easy one to try and clutch out, especially with the case being at the top of T3. What can you do about it? You've got to try and challenge onto him and pick it up, but you've only got 45 seconds left, and you've still got the entire team of the Falcons to wade on through. It'll be a very difficult challenge here. Lem's going to try and get himself up these white stairs, which he can do, but what can he do from this point? Activates the scanner, immediately is peaked and taken out there by Jaylan. O'Kills comes in with one for himself. It's going to be a flawless round for Falcons here.
Definitely going to see that local crowd start to get roaring a bit here, as it's not just one pickup from the Falcons, it's 2 in a row. I have to note, of course, the big misplay that came in for BDS to enable this in the first place, leaping into T3, either without checking it or assuming they would have been able to take that player out with a combined force. Certainly not the case, and Mad Skills sets up the Falcons for an easy closeout and a flawless round on top of that. They're not out of this game just yet, but they need 4 more rounds, doubling the count they've already picked up here, just to be able to take it to overtime as well.
It's a situation of do it again, and then do it again, and do it again, and do it again. Great couple of rounds from Falcons, and it's going to do a lot to, you know, make BDS think twice. Crowd starts getting a little bit loud. All of a sudden, this BDS player going, God, we can't do anything right here. We've had two attacking rounds, and we've really not come away with all too much. I mean, that one was gone from the moment that Bride got himself taken out on that top floor. And as a player on BDS, you're going to know that that is going to be the case. It's all about resetting. BDS only need to get lucky once here, or have one good round of play on the attack to really pick up this first map and take us on to our second. The question is, will it be here?
We'll have to see, as obviously this will be the tertiary site for the Falcons, so assumably their weakest hold, but sometimes that assumption can be wrong. Teams just continue to play into the normal rotation for tradition's sake, and Not surprising their opponents. Let's see if the Falcons will have that good defense cooked up on the inside of the dining room or of the kitchen hold. We'll be able to knock out a third round. We actually have 2 players from the Falcons holding the T3 angle as well. Joker playing on the beam down below. So this is going to be very awkward for BDS to try and clear out. That nade goes in, I'm pretty sure in part to knock out the castle barricade. It's not going to succeed in doing that. May have had a mute jam on the other side they were trying to knock out as well. So we'll see how they try to deal with the barricade in just a second, as obviously the tower needs to be the priority due to the 2-player presence that's up here in T3 right now. We're going to see great utility usage coming in from BDS as well, just blocking out the windows with the Osa shield. Gonna try and make these 2 players a bit of a moot point, but no! Shaiko strikes true elsewhere on the map by knocking out Mad Skills with a nade.
What better operator than Osa to try and take out that top floor in the tower? You can really cause a lot of damage there with those shields. Not only does it give you a little bit of visibility, but it also gives you a little bit of protection as well. BDS, they are making much fewer mistakes here as they pick up 3 kills on taking that tower. It's almost like Falcon said, we're going to hold the tower, it worked last time. Well, BDS just came and they really went for it. No longer is Brede just repelling in without a care in the world. They are putting all of their attention onto it. And O-Kills is left in the clutch. Only just seen about half of the round. We can hear Shaiko tanking a laser gate just to get on into the site a little bit quicker there, as I'm more than likely the plan will start to go down fairly soon. O-Kill's options are limited here as the back wall has been opened as well. Picks himself at 1 onto a Lems, but a Lems is almost the sacrificial lamb there as he now can give out that information and say, yep, O-Kills is on flags. There is a lot of information for him to be playing with here as the plan continues to go down. C4 attempted, but it is not going to land. Shaiko there to close things out for BDS, and they're going to take map number 1 here inside of this best of 3.
A moment of hope for the Falcons roster here at home for them, but unfortunately it is not going to last. A little bit of an over-reliance on that T3 tower strat. It's very much a one-and-done strategy, as we just saw there. The second attempt, BDS is more than ready to shut it down. They course correct, quickly take back control over this matchup, and line it up. 7-2 will be the victory for BDS on their first map. We're not going to waste any time, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to throw it right back to the desk to break down map number 1 and get us ready for the second.
Thank you very much, Blue and X. BDS take it in a wonderful fashion despite a big effort from Falcons. It was not enough to break down one of the best teams in the world and definitely one of the best in Europe despite some recent issues. Welcome back to the analyst desk. We'll all work together to break this one down here because BDS looked like they had control, and that start on the fence gave them so much of an advantage.
Yeah, I think it was what we discussed about before on the pre-game and saying when you're in Oregon, you're definitely going to win rounds, especially starting on the defense. You're going to win your laundry, you're going to win your kids' dorms. It was all about that tertiary site, that third bomb site, the meeting kitchen site. And I think ultimately that game came down to it was that BDS won their 2 tertiary sites, and in the end, Falcons couldn't win it out in that last round that we just saw.
I would say that Falcons could perform better in their attack. I see them using much more of casual attacks that usually all the teams do. So I was expecting them to do some more creative attacks or some crazy stuff. So I would say that I was expecting more from them.
Well, let's take a look at our scoreboard for this map brought to you by STC. And here are our top performers of this match. Now, O-Kills really tried his best in this game. You'll see Shalad not too far away from it, but things were a bit more spread out for BDS, but not by much.
Yeah, and that usual suspect up there on the most kills, of course, Shaiko. And what I want to say about that is that he really played on that crutch operator of Valkyrie. And we're talking about operator bans, and obviously Falcons chose to get rid of the mirror. Left the Valkyrie open. Shaiko played it every single defensive round, and most of those kills he got was on the defense.
I think it was a plan from Falcons to try to have this Valk open to have more advantage in defense, but for some reason they forgot that they would be starting on attack, so they couldn't handle it. It was a problem.
Unfortunately there. And we'll play some highlights brought to you by Aramco, of course one of our sponsors here on the screen, and just to see some of those moments of big action that you were talking about, Twister, how really it all fell apart for Falcons. But for BDS, again, starting off on that defense, you talked a lot about site rotation and the sites that are more comfortable. Which is the tertiary site? Where will teams be most comfortable? For BDS, it seems like really anywhere is possible.
I would say that for sure on defense in this map, the third defense that you choose is the key defense that will show if you win the map or not. And BDS was able to win both of them. They were on a 6-0 and Falcon could not handle at least one. So I just would say that maybe in this case, Falcons would have prepared more crazy stuff to bring to this game and try to do some different kind of...
And I think when we saw a very similar scenario, which was WYLDE up against Liquid earlier on in game one, it was clearly kind of difference in the levels of the two teams. But WYLDE used the maps, the attacks, the pacing, the strategy, and even the operator bounce to their advantage. And we didn't see that from Falcons today. Even the map selection of Oregon, it can only be played certain ways because the map is so linear. So I was looking for a little bit more of a map that's a little bit newer, got a little bit more freedom for these players to make plays. We've seen them, pick up kills and win in even gunfights. It's just the strategy felt a little bit behind. The operator band felt a little bit behind from Falcons. So I think that's where they came undone a little bit.
But now you come in, okay, the map's done. You got it out of your system. Yeah. You took the loss, sure. Now it's, can we refocus, get back into the swing of things, and make it so we use that crowd momentum to our advantage? Otherwise, you would just end up in the same situation, Twister, where honestly, Falcons looked a bit afraid of BDS.
I would say that it's a little bit difficult to play your first LAN in front of a big crowd like this. When you're playing at home, it's a little bit difficult. I faced it before back there in Brazil, playing against Liquid, playing against some teams. And I would say that pressure just makes everything harder for Falcon right now. So I think they will have to have a really good mentality for this game, and I will be sure that if they forgot about the crowd, they will be good for this next match.
And to wrap up kind of this first map, of course brought to you by Spotify, one of our many sponsors for Gamers8. Jack, you're also a big expert in all of this, how to come back from a big situation like it. Is there hope?
There's absolutely hope. I mean, obviously the cards are stacked against Falcons, right? In that they've lost their map pick, they've lost it quite convincingly. But the next hope is the next map. The hope is the next map is you've got clear this out of your mind. They've got support. I was just in that arena. There are so many people on that side of Falcons supporting them. They need to harness that energy and use it against BDS.
They really need to use their best. And BDS are no strangers to big stages. Twister, you've seen them playing so many times in it. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll continue the series and prep you for map number 2. See you in a moment.
عايز تترجم راب؟ تعالى لي. ملوك السين دي انا ملخصها في سطور، بس مين يقرا؟ فاهم؟ كلام الشارع ده انا هرش كل المجال حبايبي. بروز.
وانا كاكازوكو مصدع اركي نظرة لو على الحلاوة عندي كاستر والاسم.
عفرت يا عفرت، هتفضل معفرتها ولا ايه يا برو؟
انت مين هو ازاي ده دخل هنا يا جدعان؟
نكسر الدنيا الاول وبعدين نتكلم، نعيد من الاول.
لا 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 مش مسجل.
اخواتي
عشان فاهمين السين، سبوتيفاي عمل لك بلاي ليست الاقوى راب مصري، اسمع ملوك السين ببلاش.
Welcome back, friends, to the analyst desk. And as the teams get ready for map number 2, it's perfect time for us to talk about it and prep you for it. Again, we'll pull up that map bands, the map veto graphic, and tell you exactly how things went down. Already, map number 1 is done, went to Oregon, and unfortunately for Falcons, the hometown heroes, were not able to take it against their opponents. BDS Border will be our second one, and potentially Cafe as decider, yet to be decided. Of course, BDS picking a Border for this one. I'll turn to my wonderful analyst Twister. What are your thoughts on BDS's pick, Border?
I would say that this pick would be from not knowing what Falcons do, so they should try to pick up this map to try to do some aggressive game style. I would think that they will bring this to this game because it would be very important for them to finalize this match as soon as possible, because I don't think they want to do this longer than it was.
In terms of preference for Border, it's BDS's #1 preference map. Like, they love going to this map. They've actually decided to ban it away in probably the last 3 or 4 EUL games as well, because they want to save it to use in the best of 3s here. So I was not surprised, because they don't know what Falcons do. They can't counter them. Just pick your favorite map, play it, and win it.
Quickly, you banned Valkyrie?
This time for sure. If they not ban it, I would say that it's another 2-1 for BDS.
Attacker bans?
I mean, the Thinker obviously doesn't do much when Shaiko can just kill anyway. So Thinker's always a good ban, and I think especially so on Border, but, you know, realistically, I don't think it matters too much.
Well, let's see how it goes. Maybe Falcons can bring it back and take it to a map 3. Let's pull up our casters, Blue and X. Gentlemen, all yours for map 2.
Thank you very much, Milos. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to leap into map number 2 here and see if we can get that quick closeout from BDS or the Falcons, who, credit to them, were improving their performance towards the end of Border, just definitely not quickly enough, especially if we saw them pick up those 2 rounds towards the tail end of the matchup. We'll have to see if they can continue to increase their strength as we get into Border. Another map the teams should be fairly familiar with how to play into, at least generally speaking. As a team, might be looking at a little bit of a weaker showing here from the Falcons, but we'll have to wait and see exactly how prepared they were for this map.
BDS, for me, is a nightmare map. I think it is incredibly difficult to play into. There is so much opportunity for the attackers on this map. The attackers really have the run of their teeth. So we'll have to see how this one kicks off here. Falcons are going to be starting off on the attacks. They are going to be given the benefit of that aggressive map advantage that we do get here. BDS, they're not going to differ too much from what they banned in the previous map of Oregon. They're going to remove the Ying here. And as the desk was saying, where do you look toward an attacker ban here? What do you want to try and restrict on the side of BDS? Because everything can be substituted and a lot of things can be replaced. They're going to opt for a Thatcher.
So Thatcher will get himself knocked out. Not going to be hugely surprising. So we do still tend to see a bit of that emphasis on hard breach, especially for a few of our sites. But going to see him knocked out. There's the Valkyrie ban. We were talking about how we needed to see that, and indeed we get it from the Falcons side of things. So BDS will not be able to rely on that extra intel going into their second map. And now we'll see the final ban come up from BDS. This will be the self-handicap ban, as they'll also have to deal with it here on the first few rounds. Mira will be knocked out. Once again, as we've been seeing her knocked out quite handily, not only in this tournament, but many, many tournaments in the past. Just far too handy on this map to provide that intel boost to the defense.
Mira Valkyrie, you can't go wrong with that. You've got to remove these two when you're looking toward a Border. If you went through and re-watched the last map, I would love to know how many kills you can credit to a black eye camera, because Shaiko was a nightmare with those cameras. So removing that Valkyrie, taking away that opportunity for that information, something that we know BDS plays incredibly well off the back of, as do most teams, is going to hamper that performance somewhat. The Mirror there getting removed as well. Mirror fantastic on just about every single map there is. Specifically on certain sites, you would really look to try and bring it to enhance and really spread that hold somewhat, but not going to be an option. Instead, we're just going to be left with a lot of utility and a lot of fraggers. We're still going to have a little bit of information in there as well, but it isn't going to be as prevalent.
Well, let's see. You can hear the Falcons fans chanting out inside of the audience. Saw more and more of them trickling in over the course of map 1. Now with those 2 rounds picked up at the end of it, they're looking to see their team be victorious here on the second map. We'll just have to wait and see if that will be the case. BDS setting up quite heavily on the inside of CCTV to start things out here, bolstering the defense, of course, on the actual site inside of lockers. This will be a cutaway position, so we'll see that player fall back if things get a little bit too hot for them to deal with at a midpoint in the round. but that's all up to the Falcons and how they intend to clear out this extension.
You really can't avoid attacking into CCTV either. It can be very difficult to attack into, but it can equally be very difficult to defend. Good opportunity is to try and get in below. We can see some nades, some drones, being placed in there to try and gain his customs clear. Can we enter in through that area? Can we look to put a bit of vertical pressure onto these players that are likely occupying security? Got to get yourself out there onto the rappel. Joker taking a huge chunk of damage there. Fortunately, on the Finker can stim himself back up, wait for that to regen and get himself to just above half.
Falcons a little bit restrained at the moment, trying to see if they can maybe catch an early rotation mistake from BDS before they fully commit themselves to the interior of the building. Lem's very much ready to potentially challenge against some of those angles too. He gets a bit of fire back after he goes out towards that window, but not anything he's going to be too courageous about, so much so that he would go back towards it. Meanwhile, O'Kill's just going to get run out by Shaiko, but that's exactly what Kotos was set up to counter. He needs to go for two though, as he is now being challenged by a second member of BDS. Swings around to get the kill, and he's going to find it as Rafal gets knocked out here.
A little bit of an assist there from the Finker stim as well, just giving Kotos that little bit of extra boost that he needed inside of the engagement. He can now look to take on that 90 corridor, but doesn't really want to extend too far out of security for the time being, and quite rightly so. BDS are primed, ready and waiting for this refrag. They know exactly where he is going to be, and they're not rushing too much to get it. Alemzi's tucked himself right into offices here, looking to try and play in and around the breach, not wanting to give up this ground, because as soon as you give up office, that's a direct line then on into the site. Alemzi does have a bit of information to play with, but he has been droned. Can drop though, and of course on the Oryx can make his own way back to site.
Strange, slow style of play is working out so far for the Falcons to try and capitalize on the aggression from BDS. As you said before, though, BDS playing into this with a lot of info for themselves, even having the Thunderbird to fall back over Red Shearer, wanting to get a chance to use it. BDS goes hyper-aggressive and just walks directly into the setup from the Falcons. So it's a near flawless round for them to start things out on map number 2 as they pick up the opening round this time.
Great start there from the Falcons. They took CCTV fantastically well. There was a real big pressure and a big push inside to make that successful. And it was, really started to fall apart from there. We saw Lems getting put under a lot of pressure inside of the office area, and Falcons didn't rush the round. That was one of the more important things, I think. They found a little bit of early success, and they were happy to rest on that and wait until they'd gathered that next stage of information, that next load of, right, where are these defenders going to be playing? Then they can look to move through and clean up shop, and that's exactly what they did.
So the Falcons off to a booming start. Gonna look to try and carry that forward here. A little bit of a change up with regards to the strategy though for BDS. We're gonna see them bring a few new wrinkles into this one, most notably the Frost coming out for Bride. Also going to see a Bandit picked up by Alems and a few other adjustments starting to show up as well. So we'll see how all of this comes together as BDS looks to still try and control things here on the initial site choice. They're making a second run of it, calling that first round out as a bit of a fluke and hoping that they might be able to course correct on round number 2. Very similar setup with the Azami barricades going down inside of CCTV as they'll look to also defend this in a similar way, but the Bandit battery is going to help out to reinforce those office side walls that were breached really quickly by the Falcons in the last round and were quintessential for them pushing into the site.
Attackers drop the diffuser.
Well, the Falcons were successful there inside of round number 1. Let's see how they're able to do here in round number 2. We saw a lot of aggression from BDS. Shaiko was getting himself out onto the balcony and really getting himself in and around the action. Maybe, just maybe, he's going to do the same again here, or alternately, maybe play a little bit more reserved. We are seeing that slightly more reserved lineup coming out here from BDS. We've got Bride rocking the Frost, just trying to catch people out in some of those welcome mats. And again, a heavy presence inside of security with those Azami Kiba barricades to play off the back of. It is a real nice way of just keeping yourself safe and giving yourself a few less angles to be too concerned about.
Sneaky drone there, hiding out behind the Kiba barricade that Shaiko just walked past. Obviously only going to really be useful for audio intel, which Shaiko is denying to a decent extent by mainly crouching around here, but still the Falcons definitely prioritizing the knockout of Shaiko. Going to see if they can get the nade from below, and they nearly do. It's not close enough, unfortunately. That's going to seemingly activate Shaiko. He works himself out, finds his initial pick against Kota. Is going to try and quickly reinforce that opening that was just made via a nade as well. Thankfully won't be under any immediate threat as Falcons don't have the confidence to push directly in and knock him out. Nitro out over the top, but we we won't see it explode as the nade from Joker is just a little bit quicker.
LM's there, going to be the first to fall on the side of BDS. He did get his C4 out there, but it didn't really come to anything. Whereas we saw C4s being huge on Oregon for BDS. They are yet to find too much success in the opening couple of rounds. Okills takes a huge amount of damage there as he starts to try and push into that armory area. But Shaiko is still not being dealt with here. Previously, he gave himself away by running out and taking out one of the players of Falcons, but this time he is sat tight, and it is causing quite the problem here. Kills are continuing to trade elsewhere, but with Shaiko still holding down inside of security, it isn't going to be too straightforward to root him out of there. Madskills, he's going to get a little bit of a stim as he looks to try and push on into players in Fountain and Archives. But on the Hibana, he's only got so many bullets to make these challenges with.
Okills gets that finishing blow off onto Shaiko, finally ending his rampage. Much greater contribution from the inside of CCTV this time, but the rest of his team has not been able to hold as well. The Falcons still with a +1 advantage as we move into the final 30 seconds of play and need to begin leveraging themselves into a position to execute here. Bride, though, still in the depths of office, closer to Fountain right now. Okills, though, already knocking out his teammate, but even though we see the Frostmat kill come out, it won't matter as Okills shuts down the last player on BDS as well, handing a second round to the Falcons.
That would have been a terrible way to go if the Frostmat had dealt the finishing blow in that round, but fortunately the Falcons still had that man count advantage, and that is in part just to how successful they were in the opening portion of the round. They didn't choose to deal too head-on with Shaiko, but he really wasn't too much of a factor. Sure, he held a lot of space, but the Falcons just attacked where he wasn't. They put a lot of their energy into that office side take, and it really worked out for them. Madskills had some cracking shots there inside of the office in onto the Archives.
Almost seemingly targeting the support for Shaiko, the fallbacks that would have helped him to get out of that situation, which obviously left him off on an island when they had those initial difficulties dealing with him. Great adjustment to the strategy for the Falcons is obviously the earlier kills they do get leave Shaiko detached from his teammates and ultimately susceptible to getting picked himself, which is exactly what we see happen. And as you said, yeah, he maintains space, but it's a moot point when the Falcons have taken over the rest of Office and seemingly the rest of the map surrounding that site. So they'll take a confident win for themselves on this second round. BDS will finally have had enough of that upstairs holds the move beyond that. But we're instead into Janitor to see if they can try and clean things up here and finally get a round on the board.
Well, true to its form, Border is living up to being an attacker-sided map, as we're seeing the defenders have a very tough time of things at the moment to get around on the board, and that's just in part to how friendly Border is for attacking sides. It can be just so difficult to keep control of key areas. Shaiko are going to opt for a little bit of a change of pace in this round at least. He's going to be playing Pulse on the heartbeat scanner. Now he's going to be able to call out and say a couple of people on rappel, moving upstairs. Alternatively, he can run out off the back of his own information, which I really wouldn't put it past him, to be honest.
Shaiko continuing to get a good amount of intel bleed in terms of what's going on over here on the west side of the map. Okills, but now he's grouped up with at least one other player, and you'll notice there's finally not going to be that resistance pointed out from CCTV. That would really be needed for this site hold regardless. The emphasis is going to be much more on the inside of lockers there, although we do see a bit of a swing from Renshiro. Dealing some decent damage to Okills, but J-Lad coming in for the great support to make up for that. Quickly, fully knocks out Renshiro, leaving the players on BDS down a player yet again.
First blood there going to go toward Falcons, and the second before we see a response. Shaiko makes a C4 land as Joker's going to push himself in now to Tellers. Has a couple of angles to work with and does get swung on, but the shot isn't landed. He can, of course, choose to stim himself up. He does still have a nade in pocket, so plenty of utility to continue to take on these engagements, and more better than the LMG to just rip through barricades and soft walls. Rafal is left to try and make a little bit of a rotation. He will, of course, be the player that missed those couple of crucial shots a little bit earlier. Bride dropping back down onto site as well as BDS look to try and consolidate here.
BDS trying to contain the chaos that's being thrown at them by the Falcons. It's very much controlled chaos, though. It's a great formula to be able to knock out these players on an individual basis, as you're seeing against Shaiko right now, trying to contend against it, or more so escape it more than anything. He'll be able to get away into the depths of the site, but now he's going to run away from a nade as well. Shaiko in hot pursuit right now, and he can't outrun the Falcons. Okills knocks him out, and Okills, what a quick follow-up on Bride as well. The plant going down, Rafal the only one left. He's completely out of the site. He'll be able to pick up the first of 4 needed here, but still, positionally, he is out of it entirely. Needs to try try and negotiate a major comeback here. Otherwise, it'll be a third round onto the board for the Falcons as they are dominating on this attacking side so far. And there you have it, Mad Skills finishes it up from up on top.
Chaining round after round after round. Falcons doing an incredible job here. The crowd is really starting to get behind them as well. They were starting to make a little bit of noise toward the end of Oregon. We saw, a couple of flutters of chances from the Falcons on that map, but here and now they are in full swing. The chants are going, and that's going to mean a lot if you're sat on that stage. If you know that you've got a crowd behind you, you're going to feel a heck of a lot better about everything that's going on. And for BDS, they are still looking to find success here. None of the sites that they've been to so far have worked. They're going to take us down into Tellers and Bathroom, which, let's be honest, it's not great, an easy site to try and defend onto. Any site that has a direct line from outside to in through a single window or through a doorway is always going to be a difficult one. And this site has that all-important window into Tellers.
We do oftentimes see teams try to set this up as a little bit of a kill box to where they position themselves directly outside or near that window and essentially try to trap their opponents into going for that type of an execute, only to collapse upon them the second they think they are safe. Even so, it's a bit difficult for the defense to directly counter out that type of a push just because of the way that the window and the interior site is formulated. So we'll see how exactly BDS tries to handle this. You can see they very much want to take the hands-off approach to the interior of the site. Not going to be directly contesting against it to start. Looking to try and spread their wings a bit, see if they can get these opening picks, which have been eluding them for the previous 3 rounds, and then fall back closer to the site when Falcons make a bid for it.
Confidence certainly on the side of the Falcons at the moment. You've only got to look at the scoreboard to realize that. Madskill's 4-0. He's playing the Hibana as well. He's not really looked upon to get a large share of frags, but he's still managing to do so. O-Kills as well in a very successful game so far. Certainly 2 players to really keep your eye on moving into this and future rounds. Alem's just going to be playing at the top of these east stairs, playing patiently for a pick, and he might be given an opportunity here. Does have the MX4 Storm, an incredibly fast fire rate weapon, and he's looking to take quite an aggressive challenge here, just trying to bait his opponent into that swing and into that peak. No cigar for the meantime.
BDS doing a much better job of wasting out the time, and in this specific round here, losing a much lower amount of their player count, as obviously we've still kept things up towards a 5v5. Some intel coming out, I believe, from BDS there as far as a player potentially being positioned out over on the eastern balcony, but I don't know if that's going to actually end up being correct. Finally, we start to see some damage roll out. As players from BDS do try to contest against this push from O-Kills, moving on to the inside of break room and security. He'll be knocked down to right above 60% of his health pool. Alems will take an arguably greater amount of damage, so he'll be brought down to right around 50.
BDS really not looking to give anything away here, so much so that Brede is going to make use of the pocketed reinforcement and just block off a further line of sight here, as a lot of the clock has been wasted now. We're getting in for 2 minutes that has been burnt up until this point, but we first of all have to see that opening kill, and that is going to go to O-Kills. Alems sent to the cameras.
O-Kills continuing to make his impact, but Shaiko, quick to run around here into Passport, or Customs rather, is going to be able to work himself up, knock out O-Kills, and keep the numbers even down to a 4v4. Joker with the was that
How
the roof
does he get
repel?
away with that?
What? Works himself in here, repels all the way down to just outside of the site. Kotos makes another impact here for the Falcons as well, brings the numbers back into his team's favor. BDS going to need to try and strike back against this. They're stuck on the interior of the site now, but at the same time, look at some of these health pools on the Falcons. Mad Skills, obviously seeing J-Lad go down there at the hands of Renshiro. Koto is also at about 5 or so HP here. This is going to be a rough push from the Falcons, with the members of BDS still well and secured inside of the depths of those sites. Mad Skills right around the corner from one of the players on BDS as well. He's going to get caught by it. 2 in a row for Renshiro and Shaiko. Finally look like we're going to get this team onto the board, but hold on, Kotos not done fighting just yet. He's going to take this to the bitter end of the timer, where ultimately he will be knocked out by Shaiko, and indeed we will finally see that round from BDS go up onto the board.
I would have been a little bit worried there if Joker had gotten away with anything. Nobody gets away with rappelling down from the roof. I'm sure that that's what we caught him in the animation, right toward the bitter end of the rappel there. BDS have managed to stabilize and they have managed to pick themselves up an all-important round here, not allowing it to just be a total clean sweep over to the Falcons here. Something that they did really well inside of this round, the trade game from Shaiko. He was in the right place at the right time. No one paid that much attention to him over inside of Customs, but they really, really needed to. That narrow channel that they created at the bottom of those east stairs as well, with the castle barricade, a little bit of a rotation as well, it just turned into a kill zone, and that's exactly what BDS used it for. Got themselves on the board here, and they can look to try and salvage this half.
More than likely going to be a bit of a worrisome win as far as the Falcons are concerned, as well as that's really the tertiary site for BDS. We've mentioned it, a pretty difficult one to defend because of the direct access from the outside, but BDS seems to excel inside of it. For me, this is going to allude to a greater scope of change for BDS, that they're finally starting to understand how to isolate out members of the Falcons and get a much greater advantage going for themselves inside of at least the first 2 minutes of play. So now we have to see if this comes to bear. They're going to go back to the upstairs hold, where unfortunately they just have been unable to negotiate even a close round here against the Falcons. It's been all the Falcons all day here as they've taken 2 attacks on this site already. BDS is going to see if they can finally change that record up a bit by locking things in for the defense on a 3rd attempt.
A lot of it hinges on how well Shaiko plays inside of CCTV, really, and you shouldn't put a lot onto one player, but BDS are essentially sending him out there and saying, look, Shaiko go play in CCTV and security.
Shaiko go kill.
Shaiko go kill if you can, or just try and stay alive and eat up a little bit of utility. Those keeper barriers really are a great friend for him. He's playing quite aggressively here, immediately gets called out by the in-game announcement saying that he is outside. He's got the drones to contend with, and he knows that this is going to be the biggest problem here. But he, of course, does have the benefit of these barriers that regenerate over time, and he can use to try and block up a lot of those holes.
2 drones been knocked out by him here over the past few seconds. Not indicating towards anything greater here, though, as far as Falcons' drone game. They still have 6 to go, so well over half of the potential drone lineup for them. Obviously, most of these have been wasted on Shaiko, but that's very much needed, as we've seen in past rounds here. Falcons very much want to actively hunt down players like Shaiko, especially if they can isolate them out onto an island here. So we might see that ignorance play into it. Indeed, at least for Joker, we will. Works himself out into the fight versus Shaiko mid-retreat. Takes him down, and another one he's quickly shown as well against Mad Skills, with him taking down Alems. Another beautiful start to the round from the Falcons. Just 3 kills away now from locking in a 3rd consecutive victory on this site.
Couple of quick kills, and they've still got nades left to go as well. Joker has 1 in his pocket. I'm sure he's going to be saving that for a pretty special occasion in a moment. These BDS players are getting funneled and constricted in onto the site, and they are continuing to fall, shaping up to be a flawless, but not quite. Still the next best thing. 4 players alive from Falcons right at the bitter end of that one, and they maintain this lead.
Falcons continue to excel here on Border, showing indeed that there are no slouches in this matchup. They want that 3rd map. They want the ultimate victory as well if we go the full distance, and already making good progress to try and lock things in quickly on map number 2, setting up a 4-1 scoreline as we get ready to head into the final round of the opening half. But obviously a test will sit before this team. Moving back over to that defensive side, we'll have to see if their strength echoes onto that just as much as it has for the attack. Because remember, back on Border as well, we saw that very 2-dimensional performance coming in from the Falcons. A little bit lackluster on their attacks, but able to course correct for the second half and still put up those 2 rounds before ultimately succumbing to BDS's 6-0 start.
Last round of the defense here for BDS. They're going to be taking us into workshop and ventilation. See if they can try their hand down there. Of course, bathroom and tellers will still be locked out, and maybe not somewhere that they want to try and get lucky on again, as it could just be that Falcons are now prepared to go back there or not. As you said, tertiary site, always a little bit of a difficult one to judge. But for the meantime, Falcons have been really successful on every other site that they have attacked on into. The BDS have been forced into this very sort of passive playstyle where quite often there's just a lot of them getting caught on the site after that roam game has initially failed, or that lurk game. But it can be very difficult to pull off on a map like Border. And BDS, an experienced team, they are going to be very cognizant of that, and I don't think they're going to get into their own heads too much.
Kotas will open up a small line to try and play into the downstairs push towards the bathroom there. If the need should arise for it. We'll follow that up soon. I don't like actually the jail lineup. Now that I see this better. Lems is going to be able to strike first. A little bit out of nowhere this time, too. J-Lad on the sledge. Going to end up getting caught out. This is probably mid-barricade slap with the sledgehammer there. So he's going to be able to take him down on that. Oh, kills, though. So impressive with these entries as he snipes out Renjiro from just outside of CCTV and quickly equalizes things back down into a 4 versus 4.
Got to be a fan of all kills as well, rocking the Furious skin. I'm a big fan of that. Must be what's giving him that lethal edge there in those opening engagements. Lems just toying with an engagement outside of Archives. Gonna turn his attention elsewhere for the time being as a nade will be sent on through, but a peek from Brede nets in one, but not the second. Gets a little bit overzealous there on the repeat, and it gives an option for Kotos to push himself on through. Can now look to try and deal with LMs inside of the Archives, and will at least get the down onto him. Won't be known of that at the time being, but the nade comes through. No, he gets a team kill with the nade. I thought he went through the hatch. What has gone on?
We can hear it rolling as well, so an unlucky catch for the Falcons as now BDS, through no prowess of their own, have been able to push themselves into a 3v2 scenario. Falcons not out of this one just yet either. Still over a minute to play. You can see Koto is ready to hop right down into the hatch. A bold play indeed. Goes for the quick fuse nade, but that's going to be a little bit too much intel. Given over towards BDS. Makes the play that much more obvious, and it's a quick shutdown against him for Rafal. Joker will be able to hold on, trading out a Lems and bringing it into a 1v2. Beepers are going to catch him, and so will this heartbeat sensor, as we'll also get the signal from the diffuser being picked up. They'll know he's going to start conquest toward the drop at any moment here. And here we go, down through the hatch, and surprisingly, BDS, they're not ready for it. He gets the first kill. He's going to try to recover as he goes down the second time, but no, will not be the case. BDS locks it in and is able to get a second round for themselves at the end of the half.
Feels closer than it should have been that last round. You've got the heartbeat scanner. You should know exactly where he is. Like the fact that Shaiko's let him out of his vision for that long to now drop a hatch, and Brede gets caught essentially looking the wrong way. Real risky stuff there. BDS managed to pick up 2 rounds on their defense. Is that going to be enough? Quite possibly could be. Border can be a very difficult map, and if you're sat at this thinking a 2-4 split as we move into our attacking half, yeah, we're not feeling too bad about that, and I don't think that BDS will be feeling too bad about that. But the Falcons, they played the game that was in front of them, and they took every advantage that they could have done.
So we're going to see their first bout of defense here, as obviously the sides will switch. Falcons going for the same starting site up here inside of lockers. Is going to bring actually somewhat similar lineup as what we'll see the Thunderbird come out for them to be able to fall back upon. Might even be throwing one of the Kona stations down on the inside of the CCTV extension, which is something that we actually didn't see members of BDS end up doing. Aside from this, it is going to look pretty similar in regards to utility mitigation being the priority here for the Falcons, but obviously that little wrinkle with Mad Skills bringing out the Legion as well to trip up the more forward assaults from BDS if they end up running into those goo mines.
I kind of like the Nomad from Rafal as well. I kind of like that. Look, we're going to try and pin you in here. We're not going to give you that space to move in, and we're not going to let you run out because we know what happens when that's allowed to happen. It can be very dangerous indeed. But the Legion pickup again, equally as good. It's just going to do a lot to slow down that push from the attackers, especially if Mad Skills stays alive long enough for plenty of those goo mines to regenerate over time. It could really cause quite the nuisance. Those Rune Gates, they've been placed fairly out of the site. That's quite an extended hold there into Eastairs, really. You would usually expect to see them a little bit closer in. They can be very easily burnt out on the extremities. And you're not realistically going to be able to hold the entirety of Border as much as you might want to. It is very difficult to do.
So for the players here on BDS, looking to try and recenter themselves and take back control over this matchup. As you said, wanting a lot of control over the round as well with the pickup of the Nomad here. They're going to be stuck on drone for the time being as they try to isolate out these players closer to tellers. Lems has a good idea of the general area. And I believe it was O'Kills roaming around this spot, but is not going to be able to find them that quickly. Rafaldo will be able to catch out Joker. I mean, the first kill of the round finally over towards BDS. Mad Skills still maintains a presence, though, on the inside of CCTV and the surrounding hallway. So there is still that issue to be dealt with as BDS can now finally focus on the upstairs. Clear, great timing on this play from Alems as well. Catches JLad just when he came out to check it himself. So that's a nice headshot being lined up for the members of BDS. And another kill going to be found as they finally isolate out Mad Skills near the CCTV area and take him down too, forcing back the presence of O-Kills further into the site here. Out of necessity, obviously, as we're down to a 2v5.
Difficult spot for O-Kills to be in. At least he's managed to rotate himself as far back as Fountain. Shouldn't be too much of a difficulty to get himself into Archive, but he's now the last player standing as Shaiko draws blood as well. Renshiro, he's going to be credited with that final kill, and BDS start things off with a flawless here, really stamping down that authority on the attack.
Indeed, their opponents allowed to get away with a whole lot in the previous half, so it seems like BDS are going for the shutdown now at the beginning of the second half, and very well could do it if that attacking prowess, as we talked about before, this map tends to generally favor that attacking side. That continues to burn through for BDS, and we see some of the more top players of this team start to shine through as well. We saw them in that previous half. Shaiko, for instance, struggling to maintain his own solo CCTV extension due to how well the Falcons were able to knock him out on the majority of those rounds. But we'll get into the next one now. As you can see here, we'll find out exactly how the Falcons look to rebound themselves, as they'll actually go for the Teller's Hold now directly on round 2. Not going to mess around with the second attempt upstairs in lockers.
Maybe looking for a bit of the same fortune that BDS found on this site, although they are going for a slightly different setup. No castle barricade here, so they can't really do too much of the same thing, but the sentiment does remain. Got a little bit of information now there inside of the Mozzie. A little bit of a different slowing / trap operator here, as the Legion has been substituted out for a Malusi, as you can use those Banshees to gain a somewhat similar result to the goo mines. They are just a little bit less intrusive and don't, of course, cause damage. Slightly easier to see and deal with as well. Maybe that is going to be a little bit of a difference. Now, I don't think that BDS really were expecting to come up against the Cade here. Now, it's easily dealt with. Nade through. There's a lot of options to try and get rid of that electric law. It's just going to be something that slows them down in the first opening part of the round.
Things will continue to evolve here for BDS. They'll just look to quickly open up jail. Obviously, will prove itself to be a bit of a jumping off point for this team to use to move themselves further into the first floor, quickly clear out any extension towards areas like ventilation. The Falcons may have tried to deploy themselves into. Looking pretty light as far as presence on that side of the map, however. It's more than likely going to be an easy clear to start things out for BDS. They actually are going to find contact with one of the members of the Falcons. JLad will be the first to strike here. Unfortunately, though, not going to be able to make the impact as the Aruni goes down, and no damage returned either. So it's a clean opener for BDS to set up the 5v4. A few members of the Falcons starting to roam further out, closer to CCTV. We can see O-Kills here looking to get himself into the fray, but we'll have to be cautious now. If he goes down, the 3v5 is not going to be an easy win in any sense for the members of the Falcons. We see O-Kills still trying to push the envelope a little bit further against the clear happening in CCTV. He'll lose himself. One additional player was lost as well, and just one trade from the Falcons to account for all of that. Renshiro went down, but it's still a 4v2, a massive advantage for the members of BDS, especially considering the site that we're assaulting.
BDS really in the driver's position here, just under half of the round remaining. They've got plenty of opportunity to get those last couple of drones out there and gather a little bit more information. Brede does have a couple of drones still alive, so we can maybe rely on those to gather these last couple of locations. Shaiko playing patiently, going to be gifted with half damage there onto Joker, but the turn and burn does get the down, but it is not going to be enough. Shaiko can, of course, just juice himself back up, and he does just exactly that. Mad Skills, he's going to be there to take down at least one onto LMs, but eventually Shaiko is there to deal the damage and deal that final blow. A little bit of a scrappy engagement there. Fortunately, Shaiko was playing on the Finker, so could boost himself up as he did have an adrenal surge ready and waiting. But still, with that man count advantage, you've got a hard time seeing that go any other way than BDS.
So BDS quickly looking to tie this game up and within just arm's reach of being able to do so here now. One more round and they'll take the lead away from the Falcons. Surge ever closer to the 2-0 shutdown that they certainly want in this series. Obviously having to work a little bit harder than even they might have been expecting here, but the Falcons putting up an excellent effort in their own regard, try to hold on. Things looking a little bit bleak so far at the starting portion of the second half for their defense, but we'll look to improve upon that as we now move, I believe, towards a new site once again. Nope, they'll be back upstairs one more time to try this Lockers hold, hopefully coming up with a correction after seeing more play back in the second round of the half. But remember, once again, again, BDS had no problem clearing this out back in the first round here. So Falcons have a lot of work to make up for.
We could be about to see 4-2 splits for the attacking half. It wouldn't be that unusual. We might be set to go into a little bit of an overtime here if Falcons are able to start chaining something together. But they're going to need to start fairly soon. Back upstairs, is it the right choice? Only time will tell. They're going to have to hold into that CCTV area once again. It looks as though the Aruni laser gates are being placed slightly differently this time. We did see a couple on those east stairs and kind of commented that they didn't really come to all that much. This time we've got at least one inside of CCTV, so that's going to do at least something to help secure that location. A little bit of early information there for Shaiko on the drone, tells him what he needs to know about what's going on behind that main wall, as that is more than likely going to be the main focus here for a nade, at least to try and deal with that Cade. Instead, just going to take it as a straight head-to-head gunfight. Shaiko can fight that all day long with the LMG, boost himself up, but it's not going to be enough. Rafal, he peeked the corner. He must not have got the memo.
It's just unfortunate timing on the situation for Rafal. I believe he was coming off a repel potentially as well, so no control over that. Once he had committed with the spacebar there, he goes down, and there's no sign of a trade anytime soon here from BDS. That's Falcons finally locking in that 5v4 advantage that has eluded them for most of this map here. Lems, in the meanwhile, he's going to be brought down quite low. Unable to hunt down his opponent, which threw the shots at him as well. They'll be a little confused by that. But we'll be able to try and correct upon that as he approaches the east main staircase. Ready for the move up on top, but really doesn't have the HP to justify a fight. Stays in that same spot for too long, gives himself away to Joker, but the good news is, elsewhere on the map, Renshiro ready to take the trade as he knocks out Mad Skills. Only the first kill we've seen from BDS, however, so a lot more work needing to be done as Renshiro is going for 2 here to try and knock out Joker as well.
Lem's almost caught chasing a shadow there. He was sort of doing ring around the rosy with just nobody, and got taken out from the top row. Joker looking to cause a little bit more damage here as he can hold this skinny angle for pretty much as long as he likes. Going to hit a little bit of a swing there and get one before being immediately traded. Shaiko there to dish that damage out, but Shaiko 2 will fall. Everything happening in and around those east stairs. That's where Bride is going to be now as well. He sees the better and decides, you know what, I'm not going to go through there because everybody else that has gone through there has fallen. This is very likely going to be a round that Falcons are credited with at the end of things. 3 versus 1. Bride, he might have the case, but realistically, what can he do? He's got 40 seconds to play with, and he's not going to have the best info as to where these remaining defenders are. He's got to make a lot of noise if he wants to try and transition in through to the site. Going to be the easiest thing in the world to do. Tries a little bit of a bait there with a soft breach, but he's going to have to go for the door eventually, and that is really going to telegraph his location. There's no option but to try and take this as a swing. Pops the C4 as it is thrown, and the crossfire now starts to come in. You can just see Falcons all lining up to be the one credited with that one. It's going to be O-Kills to take him out, and they get their first round on the defensive half.
Falcons quickly correcting on their mistakes that were made in the initial round of the half, and now locking it in, shutting down the play from BDS as they are stunted on the west balcony, unable to justify a push further past that point, and is constantly losing players as they attempt to do so. A few trades coming in from the east main push, but you have issues like with players such as a Lems as well, getting caught up trying to figure out where exactly they're getting shot from, not having that full intel, causing a lot of confusion and slowdown, and ultimately leaving BDS without enough players to try and contend in the 1v3 there. So Falcons lock in another win for themselves just when they were about to lose the lead also. So coming in at a very important time of this matchup. Just 2 more rounds needed for the Falcons, and they'll push ahead, taking control of the second map and sending us to our 3rd and final one to see who will close out this series. As far as BDS is concerned, they're looking to make up for things as well, but they'll be on new territory now as we're going to head to ventilation for the first time for the Falcons. So obviously they've locked in that upstairs site now.
Falcons 1 round away from match point, 2 rounds away from taking the second map in the series. It's a very real possibility that they chain a couple together here. BDS are going to have to really start to show us something. So far, we've only really seen Shaiko pop off in terms of kills. He's 12-5 right now. Everyone else somewhat trailing behind a little bit. And I know that the Shaiko way is, you know, Shaiko go kill, Shaiko go win the round, but you need a little bit of something else from the rest of the gang. And maybe round 10 is when we start to see that come through a little bit more. If you look at on the flip side, very well-rounded performance so far from Falcons. We've got Mad Skills, O-Kills, and Joker all in and around 9 or 8 kills. So really keeping things nice and balanced over on that side of things. Joker immediately seeing a bit of pressure in detention. think he did try to get a little bit of an impact trick out there as well as the drones start to flood in to call out his location, but he can probably waste a little bit more time here as he's going to try and stack up these goo mines in an attempt to slow down BDS.
Joker just waiting for an opportunity to strike. He's got two goo mines stacked on top of each other there by the supply room window here. Continue to await out a potential opportunity to strike, but BDS are being quite cautious as well, for good reason too. They've had struggles getting themselves even just to the interior hop that they would like to make initially. These Falcons are there almost every single time to contest against it, and we'll see it once more. Joker finds success on this peek out from the inside of supply windows. He'll be able to take down the first target from BDS. That's a Lems falling. Bride took some heat as well, down to about half HP. So once again, BDS struggling to get even themselves into the building, let alone get that opening kill or two, which would obviously help for them to take even more map control away.
We see an adrenal surge there, not really come to all too much as Shaiko peeks himself round into Armory, trying desperately here to make something happen. Heartbeat sensor on JLad is going to be able to call out a lot of this push from BDS as they start to occupy more and more of this top floor. But how much info are they really working with here? Shaiko just waiting for the drone to work ahead of him through beepers. Not sure if he knows that somebody's playing inside a fountain. It's not going to matter. He's going to get the heads up anyway. Takes O-kills down. There's going to be more players dropping off now from inside of Armory and retreating onto the site. This now allows JLad to use this heartbeat scanner. He's got a C4 in pocket and he is going to let it loose, taking Ranchero down. It's going to dish quite a significant blow there onto BDS, but fortunately, Rafal has taken the heads-up option and he's dropped himself onto the server stack. Picks one before being traded. 3 versus 2, 30 seconds left. Joker hanging out there inside of ventilation, but Bride is there. He too has dropped the hatch and he's going to try and nail this diffuser down. Mad Skills looking maybe for a little bit of a flank here as Shaiko tries to play cover, but the plant has been stopped for a brief moment. Bride going to re-attempt here as the swing comes through. Eventually shots will land. It's a 1 versus 1. Bride gets the job done. Comes off the plant and hits him with the KO.
BDS just barely able to negotiate the win there. Unfortunately, the ignorance to the flank coming in not just once, but twice by the main door entry into ventilation nearly cost them the round. Thankfully, they're able to quickly correct upon that, and we saw a nice pickup at the final end of it here to be able to clutch things out in the 1v1 despite the very nice attempt coming in from the Falcons. Well, we tied up yet again, and that potential overtime that you were mentioning a few rounds back is starting to look more and more likely as these teams start to trade rounds back and forth. No longer is it the streaky game that we had going previously.
I think I willed it into existence. I think we spoke about it and then it started to happen. But why not? Let's see an overtime. We've had quick games up until this point. We can run a little bit of overtime, I think. It's going to be good to see both these two teams really going head-to-head for this one. 5-5, all things level. Not a great deal separating either side. And the winner of the next round gets the first opportunity at converting that match point. And if it's BDS, they get the opportunity to convert it into a series point as well, given that they were successful over on Oregon. Falcons on the flip side, they are really fighting hard. And to come back this strong after that Oregon performance, it's credit to them.
Absolutely the case. Falcons showing us that they have a lot more depth to work into their map pool than was necessarily shown us on Oregon, and certainly surprising the international community with just how closely here on board they're able to contend against BDS. Looking to steal this map away from them. Indeed, it's come down to the wire here. If the team wants an outright win, they need to go for 2 rounds in a row now. Otherwise, overtime will all but certainly be happening. See a little bit of caution from BDS as well. Multiple of these Claymores going to go down to try and bolster any run outs, either from East Main or that interior door to work itself out from the south side, so they don't get tripped up by the generally pretty aggressive play we've tended to see from the Falcons once they start to build up intel. That's another thing I appreciate here about the Falcons is they're not just kind of haphazardly throwing themselves at plays to get kills. It's all built off of really good intel from the defensive side of things as well. So really great strategy being deployed here to have some controlled aggression to slow down the play from BDS.
It is nice to see that controlled aggression. I do hope that's not a default camera still alive, BDS.
I believe it is.
That would be a big, big old blunder here. O-Kills has done everyone a service by exposing that as well. Thank you very much indeed. BDS really ought to be dealing with those default cameras a little bit better than that. Lems, he gets himself into 90. He's got a couple of options to work with here. Is he going to be prepared? It looks like he is. O-Kills, he might be on the defaults, but the players are already in sight, I'm afraid. Lems gets a second chance at that engagement and won't make miss twice. Opening kill here going toward BDS off the back of that Lion Scan.
Bit of a rare misstep from O-Kills there, as other than this. He's very much been the rock of consistency for the Falcons that's allowed for them to stay, not only in this map, but the previous one as well, with Mad Skills being a player that sits right beside him. Things looking a lot more dominant this time, though. All these aggressive swings from the Falcons being denied, as so far it's 2-0 in the favor of BDS. Renshiro taking a little bit of heat from utility, and finally Joker gonna be able to make his own impact made as he takes out Shaiko, but only the first kill traded out. Alem's able to go 1-for-1, another pickup here before he goes down as well to JLAD, so it'll still be a +1 for BDS here as we move into the final 50 seconds of play.
Might be a +1, but it still isn't too straightforward. We've got Joker hanging around at the bottom of the metal stairs there. And we've also got Kotos hanging around at the bottom of the hatch inside of Workshop. BDS needs to use this time now to really effectively drone out and gain that information as to where these final two players are. Because in terms of utility, sure, we've got a couple of flashes, but there's no nades really to get the job done here. You've got a little bit of hard breach. You're not likely going to need it. As we see the flashes start to flood through, as Cade, he's going to be full white.
15 seconds.
Rashir with an important pickup here, and as well, with the flash assisting it, Kota is not going to be able to contend against the rest of the push. Much cleaner play from BDS, so they will indeed get that initial and only opportunity to close this game and the series down in regulation. Obviously not a league game, so there's no extra points to be played for here, but still being able to end things here and now, certainly going to be a sigh of relief for BDS in comparison to resetting it and having to go the full distance again of 3 rounds inside of overtime.
It's going to be a good feeling, especially with the way that BDS started off this map. They didn't have a lot of fortune. It was a 2-4 split for them on their defensive phase, and things really weren't looking too hot. But since they turned on to the attack, as we kind of suspected with Border, with it being a little bit attacker-favored, they have been able to chain a couple of rounds together, 4 to be exact. Falcons, they have meanwhile only managed 1. Still, there is a chance for this one to go into an overtime, but with BDS, the momentum really is at their backs now. Having already won Oregon, they are going to be looking to take this as a clean 2-0 series. This round stands in the way of that, and that being a possibility. The Falcons, of course, do have a chance and something left to say. They're going to revert back to that Legion play. Mad Skills obviously feeling like he fancies a little bit more Legion in his life. Those goo mines getting out there and just slowing down some of that aggression from BDS, because let's be honest, the Lion worked well last time, and I'm a little bit more scared at that lineup. And Amaru and the Dokubi to boot, this could get dangerous.
See here now as we're actually going to get a little bit of aggression from Mad Skills, also pushing himself out. Keep in mind, it's a little dangerous to do in the early round in Elysium. This is an operator that gets more, is going to be able to make more of an impact as he gets further into the round, as obviously he'll be able to max out the amount of those goo mines that he can actually place down onto the ground. I believe it's 7 is the max you can throw down, so it takes about a minute and a half to build up that much of a goo mine arsenal to be able to throw it down. Either way, though, it's not going to be a too negative of an effect against the Falcons' play. It does get hit once or twice there and actually sends out a shot against Renshiro's too. But other than that, things will hold themselves to be steady across the map here. As BDS taking their time with the initial clear to try and make sure they don't make any missteps. Keep in mind, again, this is their only opportunity to shut this down in regulation. Otherwise, it'll be tied up again. And it goes to OT to decide the map and potentially the series too.
You get the Lion Scan coming in off the back of the Gon 6 as well. That is usually the go button that gets pressed as Alems has skyrocketed himself in through sandwich window, and he's going to start to get that plant nailed down. O-Kills takes Renshiro down, but the Dokubi call coming through is going to make it even more difficult for these defenders to rotate back on in, and with the plank going down, well, it's going to be very difficult indeed. Alems lays prone on side of the bomb, still manages to leap up and pick himself at 1 with the G8 before being traded. Bride there with the shotgun as well to boot, and it is all down to O-Kills. He's had a fantastic series so far, but is this going to be a bridge too far? Shaiko, he gets taken down. It's a trade for the final kill, Blue. Oh, so close. Fortunately, BDS still had a member alive deep in Armory. They are going to be credited with the round and the series here, going 2-0 against Falcons.
O-Kills just having to do too much in that situation, and even still brings it down to 1 player standing. But BDS, especially with that Amaru execute in through the pinch and then middle of lockers, beautifully shuts down the defensive lineup on that site and opens up a great plan opportunity for them to pick up the final round and end this series at the end of regulation. 7-5 is going to be the final score here as BDS takes control 2-1, or rather 2-0, I should say, of this series for themselves. That'll be the second 2-0 for the day as well. We saw WYLDE take one a little bit earlier as they've moved further into their group as well.
Much closer, 2-0 this time though, and you don't mind seeing it like that. A border that's pretty much going all the way. Yeah, surely Oregon was a little bit one-sided there, but it was great to see the way that Falcons bounced back. They didn't let that Oregon performance get too far into their heads for how they played on border. And BDS, they were pushed there. Let's be honest, it wasn't all too easy for them. It didn't come all too naturally, but they got the job done in the end.
Definitely don't think this is the last we're going to see from the Falcons. Obviously, they'll have more matches to be played in the lower bracket too, but I have good confidence we can see this team come back, contend against some of the others that we saw, maybe even surprise and knock a few of them out as well. They've got that home field advantage, and they're going to be looking to use it, as you guys probably heard the crowd a few times over the course of the series. Some major improvements to their own gameplay that can be very easily noted between maps 1 and 2 also, so I've got good confidence that we'll see a little bit more out of the Falcons here before their run potentially ends at this tournament. Obviously going to have to improve some things though to make that championship run, but overall, not the worst start for the Falcons here today.
We didn't know what we were going to expect. Let's be honest. You know, we've not been able to see these guys play. We don't know the quality or the standard that they play up to, and it was nice to see that. You know, throw them up against BDS first. That's a pretty big undertaking, realistically. So it was nice to see how they stacked up, and who knows, maybe they give Liquid a good game.
All right, that'll do it for the two of us for the day, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to go back down to the stage as we have another interview with our winners.
Welcome back to the main stage. I am joined by Elms from BDS. Congratulations. One match down, one victory. If I'm being very honest, you looked extremely comfortable throughout that match. But can you tell us, and can you tell the viewers at home, what it was like competing here on the main stage?
To be honest, it feels very great. Falcons is a very great team. It's first time they played internationally, and they are playing very, very good. So yeah, it was like amazing.
في البداية حبينا نسأل اللاعب إلمز من فريق BDS عن تواجده معنا في المسرح وإيش رأيه في الأجواء وفي الجمهور وفي الأضواء وفي كل البريشر اللي هم موجودين فيه، مع إنه ما وضح البريشر أبدا في المباراة، فكان السؤال على إنه هل الشيء هذا كان متواجد ولا لا، لكن جوابه كان إنه بالعكس فريق فالكونز يعني حتى مواجهتنا لهم كانت جدا جميلة، تواجدنا في المسرح كان جدا جميل، وأيضا فريق فالكونز مع إنه لأول مرة كانوا يلعبون على مسرح عالمي إلا إنه أدائهم كان جدا ممتاز في المباراة.
So I guess this is more of like a regional question, but also touching on the fact that we've just mentioned Falcons as well. A lot of the casters were wondering, what's the play style like, you know, going up against a team from that region that you haven't played before internationally? Was it a completely different play style you were going up against, or were you ready for what they were bringing?
To be honest, I watched them play a lot. I know they are a very aggressive team. So before the match, we were like, okay guys, let's play slow. Wait for them to pick and to be aggressive. And when we need to pick them, we just need to be confident and like enter their game and play aggressive as well. That's it.
فكثير من الكاسترز اللي موجودين معنا كانوا يسألون سؤال إنه هل تواجد فريق من الشرق الأوسط معنا في البطولة، هل البلاي ستايل حقهم مختلف عن البلاي ستايل اللي واجهوه فريق BDS من كل المباريات الثانية ومن كل البطولات الثانية اللي شاركوا فيها؟ فكان جوابهم إنه فعلا كان في اختلاف وما كنا متأكدين كيف طريقة اللعب حقهم، وكنا منتظرين في بداية الجيم الأول بالذات إنهم خلينا نلعب سلو، ما نبي نلعب اجريسيف، وخليهم هم يسوون علينا بيك، ووقت ما احنا نحتاج نسوي بيك عليهم نقدر نسوي، بس اللعب يكون بسلو بالبداية، ونجحت معهم الطريقة زي ما شفنا.
So next up, you have an upper bracket final match, and it will either be against MIBR or TSM. I just wanted to quickly ask you if you have a preference of which team you go up against, and maybe you could give us a reason why.
To be honest, we don't have preferences. I would say maybe TSM for a bit of a revenge, but that's it.
في المباراة القادمة الفريق BDS احتمال انهم يواجهون يا فريق MIBR او فريق TSM، فحبينا نسأله ايش الفريق اللي يفضل انه يواجهه، فقال احنا ودنا صراحة ما عندنا يعني تفضيل معين على الفريق اللي بنواجهه، لكن بنفس الوقت فريق TSM ودنا نواجهه عشان نقدر ننتقم منهم من البطولات الماضية حقتنا، فما ندري ايش اللي ممكن يصير، بس خلينا نشوف ايش اللي ممكن يطلع مع فريق BDS.
Elms, congratulations on the win. Thank you so much for joining us in your post-match interview. Everyone in the Gamers8 arena, please give it up one more time for BDS. Okay, we're going to be throwing over to a very short break, but do not worry, we got another round for you coming up. It's going to be our first upper bracket final from the group stage.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور. راح ناخذ الان فاصل بسيط ونرجع لكم على طول في المباراه الثالثه معنا، وبنشوف مين الفريق اللي بيقدر يتقدم في البلاي اوفز ومين اللي بيقدر انه يوصلها في النهايه. فلا تبعدون، كلها دقائق وراجعين لكم.
Welcome back, friends, to the WYLDE.CEST, and our matchup is done. Despite Falcons' best effort, and they really gave it their all, come map 2, it was still not enough. BDS and their experience are able to take it through. Let's take a look at a few highlights brought to you by Aramco as we talk about what happened on a border. Twister, a big change of pace versus what we had on map 1.
I would say that on this map we saw Falcons being explosive, being confident, being structured team. So this was a turnover from them from the first map. I mean, they used the border capacity of being use more disaggression to win the round. So it was really good for them.
What I liked about the way Falcons played is they just kept it very simple. They went for initial map control, you know, usually CCTV or East Stairs. Once they had that, they kind of just moved forward as a unit, kind of as 5 people, as a team. And BDS were making the mistakes, and obviously they got 4-2 on the attacking split. So I thought it was really good. It was very improved from when we saw them in the first map, definitely. Obviously BDS, in the end, probably had just that little bit too much ball.
There's a crowd here that came in and really started chanting more and more on the Falcons, who are not eliminated for the tournament, by the way. If you lose today, it's okay. You're not out of the running. You'll be back to play tomorrow to see if you can still survive and keep it up, because only the team that wins their 2 matches is able to make through into the semifinals right after. So by the end of tomorrow, we'll be down from 8 teams to 4 in competition. Falcons have that shot, but BDS looking a bit more shaky with that 7-5. What do you think was the big thing that Falcons was able to use other than the obvious style change of we can get more aggressive here on border?
I think, as LM said before on the interview, BDS just got expecting the aggression from Falcons. So I think their mental strength on this game and the comeback on attack was very important for them to have this kind of way of thinking the game and try to be more structured when they are especially attacking, because they lost the first half, but it was supposed to be because Border is attacking side.
Yeah, Border's probably the most attacking-sided map in this whole entire pool right now. So Falcons obviously had the success, but once they got 2 rounds on the defense, you're thinking, right, that's defendable, we can get 5 on the attack. And that's pretty much what they did. Obviously, they were around quite far, but you know, when they got into their attack, it looked just a little bit more well-oiled. They were a little bit more ready, very aggressive themselves once they were on the attack. And even, you know, just they had a lot of composure even in that like 2v1, 1v1 where Brude clutched it out. They had a lot more composure and trust with each other.
Oh, quick shout out, of course, to our sponsors, 2 of many, Asus and Razer, that make the competition happen. You'll be seeing the players sitting in their own Razer spaces, in those comfy chairs. So all good for them and all good for us. Thank you very much for supporting the tournament and making it happen, on the many that make this one happen. But from then on to our MVP of this matchup. Is it gonna be a big surprise? Oh, it's Shaiko. Here he is.
Do you know what? He's like my best friend. I talk about him all the time, Milosh. Every time BDS win, we're talking about
whether you like it or not.
This guy, Shaiko, being my MVP. I don't think Shaiko knows he's my best friend because he doesn't talk all that often. But crucially, one thing to note about Shaiko today is he sat in the middle of the 5 players. Usually, the hard support IGL will sit there so he can see what the rest of his team doing. Shaiko had both of his droners sat either side of him. Obviously, BDS put a lot of utility investment into him, and he is just that good a player that he's going to mop up multiple kills in multiple rounds. You know, he performed excellently today.
I would say that Shaiko is definitely coming for this MVP of the tournament.
Oh, yeah.
He was definitely one of the best players of this match. The entire match, he was able to keep his level. So this managed BDS to win this border as well. If Shaiko was not there, I would say that probably they will not would win it.
Well, a close one still, but it's time to wrap up with this second matchup. Our bracket, what does it look like? Starting off with Group B, an update on how things are going on. TSM so far up 1-0 against MIBR, with BDS having taken down Falcons 2-0. BDS await the winner of TSM versus MIBR. Falcons awaiting the loser of set matchup to play in the lower bracket. On to Group A. In the meantime, that is pretty much complete for the matches. 2-0 Wild versus Team Liquid. I know, nobody expected that one. And then 2-1 Spacestation versus Damwon Kia. I saw the comments. People are saying, how could Damwon Kia throw this? I don't know, man. But they'll have another shot at it. Team Liquid playing Damwon Kia in the lower bracket. I can't believe I'm actually saying that, but it's happening.
One of those 2 teams has to go home tomorrow, and that is unthinkable when you saw this bracket.
Twister, surprises?
I was very surprised with this result, especially because I was expecting even more from Liquid on this game.
Liquid could go home.
Yeah, they could go home right now. I mean, it's just, I don't know. it's just a bad thing for the Brazilian fans that might see Liquid and MIBR in the lower brackets tomorrow.
That's happening, of course, 2 teams from Brazil, but we're going to take a break, and we'll be back in around 45 or so minutes. Once we're back, it'll be time for Space Station versus Wild. That's a crossover you never thought you'd be witnessing. We'll see you in a bit.
Tells you how to play. You say, then if you're ready.
Welcome back, friends, to the Analyst Desk. We are live at Gamers8, continuing on live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. I'm Elos, your host for the show, and with me are my two analysts, two coaches of professional teams. Finally, some experts here, both of them being experts at what they do. That's no slight to Jack, by the way. Fresh, hello. How are you? He's not here. He can't do anything about it. Tristan and Twister. Guys, how are you doing now?
How are we feeling? We're feeling excited, aren't we? We're looking forward to this. This is going to be the first time we got to analyze two winning teams.
Yeah,
that's where the excitement is.
Yeah, for sure.
Two winning teams. Nobody expected this maybe to go this way, eh?
Yeah, I mean, I was expecting to see Liquid right here, but I don't think it would be a good match as well.
Well, let's start off with Space Station Gaming and the roster, what this team has to offer. They took down Damwon Kia in the meantime, and a lot of people are saying, what happened in this game? So, Twister, what can Space Station do today?
I would say that the debut from SSG in this tournament, it would be one of the hardest one, not counting Liquid, because they had a pretty hard team to face in their first match. Sure. It was a tight match. They had a lot of 1v1 situations, so mostly it was gained by the experience. And talking a little bit about it, Rampy just played impressively as a really good player and a really good carry for his team. Combined it with Dexter, they got like 12 open kills.
Yep. So 12 opening duels for them. I think it was maybe 7 against them. So those two very aggressive players. They'd lead in the front line for them. Maybe that's what SSG lacked throughout NAL, but we'll see. As Twister said, there were 5 1vx situations at Space Station 1. Now, that can be difficult. That can be difficult to repeat.
Not bad for Dexter's first day on the job, but sat down with Space Station, had a chat with them, look at what the team has in store for us for this event.
So I think that when we first formed the team, like with the core, myself, Rampy, Fultz, the meta was obviously very, very different, and the game was very, very different. And I think at that time we understood it very well, and we were at the top of that meta. And as like the game progressed over the past couple of years, the meta has changed, and I think that we actually haven't been the quickest to adapt to the meta and pick it up. So that's obviously not optimal, but we see what we need to do, and we're constantly trying to learn and adapt new play styles, and that's what we're gonna keep doing. I think Dexter just fits into the new roster really well because we needed some new young talent. We haven't really brought on anyone like young and new in a long time. Like we picked up Matt, Hot and Cold. We picked up Skies. They're both like veteran players, and things haven't been working out as well as we wanted. So we decided to take a look at the younger talent, the upcoming talent, and yeah, we found Dexter, and it was an obvious pick, honestly.
I mean, like they were always like, I always saw them as a really great team, and I mean, I guess yeah, we can definitely be better. I think that I can bring some aggression to the team quite a bit, and yeah, I feel like we can be really good from now on.
I mean, looking at Gamers8, we obviously want to win. That's the target. We want to get first place. Even though it's a side event, it doesn't matter. We're treating it just like it was a major tournament. As long as we play our game and we don't show up flat-footed, which we have, that's something we've had problems with in the past, just showing up and not really playing like ourselves. As long as we do that, the outcome honestly doesn't matter that much to me. Like obviously we want to win, I want to win, but if we're playing our game well and we're losing to good teams playing well, it's it'll feel better than if we don't show up and just flop it.
I mean, like I said, I'm super excited. I've been the type of people that I don't really like let stuff get to my head, so I'm pretty sure I'll be really like just focused enough to the point that I don't get nervous that much. I mean, of course, there's gonna be some nerves into it, being my first ever event, but I feel like I'll be good for the matches and everything. So of course, always good getting as much information on the teams are playing as possible, preparing for those teams specifically, like first the teams that we play first, and then after we start worrying more about the other teams as we go on. But yeah, just preparation, I feel like it's the key thing for especially events like this.
I would say our team's biggest strength is how flexible we are, to be honest. We have a lot of like really, really good players that can fit a number of roles, and we've been experimenting with that and switching stuff around just on the fly. So I would say that's probably one of our biggest strengths.
Yeah, and I also feel like we have a really big strength of like being able to work together to get some stuff done, like particularly not around the whole thing, but yeah, we're able to communicate really well and be able to get like certain picks that you know, just isolate some players and then just get that pick and then after work around that.
I would say our X factor, something that will, you know, push us over the top, would be just going off script. You know, you have like your set strats, you have your plan of attack each round, but you can't win a championship if you just stick to that. You know, it doesn't work against every team. So you need to be able to come off script and adapt on the fly. And I think if we do that well, we can win.
Some insight from Space Station, Rampy and Dexter, 2 players we were just talking about, but what about their opponents? WYLDE. Tristan, they're off to a wild start to the tournament.
They're on top of the world right now, Milos. They're on top of the WYLDE. They were exciting to watch, incredibly exciting to watch. Can they do the same thing now? This would be the best opportunity for them to do it. They know it's a free hit. If they lose, they're still in the tournament. That's amazing for them. They're coming off in incredible form. They couldn't ask to be in better form. But will we see the same maps that they got before? Depends how prepared SSG is.
I would say that they are just very comfortable with this game and with this tournament. Using as an example that rounds on the fast pushes on the kitchen, they just played both of the ways, on a fast one, on a slow one, and they were able to win both of them. So I would say they are very comfortable with this situation.
Difference of preparation maybe between Liquid and Space Station. But gentlemen, we'll come back and talk about maps, but let's introduce our teams on stage. Enjoy.
I think WYLDE has a very interesting mix of players. We get this young talent mixed together with the veterans of Aces and me who bring in the experience. And I think overall this aggressive playstyle and this mentality of we have nothing to lose is very, very good to play upon.
So the X factor that we have is we have nothing to lose. We're a tier 3 team, we're playing in a German league, not yet Challenger League, not EU League. We have nothing to lose, everything to gain.
I think this team basically before Aces and me joined were a stable Challenger League team. They were German, but they were missing the experience and they were missing the right mindset, how to learn, how to improve and how to work on everything. And then once Aces and me and also Carneo, our sub, joined, we put in this well-working and hard-working roster together that can, no matter what situation happens, always achieve a goal and find a solution to every problem.
The transition was kind of bumpy, up and downs, like in every team. Sometimes you have really good scrims, then you have disaster scrims, and then you have good scrims again. It's like you fix one problem, you have 2 new problems, you fix those, you have a new problem. It's always like this in Siege.
I think we can both say the same. We want to win. Those are our expectations. Even though we might only be a tier 3 team at the point, we still want to win. It's an amazing tournament. It's a really, really big tournament for Siege, in my opinion. And obviously winning it all is the expectation we want to go for.
So it feels amazing to be able to compete in a tier 1 international line again. And for Corey probably even more, because it's been a longer time than for me.
Definitely. I think our biggest strength is that I don't want to say we do not care, because it sounds like we're not trying, but we're trying. But we're not scared of anything. We're not scared to lose. We're not scared to take risks in every attack and every defense. And a lot of teams don't do that. A lot of teams don't play to win. They play not to lose.
I totally agree with Corey. We're really competitive, I would say, and we can easily adapt to a lot of situations because of the experience that Corey and I bring.
And that was it from WYLDE, our German team that managed to beat Team Liquid in fantastic fashion. Our first matchup of the day. Twister, though, can they repeat it again versus Space Station?
I would say that in the first match, Liquid did not perform it well because of their pressure outside of the game. They felt for sure that game and they were not able to play the way that they like it to. I would say that Liquid has this problem right now. They have to handle with this if they want to get out of the situations, and WYLDE is able to win whenever match that they want if they play with the exactly same confidence.
Whereas with SSG, there's so much less pressure, isn't there? Because they've already won a match. Their subs come in, he's already done amazingly, or their trialist, I guess. So that pressure's not there. If they lose, it's fine. They go against a team that, again's already lost. So they won't be feeling that same pressure. So will they be as scared against WYLDE? They also know WYLDE are a good team. So they're not going to be underestimating them. They're going to have done their prep. It's going to be a different match.
It's an extra life for both of these teams, but you want to get out of the groups right now to set yourself up for the semis. Our 2 teams are ready. Let's go to the stage with Barney.
I lost a little bit talking about Liquid, so
that's okay. I just got it.
أعزائنا المشاهدين والحضور، شاهدنا المباراة الثانية وعرفنا من اللي بيقدر يوصل إلى النهائي في الجروب حقهم، لكن الآن المباراة القادمة هي المباراة اللي راح تحدد مين اللي بيتأهل معنا إلى البلاي أوفس كأول فريق معنا من جروب A، وكلنا متحمسين نشوف مين اللي بيكون الفائز. فخلونا نرحب بالفريق الأول معنا، الفريق الفائز في 6 Invitational 2020. رحبوا معنا فريق سبيس ستيشن جيمنج. Welcome back to the main stage, where these next two teams are going head-to-head for the shortest route to the playoffs. Make no mistake, each and every match that you see on the main stage is vitally important. So, let's meet their opponents on the stage, all the way from Europe. It is WYLDE. This is our final best of 3 of the day right here on the main stage. The winner will have that more direct path to the playoffs. However, whoever slips into that lower bracket will have to trudge their way out. And it's just a tougher journey, isn't it? Let's all be honest. So I'm going to throw it back over to the analyst desk, and they're going to break everything down before we dive into our final match of the day. فريق وايلد شفنا وش اللي ممكن يسوونه في المباراة الأولى وقدروا يخلصونها بفارق جدا كبير ضد فريق ليكويد، لكن بنفس الوقت سبيس ستيشن جيمنج ما شفنا مباراتهم في المسرح لحد الآن، وهذه أول ظهور لهم في المسرح. فهل بيقدرون يأدون؟ هل بيكونون هم الفريق الأول اللي بيوصل معنا إلى البلاي أوفس؟ خلونا نشهد وش اللي ممكن يصير على طول على الاستوديو التحليلي.
And thank you very much. There they are. Our teams are on the stage and almost ready. We're almost ready here on the desk, because our next topic is our maps. The best of 3 series, as all games will be until we hit the BO5 Grand Final. And asked by 2 experts here, Tristan and Twister, what maps are we expecting in the veto?
For me, I'm expecting SSG to try and just get WYLDE off of these crazy maps. Get them off a chalet, get them off a skyscraper, get them off a border, because then it's going to be a lot harder. They're not going to be able to do what they did. They can't rush every single bomb site. Well, maybe they can, I guess we'll see. But traditionally, they're not going to be able to do the same thing. But that's not to say WYLDE can't play a different way. But you have to force them to try and play that different way.
I would say that they have to push out the WYLDE from these maps, because WYLDE felt so comfortable playing it that it's maybe better for SSG just hold on the experience and make everything work for them.
Then our map veto is ready. You just saw the players kind of setting up for it, so let's see which maps there are. Here's our veto 9-map pool, and we're left with Clubhouse, picked up by WYLDE even. Wow. Oregon by Space Station, and finally Villa, our decider. Tristan, your thoughts?
Wow, indeed, Milos. I can't echo that sentiment anymore. It's also WYLDE picking Clubhouse. But yes, I will say WYLDE do like Clubhouse. It is one of their high preferences. Whether their win rate is as high as their preferences for it, we're not so sure. But for SSG, you have to be looking at Club, Oregon, and Villa as very happy with the map bans. You've got to be really happy with what you've got.
For sure, I would say that SSG just wanted to avoid these maps, as we said. They didn't want to play Sky, they didn't want to play Chalet with them. Maybe get out of this confidence that they had and push into the more casual maps, that to do more casual things, for that game to be more as expected and not irregularly.
More default, more bread and butter. Bit of Thermite, Thatcher, some hard breaching, perhaps Milos. throws back to the old days.
The olden days and what SSG could do on Clubhouse, and we know SSG's history, Twister, on this map and how successful they've been in the past. With Dexter now on the lineup, do you think this will fit Clubhouse and how it is?
Yeah, I think when you build an era of the game and you win a big tournament like that, you have to have maps like SSG has this Clubhouse. It's a very tight map that they had. They are very comfortable in it, and they're very good on performing, even if the strats don't work out. So what I would say is this pick of SSG will make WYLDE lose his confidence and maybe get a better series for them.
Okay, so does this mean that if WYLDE can't get the first map, that it might be tough to come back, Tristan?
But you can also phrase it the other way, Milos. If WYLDE win Clubhouse, a map that SSG love, and not just that they love, SSG have this real history on Clubhouse. It's not even just that they like the map, it's that they set the meta. They set the meta. I remember they had, what was it? It was like a 25-something win streak on the downstairs bomb site. They were the first team to roam before anyone. The castle, the vigil, maybe that's gone out of meta a little bit now. But still, there's players on that team that have set the meta for this map. If WYLDE do win that map, what mental state does that put you in?
How do they win that map is the next question then. What do you expect that WYLDE can bring? Because aggression might not work the same way against SSG.
I think that right now what WYLDE needs for this map is try to operator abusing. So using more Montaigne, more OSA, more ink stuff. So this way they might be able to get the advantage that they need with the first kills and get in the area that they need in the map. And maybe they can execute and do whatever is needed to do to win this map.
And the same with the defense. We saw them on Skyscraper happily to take Clash, and then Liquid had to ban Clash. It's not just the attack that they're crazy on. They can do anything. They're going to be unpredictable.
Unpredictable. That's how they were able to defeat Liquid earlier on WYLDE. SSG going back to default, playing the standard way. WYLDE have to be this hyper-creative team that operator bans anything that they could use. You were talking about, you know, picking up the Monty, picking up the Osa. What can you remove from SSG that could break the way that they might want to play it?
Yeah, for sure. I would say that SSG has really strong players to play these operators as well. But once you have WYLDE playing this different play style, I would say that it would fit more for them in this match. So if I was SSG, I would probably ban one of these operators. I don't want to deal with it. I just want to make sure that everything happens.
The interesting thing will be if WYLDE choose to ban a crazy operator themselves, or if they're just going to go for a standard Clubhouse ban, even a Hibana, a Thatcher, an Ace, a Thermite, just any of those operators that we expect to see. It's something we see a lot in EUL now as well. One of the hard breaches pretty much goes every single time. It's just if WYLDE choose to play that game or not. And it also depends on the side. This map is hugely going to depend on the side, and it's not something that WYLDE get to pick.
No, WYLDE did pick up the map, which means that it's on SSG. They're the ones that can kind of choose how to start in this. And if SSG were to control the pace of the map, this is going to be very difficult to come back from.
I would say that SSG controlling mostly the open kills, I would say that they will be good on this map.
All right, our casters are all ready. So, gentlemen, thank you very much. Let's bring them up. Oh, boys, how are you doing? Welcome to the casters desk.
Thank you so much, Milos, and I am so excited to get ready for this game. But we have one of the up-and-coming teams in Europe taking on former world champions. And this is the upper bracket final for Group B.
The storyline writes itself. WYLDE are on such an uptick right now. A dominant team in GSA, the National League of Germany. They've just took out Liquid earlier today, and now they faced SSG. They've already claimed one LATAM team. Can they get a North American team underneath their belt?
Oh, I'm really excited for it. I genuinely am. And the big thing for me was the way that both of these two teams got here. WYLDE didn't break a sweat. Their first ever LAN on main stage, game number 1, and they looked so calm. It was an assassination that we saw. And on the other hand, you look at SSG, the amount of emotion and passion that they needed to get through Damwon Kia.
I mean, SSG had to dig deep in that matchup. And I mean, a highlight of that, of course, is going to be Bosco clutches upon clutches and Dexter going huge in the final map. But a different story now on Clubhouse map. Historically, you'd say this is SSG's dub house. They formed a roaming meta here during their era of dominance. Can WYLDE go toe-to-toe here? And our bans rolling in. And SSG, a little bit unusual one, it's going to be the Bandit removed.
Yeah, the bandit removed, so that's going to take out a little bit of the work that maybe some of these teams can do on defense. But this is, of course, Clubhouse, and I cannot wait. And when we're seeing Azami banned out as well, Azami probably not be this coming that has changed this site in particular, this map in particular, more than any other that's come in recently.
Absolutely. Azami is able to just do so much creative work, able to change lines of sight and be that nuisance. How many times, even into the WYLDE LATAM, even in this event, we've seen teams just keep throwing Azami barriers at those port of entries, making it so difficult to breach on in, and especially when you have such limited time at the end of a round, you don't want to spend those very valuable seconds using 3 melee attacks to get that down. And if you have no utility, you're really forced into it.
Yeah, and speaking of spending seconds, you look back at game number 1 on Wild, they didn't use many seconds at all during that game. The amount of times that they got into the site and got active. We are going down to basement though for round number 1 with it, and I am so pumped. And looking at the setup they have, there is going to be a pretty strong Roman presence with not only Oryx, but Cav on the board.
Not a normal choice to say that at the least. Jay donning the Brazilian operator. I just wonder if we're going to be seeing one of those interrogations. One of the rarest sights in competitive play. Will that be on the cards today? I will draw your attention to Kaneo on the Capcan as well. If they waste time clearing this room and they need to make a last gasp dive into the site, you are not checking your feet. You might get yourself caught out. Aces tried something just a little bit cheeky. A spawn pig early. Hot and Cold, the only person in that vicinity, but he stays alive. And Kaneo, inside of blue, might just try to set a C4 early. He'll wait, he'll be patient, but SSG not lying for that trap just yet.
Not yet, but Wild are playing aggressive straight off the bat, looking to just meet them at the points of entry and stop SSG from getting in the building. And all this waste time, we're 30 seconds in and there's virtually no presence from SSG in there whatsoever, as they will begin opening up walls, creating those line of sights. And this is where the roam gamers, those roamers, earn their money. If they can just delay time up, they don't even need a kill, just tick times off the clock.
I mean, the biggest thing when you talk about time right now is going to be Jay. You spot a Kavir, you know it's there, okay? It's you know, this isn't your rank stack. It's going to be a little bit easier to clear it out. These teams know how drones work. But it is that threat, it's that chaos, that wild card that can get tossed in. And right now, playing that lurking role with aces, just kind of staying close enough just to be a nuisance to try and set it up. But SSG, wall open, entryway gathered. But they're taking their time, making sure they don't want to take risks because they know Wild will try and pull something. And Jay, as everyone gets closer, there's the drone. He spotted out. He won't last too long. Trapped by main door. And he is going to have to fight and brawl his way out of bar.
Yeah, and he is doing that. He's completely changed his position straight off the bat, and that was good movement. He got himself in a tricky situation, but he got himself out. There's 1 minute and 30 left, and still the roam presence is there for Wild. SSG, though, they're playing that really structured style. The big rotate coming in from Cav, and how did Cav get away with that?
Absolutely no one. Who's going to watch that? Who's watching Freezer for that run out? You get your Cav back on site, and with 1 minute left for SSG to get their vertical open, the hatches open, and work this execution, Wild might have played their cards perfectly, and Bosco will take an immediate slap of damage, slapping him down to around 50 HP. Not ideal, but time is going to be of the essence. Less than 1 minute now for SSG.
Well, Tristan said in the pre-show that we were going to see some old-style Siege, and that's exactly what is coming now. Those traps are going to be popped. This is where SSG have to be careful. This is where Capcan and Goyo comes into his own, just slowing down the push. Just 35 seconds left on the clock, and we are getting ready for a hatch drop. Down goes Hot and Cold as they look to start taking control of Moto. The push is getting ready. 25 seconds on the clock, and Corey will get the opening one of this game as Fultz will fall, and Kaneo's going to double down with Dexter, the next player to fall. Bosco getting ready for the push, but Wild Corey on the swing finds Bosco, and this SSG, this liquid attack, has hit a stone wall. That is Wild, but I see that diffuser going down.
That's going to be a stick by Hot and Cold. He'll get it down before 000, leaving us in a very tricky position. Hot and Cold now alone. He'll get one more. He'll fight two. Hot and Cold. It's only the first round, and Wild fumble it against SSG. Hot and Cold, well, he's woken up hot today.
Oh, that was a huge play. Wild tried to pinch him out, but he really locked in. Diffuser down. Big triple, and that is a momentum one all. We spoke about SSG ourselves backstage before. And Rampy, the last thing you want to do is give him a reason to get pumped on behalf of his team, because they live and die by him. And look at him already. He is loving it. They look locked in.
Absolutely. SSG are an emotional team, and a play like that in the opening round, that's going to get them pumped up. That's going to be motivation. It wasn't an easy job to get there, but they got it done. And it was a 1v3 for Hot and Cold. Postman, it was nearly the death of the round as well when he got the case down. Hot and Cold, what a start to this one, but Wild showing good promise. It forced out a clutch so early from SSG. The return to the basement again, this time not wielding to bring the Kavira, deciding let's go for a little bit more of a default strategy, and we will see the Cade brought out and the Valkyrie edition as well.
But it was the experience with it. They were in a position where they had no right to win the round, and they just stayed so calm. They've been here before, they've done it before, and to win a round like that against Wild, this is only their second ever game on a LAN together with it on the main stage, and you've already had one big round loss.
Yeah, it's not going to be the ideal start for that. We're just seeing, I think this is going to be a very similar take. SSG will take their time. They know what Wild will do. They faced a Kavira in the opening round. So far that kind of sense, that sets the script for SSG. We'll drone, we'll check, we'll clear every rat spot, every corner, everything that might be a surprise Wild will throw at us. We need to check it. That will waste time, and that will play in the hands of Jay. Those Capcan traps are a nuisance when you have 30 seconds, 10 seconds, even less to push through those critical areas. So we'll have to wait and see how that one rolls out. But SSG so far, good sprawling drone network, getting information so they can push in and get that entry, but they can't wait too long to get those picks.
Well, but one drone. That is all they've lost so far in the early stage of this one, and they've got so much utility to use as well. 4 nades. Think of probably the most dangerous operator in Siege right now in the right hands, and it is in the hands of Dexter. Black Eye gone, so that's a little bit more intel gone. Wild really losing the intel and the information battle in the early stage of this one, and all of a sudden you look at SSG, it's a little bit quicker than the last attack. They've pretty much got control of both floors, and they're beginning to play what little verticality that you can, hoping to get a free entry.
Minute 35 left, no pick from either side, so 10 players still standing in the server. SSG would have wanted to find that opening pick, because you go to a 5-on-5 brawl on site, it can be a bit of a coin toss depending on how that can go. An individual talent begins to become the defining factor. Rampy cracking, working his way through the floor, trying to clear these power positions. An EMP sent, and Bosco will crack open the Moto hatch. That will give themselves a very direct avenue, and that will put some pressure on. You can't play there to the 9 main stairs anymore, and that will compact and compress Wild a little bit deeper into sight.
And they are ready for this push though, but they're in still very strong positions. And now the push goes to take control of Generator as Dexter slams Corey straight into the next round with that headshot. And that is control of Blue gone. Gisela will be the next to fall as Rampy pushes on in, but this is the second round. Last time Wild were in this position that SSG find themselves in, and they won the round out. So Jay will find that one against Dexter with it, and we're getting into that 35 seconds, and once again we're going to see a last ditch push.
SSG still hold the player advantage, 4 versus 3. They can trade their way to victory, but Wild won't make it easy. 27 seconds and pressure will arrive on the church wall. It will be Maestro's job to hold the line. Bosco looks to be the first to try and take this fight. Case in back pocket, he can't get too risky, but Kano, he's been so fantastic so far in this entire matchup in this tournament. What can he do? Jay inside of blue will find some damage with a punch hole, but we hit red on the timer, and Bosco will try and get this plant down. He'll stick it out, and now Wild so far back, compressed to side. Hot and Cold will pick off Jay, leaving it all down to aces, and Fultz will make it easy.
That was another brilliant round by SSG, and they are bringing the structure with it. They have a list, and they are working through it item by item. 2 rounds down, 2 plants, and Wild, well, they've already lost the same amount of rounds in game number 1 tonight as they lost in the whole previous series.
I mean, that just speaks to the dominance they had over Team Liquid. I mean, but SSG proving to be a difficult puzzle to solve for a while. But this shot from Dexter, woohoo! That's a perfect example, as you said, slammed Corey in this vertical angle. Like, SSG played it perfectly. This is why they were so dominant on Clubhouse, and yes, a different roster, different era, but they still have the method, and they are going through it perfectly. Aces, as you see, they're not too impressed with that round. Wild, dropping 2 in a row. They'll swap site, up the gym they go. Can they find some success, or will SSG just keep this momentum rolling?
Yeah, I think WYLDE, they've gone for the huge power play with it. They're taking SSG to Clubhouse, like the young pup looking to take on the old dog. And so far, SSG are asserting dominance in this one with a 2-0 lead. But once again, this is Clubhouse. The game has changed so far. You know, on attack, you expect to get 3 rounds this time around. And for SSG, they're just 1 away from reaching that. A round 1 for WYLDE, and suddenly things start changing.
WYLDE need momentum. As you said, 1 round, things begin to change. They need to get themselves into this. They're a team that can really play on the fact that they can do stuff that you're going to find annoying, inconveniently, with aggression and that clear-cut aggression, that clear-cut path they tend to have, especially on their offensive side, which they're probably waiting or looking forward to more than slogging through the defense against SSG. But this will be the storyline. This is why SSG are so good. It is a staple of the NA scene. You know, not doing too great this stage, but they still have all the methods in place. Good drone network, good initial clear, not taking unnecessary risks, and they're going to run into Jay early, but they know how to clear this, and he's going to be forced into fights. But Kaneo, that's going to be cheeky if you manage to pull that one off.
Let's see when we see the members of SSG start to just bring a different element to this attack as well, because it's very linear so far. They're pushing in through CCTV cache. The castle is there, the annoying operators that can just slow down your push as Bosco gets in position now to open up construction wall again. So far, 1 minute down, it's been a very linear push, but we've seen SSG in the past. If they decide to switch sides, or they notice something in WYLDE, they will switch straight away.
A team needs to be clinical against a side like WYLDE especially. You don't know what WYLDE are going to do. They might change it on the fly. So far, Jacuzzi's not opened up. WYLDE have maintained that, and Aces, well, he's on a bit of a tour. Where's he going to go? Where's our favorite German going to end on up? And I think he's going to go for a flank up inside of Cash. He might try and make some bank on that play. Jacuzzi's still in play. 2 AMPs already deployed by the Thatcher of Hot and Gold, so it might be a bit of a difficulty to get that open, but they've got control inside of the eastern side. They can begin to form this push. And the tip of that spear is gonna be Dexter.
He is indeed, and he has those nades at the ready as well. Rampy's going to begin dumping utility into the unknown locations, and he will find Corey. The opener with a minute left inside this round drops down through the hatch. Jay's going to get one, but he's quickly traded back by Rampy. As SSG, they have switched up this attack. Another nade will be thrown, forcing Aces down the stairs, but that shotgun at close range can be a round winner, and he is going to hit Rampy. It's a 3v3. Kaneo gets one, but Bosco brings us back to a 2v2 situation, and the pace is just starting to slow down again. We're getting ready for this last little push.
It's a tag team matchup, a brawl for round number 3. All these teams throwing it very, very early. 30 seconds, SSG have a good amount of control and a good amount of time again to get some information. WYLDE is playing close enough to each other to try and work that trade, but Gista will get caught out by Fultz, leaving the store. New sub player to try and clutch up in this 1 versus 2. 17 seconds, he has no information, he got caught through the wall, he's gonna take a beating, and Fultz shuts it down. SSG, 3 rounds in a row.
And they are cruising so far. WYLDE have no way to stop these structured attacks. And this is their first time playing against what you would call a tier 1 team. And it's their first big event on stage. Can they get some momentum back? SSG, they're showing why they've been here before. They're showing their credentials. They're former world champions, and they've got a 3-0 lead. I'd be very surprised to see any sort of a drop start coming up in this one.
SSG are in complete control now. This is basically where they want to be. They now have the job of managing this game. They can't let WYLDE in. They know if they give WYLDE some energy, some momentum, it might be too hard to stop. So get your rounds in, get them early, and manage it now. The attack is very, seems like the attacking side right now, especially WYLDE, and if they can get themselves there on Clubhouse and do some damage to SSG, it will be great for them, but damage control, they need to get some rounds, because if you let SSG go 4, 5, even 6 rounds uncontested, well, doesn't matter how good you are on the attack, SSG might just close that one out.
They may indeed, and I'm looking at the defensive lineup that we're getting ready to lock in. WYLDE currently having a timeout, and this is a good time to use it. Halfway through your defensive phase, use your timeout. Don't wait too long. We've seen it in the past. Teams delay their timeout for way too long, and by the time they actually change something, it's too late.
Exactly. You don't want to leave it until, realistic, you don't want to leave it until it is dire straits. You want to be able to make changes in the now and then, and that's what WYLDE decided to do. Make that call out or make that change. Can they kind of stop this momentum, SSG? We've been sitting around listening to them on their other games on the B stream, and the energy this team has when they're on a streak of rounds is immaculate. You hear Rampy, you hear it hot and cold, you hear everyone get that energy up, and when you're playing in that fun environment, it's hard to beat aside. So Wild round 4 now. This is what I'm going to say, one of the most critical moments in this round. You need this. You need to at least have a good show and get it closer. And ideally, you need to get your first round on the board right here, right now.
This is their map pick, and they are going to go for that standard hold inside Garage. That position, playing on top of 1 and 2, on top of Garage, play your life. Don't get baited into peeking. Don't get baited into doing anything silly. And that's what SSG are going to try to do. They're going to try bait the player up on Raptors to just take on a gunfight that he can't win.
Exactly. You need to burn utility. You need to burn time and just be that thing that plays in the back of your mind, that worry, that concern, like, what happens if we haven't cleared Raptors? We need this critical control for Rampy on the Nook, an entry solo from inside of Strip. This will be a very interesting brawl as he will likely arrive upon Jay's doorstep very soon as the rest of SSG begin their work getting that main breach and that first check on the tick list to getting this execute rolling. But Jay has decided to vacate the bottom floor and get back as close as he can to the site. Main breach open, and I imagine SSG will call some rotation, some pressure to construction now to set up a split and really make Wild uncomfortable.
And this drone is so important for the members of SSG. They have full location on Rampy, looking to ramp things up, but unable to hit the shots onto Jay, who will rotate back on through. But SSG will be communicating there's only 2 other places that he can pop his head up through unless he makes the same rotate we saw Cav do earlier. Now the wall is going to be open. 1 minute and 50 seconds left, and back on the drones. Just information is king. Where are these defenders? Where are they weak? Little peek coming in from Corey, but Dexter will sit him down, and that is a vital player down, playing on top of the breach. 1 minute and 35 seconds. We're at the halfway point, Whippet, and SSG just going through that list.
Dexter just has Corey's number. Corey can't get into it right now, and Dexter is the kind of bane of his existence in the server. Rampy still on the hunt, still looking to cause some chaos. What can he find? Downstairs, no one from Wild likely to drop or arrive, but Kaneo might be in trouble if that information is there, and we know how good SSG's calls are. Kaneo, the new gun, the new blood on the team. What can you do as you're pinned in a corner? Time to play your life and fight for every second you can burn, but Rampy has no intention of pushing him right now, waiting for that rotation down the hatch in the stage.
Rampy's presence there alone has kind of forced Kaneo to just get out of dodge, and he gets away with just over 50 HP. 52 seconds left, and all the SSG members are still looking to find that next pick, but it's Aces that is going to find it. But Dexter on the breach will get it again, and he takes down Jay. It is a 4v2 SSG. Kaneo pulls one back, but SSG are just flexing their muscles. But there is Gisla, and Rampy creeping up the stairs now. Shotgun getting ready to swing. Kaneo, they're looking to isolate, but Rampy will find it, and the second, and SSG take a 4-0 lead.
Oh, that's just gonna get everyone on SSG feeling it. Rampy drops prone with the pistol to finish it off. Wild got closer that time, but SSG just too much to handle. They go 4 rounds up. Wild, you need an answer. You need it now. You can't wait any longer. Dire Straits, and look at that. The passion of Rampy. They know how strong their position is, and they are managing this matchup perfectly, not letting Wild get into it at all.
And that is SSG. Rampy, when you see him worked up like that, they very rarely lose a game, and that's a theme for a lot of these NA teams, but they live with passion and power, and SSG are a prime example.
They certainly are. Again, they're all in a team house in Vegas. They're used to being sat beside each other, brothers in arms, and getting it done. One thing I'll draw back on, this is Wild's map. If you lose your own map pick in a best of 3, it is not exactly the best position to start yourself off in. A little bit of context for Wild on Clubhouse, though. Recently, during a CL qualifier, he had a very, very hard time on this map, getting over a team from another national league in EU. So, this isn't exactly, I'd say, their strongest of maps, and SSG very much exploiting that right now. 4 rounds, and 4 rounds uncontested. Wild, time to start getting that ball rolling.
Yeah, you cannot let SSG win this next round, and for them, they're just hoping to pick it up. Another 3 rounds, and they will get themselves that map advantage in the best of 3. But it is 2 minutes and 40 seconds on the clock. You got to look at the operators that are being used again. Capcam, which hasn't really had an impact in this game whatsoever, being picked up by Kaneo. Corey going on the Thunderbird this time around, Jay, and then on the attack, they're not trying to change the world, SSG. They're just doing their job.
That's what SSG are perfect at, though. They go through, not going through the motions, but they know exactly what they need to do. They have a very efficient pathing. They always have a good idea what the plan is, how to work it, how to execute it, what to get done, and how to do it when to do it. And so far, good opening now. Walls open, they can start putting pressure on. Fultz lurking around this pool table hatch to catch someone, and there it is. He'll catch aces, and there's the first pick. SSG already looking like they can make this a 5-0 Wild. No trade, of course. No one's even close. Problems begin to grow for our favorite GSA side.
NA are currently asserting their dominance in this one, 4-0 up on attack, and they are in great position. Once more, Rampy opening up those vertical lines, but Kaneo will pull one back as Hot and Cold will be dropped, and Kaneo will just retreat back to site. Nobody there in place to get the trade for SSG. So Wild pull it back to a 4v4 halfway through the round, and once again, the drones being used and whip it. It's a constant theme here. Wild have no answer to the drone work. They're not taking out drones. SSG are able to just be cartographers and paint out a perfect line of sight on all of these maps.
They paint a perfect picture of what Wild are doing, and we see the network of SSG every time they play. Their drone network is fantastic. It really is difficult to deal with a team that has solid information, and Dexter nearly finds one to Corey. What a storyline this has been between these two. He'll top himself up with a little bit of HP for the rest of his team as well. Tapping away, but the fire will burn away, stopping him for around 15 more seconds. Rampy carving open Kitchen, but he'll take some damage as well. Nade primed and ready, he'll send it to the depths of Church, and it doesn't connect, no damage done. 45 seconds, and SSG begin to spool themselves up for execution on a stricken Wild.
And there is C4s wasted. This is utility that the defenders need to maximize. Dexter looking to turn this into his lab as he looks in towards those AKs at the back of the room. Fultz is in a great position as well to catch any defenders who rotate through that way. You can just sense the push getting ready with it. They're putting all those places in place. 20 seconds now. 4v4. Where will we see the first engagement? That's Corey on the swing that's going to take down Fultz. And they push on in, and it's a quick triple. There you have it. That's more like it from Wild. They pull around back, and it was once again in that last 20 seconds.
They needed it. They really needed that round. Finally, they've quelled the fire of SSG. They haven't been able to shut it down, but now they've done it. Now they've got themselves at least one round of a breathing room when the side swap arrives later on. But one more defense for the side of Wild. Can they make it 2 rounds in a row? They'll be moving on to the offensive side after that next round, and we might see a little bit more of their, I think, that aggressive kind of trademark they seemingly have at SSG. Their thoroughness of the clear, a little bit of the weakness there. They do spend a lot of time droning, getting their initial entry. They're being safe, and you'd understand that. They're playing against a side that is in T3 and EAU, and we've already seen what they've done. The Liquid, you don't want to take chances. Right there, they left themselves with very little time to make it work, and Wild took advantage of that, and that Goyo burning away at main stairs just stopped Dexter from getting aggressive, and that's what SSG need. They need that catalyst, and that's what Dexter's been doing so far. Wild really benefited from that one.
They did, and look at the little pick that we're seeing in the attacker repick phase coming in from SSG. Fultz is going to move over to the OSA. Those OSA shields can be so difficult for defenders to work against that it's just another way to get intel for free. Picture a good OSA having the same sort of effect as a Monty, but able to shoot back a lot harder.
I mean, not even that, not even the fact that they can use the gun more often, it's the fact that you create crossfires. I mean, you know, we look back at the Sweden Major, for example, teams like Damwon who are competing here as well, use OSA very effectively to just set up crossfires and force teams into essentially no-win situations, and it really is a nightmare to deal with. Dexter being very aggressive here, looking at that entryway. SSG, I imagine, have paved the way with drones already. They've been so good at it so far, and I'm really curious how this OSA will get used.
I can't wait. It's every time we see a different team use it in different maps, it has a different impact. Dexter on the top floor, waiting to catch the roamers on the clear. SSG not forgetting how much of an impact. Of course, they're the ones that wrote the script of a roam on this map, so they're surely the ones who know how to break it down as well. Jay, playing inside logistics, just waiting for somebody to come his way. The footholds can have an impact, and we're seeing a lot of work being put in. Looking down towards the floor below, the rest of Wild. Utility there, Corey using Alibi in the first game of the day. Corey had a massive impact, not quite really getting up and running so far. Or once again getting to the halfway point of the round and not a bullet fired at anger yet at either opponent.
No damage done, no putting pick, but again, this is SSG. They're not going to find themselves in fights very early. They'll clear the map, they'll get control, they'll be essentially an NA side. They'll be very, very careful, making sure they have control, they have information, and then they'll start going through the checklist. While they need to disrupt that rhythm, and well, Dexter posted up behind an Ossa shield. You don't want to face that one. You're going to be peeking LMG that can send lead down range all day. That will be a nightmare to fight with, but Jay in a good crossfire holding up inside of construction. And that Echo drone, what? Absolutely brilliant, getting some massive information. And Dexter takes a beating, source unknown, but he'll have to retreat just for a little bit longer, and he now vacates that Ossa shield. 1 minute left in this round, and Wild doing a good job once again of burning away time, but Corey, first slain out by Rampy, with under a minute left to go. Here comes the execution from SSG.
The wall is open, the intel is being gotten by Fultz, just using that Ossa shield. And what do Wild have to say back? Jay will take down Dexter with the headshot, meaning that Wild, as long as they can keep Echo alive, can still have the impact. It's getting late into the game. Hot and Cold is going to take down Aces. SSG will have Rampage right, but there is Jay finding him on the stairs, and Fultz pushes into sight. This is where the Ossa shield really has an impact. With 20 seconds left, what is going to happen?
Kaneo needs to stay alive and deny this plant, but it's going to be a brawl inside of Connector. Fultz will try and stick that plant in the chaos of the smoke, and that will disrupt the Yokai drone. They've got no information. They've got a red ping eventually, but they're trying to carve their way to the floor. The case goes down, and SSG in such a strong position, but Fultz will get one. There's a trade from Kaneo. They need to brawl their way back into this matchup, but Houghton holding the cross. This is not going to be an easy one. He'll shut down Jay, leaving it all down to Kaneo. And is he going to try and stick this one out? Surely he can't, and he won't try it now as SSG circle and corner him. He'll get one. Surely not Kaneo. Surely no more heroics for you. Not through the wall. What can he find? Bearing 9 in hand. Is he got the clutch potential? Does he have it? He'll chase for this pick, but doesn't have time. He'll need this stick, and this will just be Houghton's freebie through the wall. SSG, what a strong half from them.
Hot and Cold with the triple as they just absolutely annihilate Wild on attack. 5 rounds to 1. And Kaneo, well, he was a bit more like Canteo this time because he wasn't able to clutch that one out. But it was a brilliant attempt. But just Hot and Cold. Experience once again. Get halfway down the stairs. It's a soft wall. It's nearly impossible for Kaneo to win that.
You know, part of me is hopeful. I love Wild, I love this org, I love this team, and I love Kaneo so far, but you saw Houghton and Cold in that position, you just knew it was going to be a clutch. Another one to add to the resume for Houghton, and really doing a massive job for SSG. 5-1.5 on the offensive side. Very much what they were hoping for here. Wild, can you turn the tide now? They've been good on the offensive side. They've been really good, but can they now find the strength to dig deep on a map that we know SSG are good at and we know they've struggled with in the past? What can they do? What can they show us? What chaos can they cause?
Well, they need to be next to perfect. They're 5 rounds down. SSG 2 rounds away from breaking the serve, essentially winning the map that was chosen by Wild, and then they will go to their map next, Oregon, after this one, another map that suits the SSG style of play. But what can Wild do? Even if you say this map's lost, even if you accept the fact that you're not going to win this one, it's building a little bit of momentum. You do not want to go in losing 7-1 because Wild, they've been on the other side of that one today already.
But the thing you got to look at this as well is you're now going to go after this map. Win or lose for Wild right now, this next map is going to be for SSG. That's what they're strong at. That's what they decided to go on against this team, clearly for good reason as well. How can they fare up against that one? Still early days in this round, in this matchup, or in this round I should say. Wild aren't going to be as thorough as SSG. I don't think anyone's going to be too surprised at that one. They like to keep it simple. You'll watch this, and they won't go for full clears. They will go as direct as they can. They want to play this game with half clears. Take as little map control as you need and get the opening picks, get the utility, get the angles, everything to get an execution rolling. And when they get those opening picks, they are not afraid to take space. So SSG, they won't want to give them those picks, and they'll play very reserved, waste every second they can. And so far, it's working effectively. Wild really haven't been able to see anyone of SSG yet. That might change soon, though, as Rampy might begin to get cornered upstairs by the main stairs.
Yeah, but it's how much longer can they delay? Seconds are the most precious commodity on this game for defenders. The more you get deep into the game, the more that time becomes an extra defender on your behalf. Rampy still playing on top of the stairs, still just taking away so much time away from this wild attack. The Legion mine will go off, once again giving a little bit more intel to SSG, and it's been something they've built their success on. Drawing attention once more to Wild's usage of drone. Well, but they've got barely any left. They've nearly lost all.
Well, it's only even worse. Another one's going to be sliding out, leaving them with one drone left to work with. Essentially, Wild are flying blind. They're going into the dark with no idea where SSG are. And you look at Houghton lurking inside a pool table with a hatch to go up as well. This might be disastrous for Wild. Less than a minute to work with. And they've got really not a lot to say, or a lot to kind of show for their time in the round so far. Bosco prepped the C4, so is Dexter. They are just waiting for the call. And Wild really stalling out, really struggling. And I'll say this one more time as you point out. One drone left, and there's Houghton. They had no information. They'll find the trade, but that is damage done. 35 seconds to go. Jay with an nade sent in. It will land. Yes, it does. Bosco slain. He'll look for another one by the main stairs. Surely not from Wild. Surely this round is a lost cause. The C4 gets sent in. A second one comes soaring. It will only do partial damage to Jay, but all of Wild ready to storm in and cascade down main. But Dexter up close and personal with that shotgun. It's gonna make it rain. There's one. The player in dirt will pop up, and Wild causing chaos. Pistol in hand of Aces, not good enough, and nor the LMG of Jay. SSG hold strong and put themselves on match point.
And a triple for Rampy, not for the first time in this game already. They have had big moments from their big players time and time again, and now they're on match point. This is literally the position that every single team dreams to be in. You've got a commanding lead. You can make mistakes. You can have problems and still win out, because at the end of the day, I said in the last round, Wild need to be near perfect. Well, now they need to be perfect if they want to get anything out of this.
We speak about SSG being an emotional side. Well, so are Wild. They really, really don't like fighting from these positions. And now, well, on the biggest of stages you've ever played upon, the quickest route to the semi-finals stands ahead of you. And SSG 6-1. 5 rounds ahead. It will have to be a heroic performance from them to get this job done. I believe, though. I'm a little bit of a believer in Wild from my region, and Irish owned Dorg. You've just got to say, we've got to believe in them.
Biased caster. I think there's two Irish fellas here. You know, if we get a little bit passionate about Wild, it's because we have a little bit of a tie to them, but whip it. Looking at SSG right now, the two big players in round one today was Dexter and Bosco. This time around, Hot and Cold and Rampy are the ones carrying the torch. It just goes to show how flexible they can be when they need to.
This team has depth. This team has all that potential, and not reflective of their performance in stage 2 of NAL at all right now. It would be nice to see this side of SSG coming out during that one for all their fans. But a good job so far, and they're looking set to claim the first map of this best of 3 series to book their ticket to our semi-finals tomorrow. Wild will try and work their way. A direct push yet again on the cards for them. The biggest thing I'll say, the massive issue is going to be that clear of Rafters. A late push arriving. Corey will take an absolute bucket of damage from Dexter. And this storyline, Dexter versus Corey, I hope it goes on all series, because they seemingly always find themselves toe-to-toe.
Yeah, they're like a little bit of a fight, a little bit of a scrap in this one, and it has been a little bit of a scrappy performance from Wild so far. I need to see more from them to maybe think that they can get through, because SSG have shown their class. But look, we're a minute into the round. The round is open, and just Jay sprinting in through the breach will find Dexter. and it's not going to be Corey this time, but that is the C4 singing out J will fall, so the site control lost once again, and Rampy has just began the rotate with it, and this could be dangerous for Corey.
It really can be. Corey now is going to be left very, very exposed to this push. That was an attempt, though, of what WYLDE love to do. Get aggressive! Rampy, are you kidding me? Bye-bye, Corey. Ace is now alone inside of Garage. To minute 25 to go. Kaneo tries to claw his way up by rafters. The breach is open. They've got the cover, but what can they do? It's time to brawl your way, trade your way to success. He'll open up the angle. He'll try and force this plant. SSG have already used one of those C4s, but Rampy is on the roam. He's looking to destroy the hopes of WYLDE's potential comeback. Kaneo crosses in, but there's nothing to deny it. Rampy's down below. The toxic counter will now force Kaneo into an alternate position. He can't stay there. And look at Rampy down below. He's going to deny this.
Well, Aces is there to take him out. So now WYLDE have a chance, hot and cold, waiting for the push through the window. He's in position on top of red. The reactions, though, he isn't able to hit the shot. And that diffuser is going down 50. But Kaneo comes off because Fultz is going to take him down. But there's Gisela with the trade again. 2v2 SSG. 2 more kills, 30 seconds away from getting that advantage. And now Aces is going to go plant that one. Gisela, all of it lays down to him, holding the cross, waiting for the position. Aces has come off the defuse twice already, trying to bait any utility that SSG have left. And they're going to know exactly where Gisela is. Gisela's in the spot. The swing comes out, but there goes the diffuser. Hot and cold takes down Aces, and it is all down to Gisela as he rappels down, getting ready for the rush out the bottom garage, while the other defender getting ready to potentially go for it. But oh no, the position has been betrayed. And now Gisela pushing again. Hot and cold, going for the defuse. Comes back up. Plenty of time to play with, and Gisela will find one. And it's all down to Bosco. Outside, Gisela gets the kill. WYLDE get a second. And well, they pulled that one away from what could have been an SSG victory.
3 in the round for Gisela. Huge clutch, and that is what WYLDE need right now. They're not playing the best of Sage, but when they need someone to stand up and stand tall, Gisela was there to provide. They've been given a lifeline, a foot in the door. Will SSG now slam that door shut, or will WYLDE try and claw their way back into this one? But Aces, that pick on the Rampy down below, absolutely insane. That was critical, opening up the chance of getting this round done.
Oh, just watching this back again. Gisela coming up clutch, and at the end of the day, SSG had to take on that fight as well. You can't just let time go down. They tried, they failed. It's only 1 round. They've still got a 4-round advantage with it. And honestly, for WYLDE, it's a little bit more momentum for SSG. They're going to want to close this one out as quickly as possible, because they did play a 3-round affair earlier today. They've played more. They use a lot of energy. The quicker they can get map 1 out of the way, the happier they'll be.
Absolutely. SSG having a long matchup against Damwon early today. So, you know, fatigue's not going to be a factor. These teams, of course, have these scrim a lot. Obviously, they're at the top level of play for a reason. However, officials are a little bit of a different story for going double scrims, for example, in the day. So they'll need to try and stick this one out. WYLDE very fresh coming off that Liquid game, playing essentially just, 16 rounds what they played against Liquid. Like, that's absolutely preposterous to me to even think they got through Liquid that quickly. But WYLDE really not going to be able to bring that momentum back in this one, as SSG proving to be a more difficult puzzle to solve.
They are, and hot and cold is just going to be a piece of that puzzle. Just playing down around bar, and this is someone that you need to clear out. Alibi, so fast, that high rate of fire can be a nightmare. Aces using the footholds to try find one back the other way, and hot and cold will now fall back towards pool table, in towards bar, understanding the situation. You don't always have to win gunfights as defenders with it. You just have to understand the situation and know when the ground is lost.
Sometimes it's all about playing that onion peel defense. Lose control, fall back, stay alive, but burn time, utility, anything you can do, but don't lose your life. And that's what WYLDE might now try to need to do now. They're going to be attacking bar, which is a difficult site to break down. You really need to get control of construction. That top floor, that hatch presence is a nightmare, and they're going to start working that now, as Kaneo will open up that jacuzzi wall to make the players a little bit more uncomfortable there. But Jay, that's an opening pick that WYLDE needed. That's on the Bosco, who's been such a big player so far in the series against Damwon, and now off the board early. WYLDE might have a chance to begin to claw more rounds on the board now, or at least this one.
Yeah, every single round that they pullback now will have an impact on the mental. We know how important confidence and momentum can be in SSG. Have it all. Dexter will just sit them back down a little bit more. Pulls one back, but there's Aces taken out hot and cold. Rampy playing the vertical angle, though, will take down Jay once again. It is a 3v3, a 2v2 as Fultz will just get traded out as they both take each other out in this phase. But look at the case. They know where it is, Whippet.
They know they need, or SSG have full information upon it, and it is going to be Gisela, the hero of the previous round, and Aces, one of those big star players left to try and brawl their way to success here. A minute left, and Rampy inside of Logi. You need to clear him, and what do they have to do? Well, they've got no nades. They're going to have to take a gunfight as Dexter locks it down, and he sees the cross. He knows the case is collected, and this is huge.
43 seconds left, and Wild desperately need to do something. But you look, Dexter still has a C4 in pocket. Dexter doesn't even need it. He's going to take down Aces with the SMG-11. Gisela will stick the plant, but the toes of Rampy, or the toes are revealed. Rampy gets the kill. SSG dominant performance in map 1.
Absolutely, Gibson. SSG get it done in style. And Wild never really got into that matchup. We expected a little bit more for them, considering, well, look how quickly they got through Liquid. NA looking strong here, and SSG dominant from them all around. And one player I'm gonna have to look at, Dexter, had Corey's number, and Corey, such a big player for Wild, had no real impact because, well, Dexter, every time they met, sent him to the Shadow Realm.
And this is Dexter's first ever proper game, proper day playing for SSG, and he has had a massive impact for them. But I gotta say, the way SSG played that game, that was prime SSG. That is what won them a world championship in SI. And we're coming into that time of the year up at a game where they're getting prepared for that push.
SSG certainly looks strong, but I know our desk will be able to break that down in detail. So Milos, off to you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I gotta say, Whippet really does remind me of someone on My Chemical Romance. I think that's a cosplay that needs to happen in the future. But the end, SSG able to complete their win in this matchup. Wild, they couldn't really replicate the same sort of win that they had against Team Liquid. Unfortunately, it's that experience of Space Station pulls them across.
It's a little bit of what I predicted when we saw the map. There's not a crazy amount that they can do, and I know me and you have spoken about it, about the way that SSG played it.
Yeah, for sure. I would say that the play style that was chosen for this game, it would be a very good fitting for the SSG game, and I think it was very good for them.
Well, let's take a look at our scoreboard for the matchup, brought to you by our sponsor, STC, and seeing who really performed at their best in their game. Anybody that stood out for you, Twister?
For sure, actually, the double guys, Rampy and Hot and Cold, being on the top again, and I would be giving a shout out to Dexter as well with his open kills. It was very important because SSG had to have the map control to manage to win all that rounds. I would say that this was a key that matters the most for them to close this map.
Yeah, Dexter was incredibly brave. I know it's only 8 and 8, but your job as an entry is to take space. That's what he did, and then they controlled that space. They slowed the rounds down constantly. Every single round came down to 20 seconds, 30 seconds. Bombs went down, there were clutches. What else can we ask for? It's perfect from SSG. That is the perfect approach against this team.
Well, let's take a look at a few highlights that we have in front of you, brought to you by Aramco, of course, our sponsor, and Twister. If I remember correctly, before we started this game, you were talking about the playstyle, about how SSG like to take space and should be able to take space, and if they are given that space, then they're gonna run over Wild. Seems like it's exactly what happened.
I would say that basically on this match you just had Dexter and Rampy going for these open kills and being able to give this space for them to get the map. And with that they got in a little bit of trouble when they were trying to start in the bomb site. So this is where the Wild guys just got aggressive and maybe got grabbing some kills. I believe that's why we got so many clutches in this match.
Yeah, it's the exact same as last match. We spoke about it beforehand, the clutches, and then the very first round of the game, Hot and Cold got the whole arena going crazy. God, yes. 1v3 flicks to 3 people on the Thatcher as well. When you've got a man like that that can play Thatcher, I mean, that's what you want.
AR-33 angle grip is exactly what you do. Well, angle grip back in the day, but angle grip not the case anymore. Makes me a bit sad, but Fair.
Got a hot and cold showing, you can still use it, Milosh.
Exactly. If only I had as good as aim as hot and cold.
If only Wild had as good aim as hot and cold.
Oh. In this one, only aces really could perform on it. We didn't see the same level of Wild. Do you think that they were a bit more afraid of their opponents, that they weren't as planned out, things weren't as planned out as they had before?
See, we spoke about this a little bit between me and you, Twister, didn't we, when we were watching. It got to 3-0. Wild was still playing aggressively at the start. They timed out 3-0. The very next round after that, they take a CC defend, they play a Jaeger, a Wamai, a Smoke, and one other denial operator. I can't remember.
Alibi, probably.
An Alibi and a Mute, or something like that. They thought, let's play a little bit more defensive. Let's try and rein it in. Maybe that'll work for us. Didn't work for them, but they go back the next site, they win it anyway, and they were on the back foot since the start. Like, they were really on the back foot since the start of this game.
I would say that they were very adaptive. They tried too many play styles, but nothing of that just worked with SSG. They just got the experience, they just got the map advantage. They just were too comfortable for that match, and Wild was not managing up to finish this map.
We started with a Caviera, Milosh, and a Cap Camp, and suddenly gets the 3-0, a timeout, they panic, they're on denial.
Oryx Thunderbird.
It's a really key sign that they thought,
well, I mean,
done.
Honestly, we're looking at Clubhouse, like you said, this is going to have some questions. Even Fresh was typing in our chat, like, are you sure this is how it went down? And apparently it was. So we'll have to see if Wild can actually come back from this on map 2, but that'll be in just a bit. SSG are up 1-0. I'd like to thank our sponsors here, MasterCard and Doritos, for making all of this happen at Gamers8 live from Riyadh. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, it'll be time to prep you for our second map in the series. See you in a moment. Welcome back, friends, to the Analyst Desk. Map 1 is done between Wild and the opponents of SSG, and SSG are up 1-0. Can they close the series out 2-0? Well, that's the conversation we're gonna go through now. Let's take a look at the maps and what we had in store. And honestly, we looked at map number 1, Clubhouse. That was Wild's pick. That's not gonna work, and it did not. But now on to Oregon, SSG's pick. How is this just gonna end 2-0? What's gonna happen here, Tristan?
It's a map they have struggled on in NAL.
Oh.
But, as Twister will tell you, it was against two really good teams, two major teams.
Mirage?
It was against Exet and Astralis. So what I would say is that SSG is really confident on this map. They like to play it, but they didn't perform so well in this map. That's what I think Tristan wanted to say.
Do we think that SSG may be thinking, well, these guys aren't quite Exet, they're not quite Astralis, so maybe does that first map even make them think that a bit more? I think Oregon, I didn't like it when Wild got onto it. I don't like that Wild have to play it against SSG. I think SSG are going to be strong in this map, and it's also quite a small map. It's a default map, and there's not really a map that's older than Oregon. I know it had a rework, but still, it's so default. It is such a default map. There's only so much that you can do.
Well, let's see how this one goes through. Our game is ready, so let's pull up our casters and say hello to Whippet and Gibson. Friends, please take us through map 2.
Oh, I cannot wait to get into this one, Milosh. We are going to Oregon, as Tristan said, a map SSG so much struggle with now against good teams. As he mentioned, it's their choice. Wild, they are not looking too great after that one. We saw them absolutely smoke Liquid 7-1-7-1 in their very first game here on the A stream. And that was a different story. SSG just proved too difficult to crack. And I'm going to say it might be the same story again here on Oregon.
If you are any team whatsoever and you want to write a script of what you want in a best of 3 to win the other team's map in game or in match number 1, and then go to one of the maps that you decided for game number 2, just 7 or 8 rounds away from the semi-finals. That is the exact way they want to do it. They win this game, they're through to the semi-finals. They are absolutely laughing. For Wild, if they lose this one, they're running that gauntlet as they go down to the lower bracket.
And no one wants to be in that lower bracket. Yes, you're playing teams that have already suffered losses, but that one extra life of this double elimination group stage that you are provided, well, that is null and void. Zofia and a Dokkaebi ban, and we all know why that Dokkaebi ban's come out. Kaneo on the SMG-12, on Skyscraper against Liquid. Well, 1v4. That's enough to be said with that one. As we see, Valkyrie banned away by SSG. Again, that's not really too much of a surprise. That operator doesn't see, oh, we're playing SSG. Don't want to deal with the extra information that Wild will get in their back pocket with it.
And now it is Wild's final ban. Val has been removed, so now, you know, it depends whether or not they go for Cade. A Cade ban here completely changes this one. And Whippet, I am excited. The ban coming in is going to be Mira.
They made us wait for it, though. That's the thing. So normally you see these teams go and fire through the bans as quick as possible. Now, unless they're using the time to calm, figure things out, but they took every second of that one. So perhaps they weren't expecting the bans to go the way they did. So, SSG, big momentum from them. Massive, massive performance on Clubhouse. And while it's a different era of SSG, no longer essentially the era of their Clubhouse, that was almost a glimpse back into the very recent past. What can Wild do here on Oregon? Tristan also mentioned one of the oldest maps as well. I am going to be tentatively cautious about Wild. I think they have a chance. Look at the Irish. I'm going to be a little bit biased because the org is, of course, at core an Irish, well, organisation at least. I think they can get a little bit better of a chance at it, but SSG might still just be too hard to crack.
It can be. And one of the things, you know, it's kind of like an inside joke or running joke when you talk about Oregon. It's one of the maps that you take new players to when you're trialing them out. New player, Dexter on the roster. This is him going to that trial map, I'd say, in quotes. What do you think about his performance so far?
Absolutely stunning. Right, Dexter has clearly been brought in to be that explosive element for SSG. That guy, exactly, Gibson. He has been brought in to be that guy. And we saw it, being able to find huge, impressive picks. Yes, that one tap the Corey he got in blue previously, but he's always making a massive impact. And again, had a big showing in the map 3 against Damwon Kia, a massive showing against Wild. And while people are watching all around the world are going to look, oh, Wild, they're not in any UL, they're not in Challenge League, not in NAL, they're not, you know, in T3. They are a team to really be taken seriously. And I mean, Aces and Corey are here for a reason. They bring that experience, they bring that dominance. This is a side to keep your eyes on in terms of the entire space of Siege for SSG. Just proved too difficult on club. How will it fare on Oregon? And it's going to be I think it's going to be a long matchup here.
It will be, and I want to see Wild really get that intel game under wraps, because game number 1 on the fence, they couldn't take out drones, and that's one of the first rules of Siege. And I'm looking at this attack from SSG. A minute gone, Fultz is already pushing up and through maps. They're taking map control, Nuck being perfect for this role that they're going for, and Kaneo has no clue. Kaneo's looking the wrong way, and a wrap from Nuck here in through Kitchen could take down Kaneo very early.
Kaneo might just get caught here. Fultz is very, very, very close indeed. He'll walk away, but that is Siege timing, just so close to each other. You can almost taste the first engagement of map number 2 between these two sides. However, it will be a run out. There's Kaneo with the Claymore. He thought about it the last second. Rampy will get the credit. Gisela's there for trade the hot and cold, but Fultz lurking and waiting will find that the Gisela. SSG an early 4-3 player advantage.
Absolute patience from Fultz, just waited for the footsteps to give away the position, and SSG find themselves in a 4-3. Jay falling back inside, playing inside Big Tower now, but realizing that this push is very focused towards those trophy and those main stairs. Long range shots coming in from Jay across inside Big Tower, unable to find the kill, but once again having a little bit of an impact in a round. Some damage done. Corey is going to just decapitate Dexter, looking in through Attic, and now Fultz gets himself back in position. 3v3. The next pick in this round, but is vital.
Wild have themselves in a very good position. The best position they've seemingly been in a long time in this series. Corey cornered in, boxed in inside of Attic with the DMR. They'll tap away, look to find anything, but nothing presenting itself. 35 seconds left in our opening round of map number 2, and Fultz is dangerously close. To flank is there, however, but Rampy caught by Corey. There's the trade, there's the finish. 2 versus 2 brawl, but Fultz will go huge, leaving it all down to Jay. 15 seconds, and he's against 2 of SSG. Fultz and Bosco with an aid will force him out. He's got all the time to work, but the cover is there from Fultz, who goes huge in this round with 3 massive picks, and SSG start off in winning form here on Oregon.
It's the absolute patience of SSG once again. They lose 1 pick, they lose 2, they do not panic. They reset. Like, Nuck is an operator that is built to just have an impact. You know, you're meant to get into the building early, but you're meant to be quiet. Wait and make as little noise as possible, and that's exactly what Fultz was able to do. 2 kills coming in through by just catching defenders, rotating on past, and then coming into the end, holding that cross. Kill comes in from Fultz, and this is another player, once again, for SSG, having a massive impact in a round.
SSG impact all through this roster. Even the newest addition, Dexter, who's getting up to speed with this team still. Absolutely fantastic. SSG have the depth to be a team that can challenge. You know, and always, I'm going to put the context. NA fans are not going to like me. It was not a good stage for them. Obviously, they had to make changes. This is why we see Dexter standing in for Sky as a veteran of the scene. Decided to move on from this side, and he is seemingly being our answer. I mean, they are way more sharp than what we saw inside of NAL. They are absolutely on it here, and of course, they obviously love best of 3s just a little bit more. But can they close this one out in a swift 2-0? Kaneo, how fast? He's clearing drones! He's going to go for a jump out spawn peek on drones! Where else you see that other than Wild pulling that stuff off? But massive drone economy inside, and that's a cut-off drone that completely controls that small tower side. They have no idea what's going on now on that side of the building, but they'll hear Corey fire some shots downrange.
And people don't normally get excited for drones being taken out with it, but that's a big impact in a round, taking that one out in the early stages. Wild playing inside basement, and now it's SSG's job to make the defenders do the work. Like, because at the end of the day, it's as a defender, it's not your job to be the one that actively look to have an impact round. It's down to the attackers to have the impact.
We have seen teams in national leagues in Europe, right, go for massive drone hunting styles of play, not just with Mutant Mozzie, but with their guns themselves, knowing where they read into. Actually, on this map in particular, we saw a very good example. If you choke out information, and you make it very difficult to know exactly what's going on, and that's Mason with a massive retreat, getting himself back to site, but if you make it hard to read into what's going on, it can make it a difficult push, as Oregon's a little bit slow.
Yeah, and that is a nade gone as well with no impact. They've still got plenty on the board, up at 5. But Corey up on top of Attic.
Corey has went from showers to T3. All right, you should never be allowed to get that rotation. SSG caught napping a little bit on that one, but he's not doing a whole lot of denying time. SSG, well, bleeding out just a little bit of time now. Minute 30 left in this round. They need to clear Corey, and that we see the repel of Houghton, but Corey was going to rotate away again, and he's just going to play in T2, and he's just going to waste every second he can. SSG have a bit of a problem on their hands now.
There is your tier 1 game sense right there, knowing when to move, but straight into the arms of Dexter as that battle just kicks off once again. Dexter v Corey.
Last map they were at it, and now they're straight away. Round 2 is when we finally see them go head to head here in Oregon. But SSG, good position, massive clears done, and now it's all about to try and get those picks on site. They've got that massive angle. They can deny that rotation inside of Shaiko, and now at 50 seconds they'll send that first Flores drone in and try and clear what they can to force Jay back, and he'll patch this up now.
And that is exactly what Jay had to do. They didn't have the shield in place. Pop the go-yo. Buy yourself the time to lock down that side. Rampage going to toss another nade, but nobody is in place to get taken down as another bit of offensive utility goes down without a waste. Bosco being held back by the smokes, going to drop down and eat it, and he catches one. Kaneo's going to get taken down by Hot and Cold as well. And just site control, domination, SSG showing their class, and it's all down to Aces inside Freezer, but things getting hot with those flames. Aces! Oh, Hot and Cold. Well, it was hot inside the freezer, and it was cold. Lights out the cold body of Aces. Gets another round win for SSG.
Ace has got me believing there. 2 quick picks, but Hot and Cold shut it down. Huge round from him for SSG. They get themselves yet another 2 rounds consecutively to start us off, and now the red flags begin to wave in the air. This is not good for Wild. They like an open flowing matchup. This map doesn't really provide it. This is the map that you would imagine. If you look at this team, they like the quote unquote funkier maps like Border, Theme, Sky. This is the most default map, and SSG seemingly in complete control. We're only 2 rounds in, but it looks to be a very similar script to what we saw on Clubhouse.
Well, you spoke about the red flags, and SSG are chasing down that checkered flag of a run into the next round. And the one thing Wild definitely don't need to do up it is raise that white one. They need to fight back.
They do. They have no... If they back away from this one right now, they're going to be really annoyed with themselves. They're a team that can be aggressive. Attack, defense, they can do it all. But they've been a little bit muted against SSG. We've not seen them play the way they do.
Attacker's objective is to locate a bomb
And
and defuse
with that, we're seeing the 6th pick coming again once again. But Lion being brought in by Fultz this time. And Lion, you know, we've all seen some of the shows on TV lately. Just one of those attackers that stops defenders in place. But Corey is getting ready to take on a big fight, but falls back again. Once again, showing the game sense and the knowledge.
Corey does not want to take that one. He knows at this stage you need to stay alive. Getting your HP back to the overall pool of your team and going back to site is critical for Wild survival in this matchup. SSG are so rhythmic though. They'll clear, they'll get control, they'll push where they've got that button, that go button on Lion. They can really immobilize Wild for just a brief moment, and they're also locking down that rotation in main lobby as well. Really restricting what Wild can do here. And once again, the drone network of SSG sending more out, scouring, looking for whatever information they can find, and really giving Wild no room to breathe.
They definitely are. And don't take a lack of gunfights or action as a little bit of time being taken. There's vital things happening inside this round for SSG. As they go through that list, they're opening up hatches. They're creating multiple ways for them to attack this defensive setup. And as of right now, Wild pretty much all in sight. 1 minute and 45 seconds left. Couple a little bit of posture and gesture, might I say, between the two sides, but no necessarily punches being thrown just yet.
Exactly, they're squaring up right now. That's the way in, perhaps really getting ready to brawl for this one. But this is Oregon. You have a lot of busy work to do. Lots of clear, lots of hatches, lots of essentially empty roam presence you need to clear. Right now, SSG are getting themselves in a position where they can start working for this, towards execution. The hatch will get open, and are they going to go fast? Yes, they are. SSG lights out of the way. They go straight down in the sight. Aces gets one, but it's going to be a flurry for either side of Wild. Come up huge from it, leaving Bosco all alone, and the impact from Aces catches him napping. SSG, perhaps just a little bit too confident for your own good on that one.
Well, they thought that they were going down the hatch, but it was a pit that they fell into, and it was taken down. Whip it, Wild pull one back. That was a big, big momentum round once again. SSG took those early rounds on attack, and look at the faces right now of the players inside Wild. They know how important that was, and what you need to do is almost calm down SSG. Take the energy out of the building for them, because they are a team that energy starts building a typhoon. Once a wave it gets in, and Whip it. I've just, what? What is that? You've, like, that is a crazy stat right there. Just so we Whip it, 13.
It's absolutely crazy. Now, Wild right now, they got that round. I'm going to say that round was a little bit of SSG fumbling the bag, will we say? A little bit of a yikes moment from them. So they're going to be happy. That's a little bit of a gift round for a while. That gives themselves an extra bit of blanket. They're not going to be too vulnerable as we get into the later stages of this round, but they need to find something. There's something missing from this recipe. Wild, you need to get that aggression back, and Jay's trying to look for it, but no one's there. He pre-fires and reads in the positioning perfectly. He's done that 1,000 times before inside of GSA, but doesn't connect, doesn't land, and while SSG will know that someone's going to be around that proximity, and they're going to go hunting him down. The drone economy again so good for SSG. They'll basically have a web of drones covering the entire map, and almost seeing them going to work right there.
You hear the Freya's big brother is watching, but it's SSG that are watching all the corners with this drone setup that they have. Gisela rotating in and around through kitchen. Those Azamis creating those positions that defenders can play, making unplayable positions playable, and just giving those defenders something else to work through. But we're seeing the standard push. Thatcher's coming in, and they're going to open up that closet wall. This normally goes pretty well with it, with some sort of a push up either white stairs or over through attic, because the linear line to sight doesn't quite often work that well. You need to pinch those defenders and give them something to think about.
Exactly. I mean, this map is so linear, right? This is the problem with a map like this for a team. Like, while they love the flowing, okay, Kineo, millimeters away from finding a huge opening pick onto Dexter, drops to the deck, tries to try and wait and perhaps get ready for a second peek from Kineo, but that does not arrive, at least yet. He'll go for it again, and no one's there. Dexter does relocate, but they now have a threat to deal with, and they need to burn time. They're good, and they lose a drone in the process as well, and Nate will get sent from below. A depth charge towards top white, doesn't connect.
Neo is getting ready to swing once again. Is Neo the one? Is he going to pick up this one? Aces tosses the C4 out. That'll be a little waste of utility again. And those C4s are vital, especially on a site with verticality like this. Another nade toss. That's bit, but Aces will take down Dexter on White Stairs window. And that just pulls it back. We'll forgive him for the missed C4 now.
Oh, well, after a shot like that one, it's all right. Aces, Gisela will come back to site, vaulting up using the ability of Oryx to case it out by big window. This means a big window execution's on the board right now, but Gisela in a good position, and the case is down. Gisela will find that pick onto Bosco. SSG left with a dilemma, and a shotgun on top wide as well. Aces sends them a letter and tells them, you've got to get that case, and survives a depth charge as well. Fault will pick up one, and Chaos is just about to unsume, just about to unravel in this round.
And Aces is down. It is a 3v2, but at the moment it's 2v2 until they get that res. Rampy is going to get knocked as well, leaving it all down to Fultz. But will it be a Fultz house, or will Aces be Wild? He's back. You know, I thought he was back on his feet, but he's still down. But Fultz is on White Stairs. The push is getting ready. Through the smoke, through the mist, there is Jay all day to get the kill. And another round win for Wild.
That's what they needed. They needed a way into this, and there it is. One round gifted by SSG. One round earned. Do they have a chance now? I'm starting to believe a little bit, but SSG are a difficult team to break down, difficult puzzle to solve, but Aces, big performance there, and False catching Jay, napping there. What a shot. Oh, well, a replay on that one just is Gisela. What a shot from there, and Wild, far better from them. This is far more to what we expect from this team.
Yeah, and we've kind of watched this team develop over the course of the year as well, you know, having worked a little bit inside GSA and national leagues. And even through the quals to get to this tournament, whenever they play free, when they play kind of loose and fun, you see the best possible version of Wild. I think they're one of the teams out there that structure doesn't necessarily it's not as effective for them as it might be for other sides. They were able to play loose, have an impact on the round, and now SSG, it's the first time they've lost 2 rounds back-to-back in this fixture, and whip it. If Wild can get a round lead now, all of a sudden, you said you're starting to believe. This round 1 for Wild, they will definitely start to believe.
They need to start believing in themselves. We know this team is absolutely brilliant, but what can they do to really fight against all the odds?
So Aces playing in and around maps once more and just waiting for that attack to come on through, but you look at those positions. Corey playing inside small tower, prone, hoping to not get droned out. Dexter will begin opening the window on small tower once more, and Corey has a little bit of a gift wrap for him. Let's see if Corey can just drop that C4, but Dexter will reposition himself. 2 minutes and 30 seconds gone, and we've had a lot of close moments already, but just little smidges of hope for an open engagement. But this is SSG attacks. They're going to just go through that checklist.
Not only is this SSG, it's Oregon. It is a lot of posturing, lots of gesturing, lots of getting yourself ready to go to war. What will Rampy be able to do is he creeps himself deeper inside of Attic now. Aces in close proximity as well. Rampy somewhat flying in the blind. No information ahead of him. No drone there. And Aces a free cross back to dorms. This could be huge as you don't want to give him freedom to roam around. Rampy finally gets that information now, but what can he do with it as time begins to get a little bit of a concern for SSG? Not yet, but he might be able to catch Jaeger napping on that window in dorms.
And here is the nade tossed in, which will force Jay to move. The drone coming in as well, as now is time to drop the hatch. 1 minute and 15 seconds gone. Ideally, they would have liked to stay up there a little bit longer, but there is Corey to get the kill. That will help Wild once more for SSG, though. You're on attack. You've still got Fultz, Dexter, Hot and Cold, and Bosco. There is still a massive chance that they could pull this one and whip it. Most importantly, once again, 4 nades, those claymores. Wild have to be careful they don't get caught in a trap.
The biggest thing is the 4 HEs right now. If they manage to get success with them, we know how dominant they are in the meta right now as well. Corey, he only give himself a little bit of extra security. Wooden barricade going down at this stage around, but just over a minute left now to work with. Dexter rearming, getting rid of that, sending that LMG back for its battle cry. Magazine full and ready. Just now a minute left, and Kaneo caught by False. Massive pick, and this is going to be a problem now. Wild level on players, and there's that nade, Hot and Cold. Jay slain, and it's going to be a second one sent in. A special delivery from Houghton, but no one's going to be there to receive it as Corey on the flank looks for a way in. So will Aces, but Bosco's getting that case down.
But there is Aces, the tech down Hot and Cold. He's got a fraction of a second to get it, but the diffuser is planted. Bosco pulls one back. Gisla's going to go down. Aces will find it and trade it back, but it's a 2v2. You've got just under 30 seconds to get 2 kills to get working on that case, or else this will be a round 1 for SSG. Fultz is going to take down Aces, now leaving it all down to Corey. He spots the diffuser, but he's in a horrible spot. The first nade will come, forcing him back. Like that nade, they didn't even need the kill. They just needed to move Corey to delay more time. They've got the crosses. They have the line of sight. This is a round win for SSG, and they have stepped on the SSG Fultz, and this has been an absolute earthquake performance here, and Wild are struggling.
They really are. Wild couldn't get into that one at all. And I mean, Wild had a lot of the pieces of the puzzle very well set up. Again, they had that drop-down roam presence. They were able to slowly but surely waste time, but well, Hot and Cold sending a special delivery down those stairs. Absolutely unraveled it while Aces found some success. The case went down, and SSG so dominant in these post plants. Wild, they need to stop the plants going down. They need to stop SSG having so much control. But on a map like this, you're inviting SSG to essentially go, yeah, this map control's ours. What are you going to do about it? And Wild, seemingly going into their shell just a little bit against this side. They really are a team that works on aggression. SSG are not letting them in at all.
Well, this round is that round where we see whether or not Wild have it in them. A 3-3 split on defense these days is actually a good enough result on defense. Things have changed. Normally we see 4-2, but now a 3-3 is where you want to be. SSG, if they win this one, they take a 4-2 lead, going on to defense on a map where structure is king. So they will find themselves in a very, very good position. But Wild getting ready to start this round, this is their last chance on defense to have an impact. And looking at the way that SSG are playing with it, they're not really changing things up once again. They have got absolutely no problem with playing the slow game, and then when needs be, taking on those gunfights with Wild.
Absolutely. They really need to be able to find some success here. I'm so like, I'm locked in on this one right now because Wild need to be aggressive. This is how they play. They play a little bit of a different style than what other teams do. And SSG, it's the structure, right? It is essentially quintessential how NAL played, that NA side, bar for a few asterisks or star examples of that one. They are really structured, and Wild are struggling against that right now. Of course, they don't play against teams of this level of structure all the time. Even EU teams don't, when they scrim at UL teams, they don't have this level of structure. So SSG presenting problems that Wild are struggling to solve right now. And if they can find a way to get more aggressive or try and take those gunfights around it, they might get more success. But right now, SSG showing their class, and Wild really struggling to just get into this matchup.
They really are, and this has been the year of NA Whip It. They have had absolute dominance at every international event that has come in, and SSG looking to be another NA team to take home some silverware this season, and this is a great opportunity to get into the semis. Hot and Cold already inside maps. They're really doing a good job of taking map control in Oregon, and Oregon's usually a map where maybe map control can be difficult to find.
It is, because of the structure of this map, the linearity, right? This map relies on getting key breaches open, just like this hatch we see inside a meeting room. When you get these key areas open, that opens up that lane, that opens up an angle to begin the work with that clear. Wild are kind of letting SSG open this up. The clears just happen inside of Elbow as well. SSG have free roam right now. They can move, they can rotate, they can posture, they can essentially do whatever they want. Just think about this plan. With a minute left to go as well, Wild need to get in their face a little bit more, but on Oregon, you can't really because, well, it's so linear. And this is the problem that they're facing right now, and this is SSG's map choice for a reason. Can Wild, though, find success? Just under a minute left, 50 seconds, and Bosco, well, he's going to send his Candelas in and try to cause a brief pocket of absolute insanity.
Absolute chaos, and as a wise man once said, chaos is a ladder that SSG are climbing, but Jay is going to take away one of the steps. Aces gets rid of another, and he's going to get another, and we're going to see Corey take down Fultz. This is absolute chaos, and Wild are the team that will benefit. They pull it back 3-3 half, and just look at those players up at there starting to believe.
Another round where SSG relied on just simply dropping that hatch. E-Box is not what they want to do right now, and SSG, you're better than that. Now, again, you had to do so. You had the Candelas, you had that opportunity, you had nades sent in, but it got caught by that with my disc. It is not going to be easy for SSG to do that. No one likes it. This basement side is difficult to break down. Wild going to get 2 gifted rounds essentially off of that. The second round of that less gifted than the first hot drop, but they really are, beginning to grow into this game. But SSG, I think some little mistakes structurally in those executions got Wild into this matchup. But side swap is here, and this is what I like to see from Wild. I like their attacking style of play. I like their confidence and their ability to take space. They're a very direct side. They love to just get in and very much clear as little of the map as possible, but get essential bits so they can get their execution rolling. So SSG, on a map that you really can't hide too much, are going to have Wild in their face very, very early.
Yeah, don't take as much as you can. Take what you need is exactly what Wild are going to try to do now. Rampy playing inside CCTV, open it up in line side. Oryx, of course, is a fantastic operator to have in the current state of the game we have. I like to say with it, mobility is winnability, and there ain't many more mobile than Oryx.
Absolutely. The quickest operator, you can just charge across those 3 rammed dashes, and, well, you can also vault up, and, well, this is pretty quick, but the reinforcements there, and that's what Wild were relying on. The easy avenue, and SSG have essentially made Wild work extra hard for a strategy they thought would work, and False finds the opening pick. That's going to be Jay, as Wild now cascade and crash their way into the defense of SSG. Dexter will get one. There's a flurry of kills. We'll find a second one. Ace is still alive with that shield in hand, but a 4v2 in favor of SSG. Wild really backs against the wall now, and here's the front line. The mobile wall. Ace is sending it in, charging, tries to find something. A cheeky attempt at a one-tap doesn't land or connect, but Gisela caught and cornered, and it will have to be heroic braces to find some success here.
Yeah, he's just being moved back and forth, but he will take down Hot and Cold, and Foles is down as well, so this is essentially a 2v2. Bosco gets the kill to bring us into a 1v1. Gisela is going to take Bosco. It is a 2v1, and both of the defenders are inside Freezer. Gisela can get the case down. Both back on the feet, but Whip It, look at those HPs. Rampy has a smidge, Fultz has a hair more, Gisela is planting the diffuser, they're trying to pinch out the attacker, but this is winnable for Wild.
WYLDE.CEST is this player. This is what you have him on for. In a 1vx, 2 players of SSG on low HP, and he's knowing exactly where they have to push from. Every second clicking further is an advantage for WYLDE. Pressure all for SSG, but as Azami barriers going off, they can block off line of sight and give themselves a little bit of extra cover. One will look to stick, one will look to cover, and now they're going to try and bait it out. More Azami's out, but one gets caught. That's going to be false. WYLDE now alone against Rampy and shuts it down. WYLDE get themselves their first round on the offensive side.
And it is another game of Duck WYLDE, and WYLDE is the one that's going to win it out. What a clutch situation. And you gotta say, they were 2v4 and Aces rushing in with the blitz, getting a kill or two, opening it up. And WYLDE, he was just chill. He was having a great time. He was like, you know what? These two guys, we know they're low HP. I'm going to plant the case. I'm going to play in a position of power by the pillar. And that is a round win for WYLDE, and Whippet, they take the lead.
Whenever I see a play like that, right, you just won a 2v4 in a round that was essentially fumbled. You wanted the breach to elbow, guess what? That was reinforced. No way in. You had to think about an extra way out, and they got it done. They now lead. First time in this series they lead. Can WYLDE build on that momentum? Because when you get a clutch, everyone gets a little bit riled up. The blood gets pumping, and now they are going to be chomping at the bit and take the fight to SSG. They are better on this offensive side. What more can they do as SSG for the very first time, I'll say again, in this series, trail to WYLDE.
And interestingly enough, we are seeing Warden being played by Hot and Cold. Corey 6th picked over to Ying. That is a battle that I want to see. Dexter versus Corey, that's a battle that we will probably see again and again. Dexter, of course, playing Azami, creating that little puzzle for the defenders to work on. Because at the end of the day, Whippet, this is violent chess. It's whichever team can break down the defensive side the better is normally the one that wins.
It's a massive game of solving puzzles. That really is what this is. If you can't break down what the defense is doing, whether that's from strategy or brute force alone, you're going to be left with essentially no answer at all. WYLDE tend to like the brute force option to, well, I think, the entertainment value of everyone. Corey seemingly queuing up by the big window and will likely try to get a play with that as well on the Ying. You'll see that. And they have an Amaru on Kaneo as well. Where will that Gara hook be used? That will be on the game's window, no doubt about it. Well, actually, no, maybe not now. It's rotating away.
Yeah, look, they're going to make us play that game. You know, we as casters, we love whenever a team just full sends it with a Mario, and there's multiple areas to do it. You spoke about games. Games is one. The hatch inside of bedroom is another. But Dexter is in a very good position. Corey is going to start using those candelas though. And before it even pops, Fultz's head is going to go bang. WYLDE will take down Rampy, trading out Jay. And you can now trade your way to victory, Whippet.
That's what WYLDE need to do. They can't give anything up for free right here, right now. Good amount of control initially gathered, but the Warden, Hot and Cold, a massive factor in this. Those Ying candelas are essentially made null and void against him. This is going to be really, really critical. What can they do to try and clear him out? They still have that Amaru, they still have that surprise factor, but when will it arrive and where will it arrive? As Aces now queues up, but there's WYLDE on the Hot and Cold. That clears the player inside of doors, and that means his candelas can send on in. Corey arriving upon his destination as Dexter goes down. Bosco alone, and he's caught with his detonator in his hand. The Amaru sends it in. WYLDE find 2 rounds in a row against SSG, and now this is more like it from them.
And they have the 2-round lead, and that is what we were expecting to see in Game 1. SSG did a great job on attack, but now the tides have turned. They are on defense, and they are coming up against the force that is WYLDE on attack. This reminds me back of the game earlier between the Falcons. Game number 1 didn't go their way at all. Game number 2, they started to get the momentum back. And honestly, WYLDE won this one. They go back to their map. Are we going to see the break broken again?
I have a feeling it's on the cards. I'm not going to say it's going to happen, because caster curse is a very real thing whenever I say anything at all, actually. But WYLDE are looking way more comfortable right now. Perhaps it was the fact that this is the first, NA team. They wanted to get an NA team on EU-NA rivalry. They wanted to beat an NA team. Perhaps they're a little bit shaky when we went to the clubhouse, but they are doing a fantastic job here in Oregon. Can they close it out, though? Game management is something that SSG are very, very good at. We haven't seen Wild really have to do it at all because we can't really draw from that Liquid game at all. Like 16 rounds played completely, 7-1, 7-1. You know, not really exactly the most ideal thing to look back on. So SSG, time to start solving this puzzle. Wild, feeling it, getting more aggressive, getting in their face. Will SSG now play a little bit more passive and make them work for those opening picks a little bit harder? That might be an easy avenue to get a little bit more success here against Wild.
Yeah, make them work for it. That's your job on defense. Make the attackers work really hard. And look, there's something we didn't even touch on going into this. After the first couple of days today, there are 2 regions that are currently undefeated, NA and EU. And we know the NA fans, they love to sing about NA. They love to talk about being undefeated. This is EU's chance of staying undefeated. And this is a T3 team.
They have a reason, and it does have a reason to sing. I'm not gonna lie. All right, world champions, major champions. Okay, you know, maybe us EU boys can, you know, I think take our high horse off a little bit now. But Wild are our hope right now, as well as BDS, both undefeated so far. Who's gonna be able to continue this one? I hope BDS are still undefeated. They're on the B stream right now. I really hope I haven't jinxed it over there. But SSG, they've been dominant so far, especially on their offensive side, but now the side swaps arrived and Wild in their face. Absolutely aggressive and a very slow approach from Jay inside of spawn.
Well, that's because we've seen in Oregon the spawn peak can have a massive impact. So Wild won their first 2 rounds on attack. SSG did the same, so they can just kind of follow that Wild format as well and take us to overtime, or will they be able to turn this one around? This, though, this is the momentum round. This is where if they take a 3-round lead, they win 3 rounds in a row on attack. That is a difficult mountain for any team to climb back from.
It really is. Having a 3-round deficit to climb is not something you want, and especially when that will put Wild on match point. We are looking at a situation where Wild can swap this series. Both teams will win each other's maps, leaving us to go to our decider. And you know what? It's a little bit of a look in towards the future, but our decider is Villa. I think that's going to be a very interesting, because I do know Wild tend to dabble here as well as SSG, but that's a little bit of a forecast of the future that we haven't quite got to yet. As a slow round continues to progress, but that is typical of Oregon here. Kaneo inside of server will try and clear this. That's Amaru Gate. They get control, open up this position by the bomb chassis, I call it Jala, and will they be able to open it up? Rampy's just going to get that camera, or lose that camera.
Just a little bit of work. You know, it made him work to get that cam, but the default cam has been taken down. And Kaneo now will begin opening up those hatches, giving the opportunity for this attack inside. You can go both ways. If you get both the hatches open, you have 3-4 avenues on the site, and it makes the defenders think. Azami is trying to just limit those access points to the site, but for Wild, even though they haven't got a kill yet, they're not panicking. They have no problem. They've created their opportunity to push.
Bosco might have a little bit of thing to say about it. The nade will send down. No one chases it, but he can choke out time. 2 toxic canisters left, and Jay will send an nade deep. Nothing arises from it. Bosco now, shotgun up close and personal. A second nade sent out, but nothing arrives from it. And there's Jay, there's the pick to Dexter. But you still need to worry about Bosco. There's 3 bodies, you can't stop all of them. 35 seconds, and here comes Wild, crashing upon the gate. But Jay will get down. Rampy will look to finish him up. I think they can eventually get themselves back up. The cop by Corey. And it's all going to be down now to a 1 versus 1 with Aces and Hot and Cold. Finka of Jay can get a revive, but they'll have to wait for it. He might be out. Hot on the Thorn will try and peek around, and there's the revive. Finka back on it, but Aces doesn't need help. Hot and Cold slain in Freezer, and Aces sends Wild to map point here on Oregon.
Wild are forcing him to play a game of poker, and Aces are Wild as they're able to get that round 1 whip. But this is match point for Wild. They take 1 map in the next 4. Or the next 3, sorry. They are guaranteed a 3rd map. Their map. Their chance to book their way into the semi-final. SSG, they find themselves in a position that they haven't necessarily found themselves in today. Because when you think about the games that they lost today, they were 4-0 or 4-1 up against Damonkia. They pulled it back. This is the first time we've actually seen them properly behind.
So it's 4-2 against Damonkia, and they let Damonkia back into that match. They won the map, actually. So SSG, again, they've tasted defeat in terms of maps today. It's not been an easy form. It's also been a long day for them as well so far. So Wild, now on match point, this is a test of game management. You have 3 rounds to get it done. can SSG claw their way back? At this stage, you want to get this series done with a quick 2-0 for SSG. You've got to go the long road. You got to go to overtime. And I don't think Wild particularly want that one at all. They don't want SSG to have a single chance, and they are going to go very, very keen, or be very, very keen to get it done right here, right now, and send us to Villa. And I'm very excited for what Villa might present for us, but we still have one more Wild round to get done. Or can SSG slowly claw this one back? Hot and cold, a little bit detached from the site right now, but on that Warden once again, cautious of that Ying getting brought out as Wild. Do like to flash it sometimes.
Yep, one round at a time, and with the fact that they need to win 3 in a row, but it means they are going to have to go to one of those tertiary sites. Hot and cold tried to make something happen, but Corey shuts them down. 5v4, and Corey is going to call him out for running out of that position.
Corey's going to try and get in their head with that one. Might not work, but it's going to be the opening pick of this round, and SSG now scramble to try and find the trade. No one's there, but Jay down below has some information, not a lot. He tries to nade, but no. Dexter gets Corey. There's a trade, but he takes a lot of HP for it. Second nade queued up, and a third one by Gisela. Sent in even more damage done to Dexter. He's going to be limping away from that one, but a single shot will be enough to take him out of the fight. Look at the time so far. 1:55 left in this round, and already SSG getting compressed and compact deeper to sight. And the holdout inside a trophy, well, there's a single stray round from going to the observation screen.
And Dexter, with once again those Azamis, they've recharged. He's got another one in the back pocket, and he's got HP. It's something to play with. Dexter has been a big impact for SSG, as Aces now look to change up their attack a little bit. 1 minute and 30 left. Kaneo will take down Rampy, once again giving them the advantage. It's 4-3. We've seen many a team in the past feel free to swing things in bunches, because now at this point, even if you lose one, you're still back at level side. If you actually get a kill, you've doubled down, you've made it a 4v2. But Fultz's position inside security is a big one, and he is going to take down Jay. That is what he needed to do, because Jay knew exactly where he is. And whip it back to a 3v3.
All level playing field now. Wild will be attempted a few moments for them. They have all the information, but Fultz does drop away. They can't catch him with that one. They are really going to try and hunt this down. Less than a minute now, 45 seconds. Fultz posturing up, getting ready to use that shotgun close and quick. On the flank, Bosco finds one, but there's a trade to Dexter. It's going to be a 2 versus 2 now, a tag team matchup. But Bosco goes big. Gisela alone, but Fultz arrives from the depths against SSG. One step closer to overtime here in Oregon. But Wild, they are not getting up. They are not afraid anymore. They want to get into this fight. They got that early pick, and for a moment, you gotta think that that could have been it over. The opening pick tends to be massive for the attacking side, but a big bounce back for SSG. Get themselves one round closer to bringing this to the end of regulation and summoning overtime.
Yeah, 1 round at a time. We've said it before, we'll say it again. That is what SSG need to think about. Win this next one, win one more after that, force overtime, and then all of a sudden you're just 2 away from that next round. Wild want to shut this down here and now, and I'm looking at that lineup just straight off the bat before the attacker pick is even finished. They've got 8 nades. 8!
No matter how many Midas you have or ADS setups you got, 8 nades, yeah, not going to be able to stop that one. I have a feeling they're very much going to be intending to clear that elbow. So they have swapped away now a little bit. They've back to thinking. They thought about Osta for a brief moment. That was Jay, but no. Bring back those nades. You need those valuable pocket devices to clear utility. So for SSG right now, they know Wild are going to play a little bit more aggressive. So they need to try and slow the pacing of this down. That's where they've been really, really strong, even on the attacking side. They have a way more methodical approach to how they play the game. And if they can bring that in and play their own style once again, SSG might be able to get themselves into overtime and even close this series out right here, right now. But Wild, if they continue that aggression, it's going to be a problem for SSG. And Fultz will get caught out inside T2. They know he's there, but he's going to try and retreat. They're going to try and hold his rotation out. Another drone will be sent and sacrificed to Fultz, but he's going to be happy with that one. Taking information and falling back. Doesn't waste a lot of time, but takes away 2 very important drones, leaving them with only 6 left to work with in this round.
Exactly, and it's so important that SSG make Wild work for absolutely everything that happens now, because you don't want to give them a free open and pick. They're getting to work, working through the site, the attacker lineup that they have. Flores is just the perfect operator to clear out that elbow position if they decide to go do that. But so far we haven't really seen a team actively use that much utility on Elbow. They put down the Goyo shield time and time again and fall back. Bosco is in position. There is going to be the use of those Flores drones to try force Bosco back, but Bosco ain't backing down.
Bosco's never going to back down from these ones. He's going to be in your face. Jay, though, on these backstairs will try and catch anyone around that pillar area. Lots of smoke already sent out. With a minute 30 left in this run, you ought to be concerned about it. So, well, our feed's gone. We can see the stage now. Our beautiful stage here, as we'll watch the timer slowly tick down to it. Just waiting to get back into it. I want to see the result of this one as well. You can't leave us hanging on this. 6-4, the scoreline for Wild. Round playing out ahead of us.
Yeah.
I am very intrigued to see how this one goes. The suspense is immense inside the casting studio right now, and
they're keeping us on our toes with this one. This is like back in the day when you would watch a film on TV and it would cut to a break before the end. We're just biting the nails on our fingers. We want to know what is going to happen. But Whippet, as we look at the teams and we look at what's going on, you got to say, this little, I don't know if it's a timeout or if the round is still going on. I think it's
the round's clearly stopped.
Yeah.
The hands are off keyboards. They're just waiting for something to get resolved. But for right now, that was a tricky round for Wild, because it's, of course, attack onto the basement. It's not going to be the most intrinsic or easiest one to win. We see lots of teams struggling across all levels of competitive siege. And just a little bit up, the round is going to get restarted. We're going to go back to that start of that. Of course, same operators, same site setup. Oh, not set up exactly, but same operator is going to get brought out in play. So it is going to be kind of a repeat of that one. But for Wild, critical moments in this, because they want to close this one out. They want to get themselves to Villa. They know right now that if they let SSG into this one, there's a chance that veterancy, that the fact that this is such an experienced roster, bar for the asterisks of Dexter, who's just new to this side, they know in overtime when it gets to deep water, they might just struggle. I have all the confidence in the players of Wild to be able to show and have a massive performance in OT, but the veteran level of SSG is something you just got to look at. And the deeper this goes in the deeper water, Wild might begin to fall away just a little bit. But SSG, a little bit on the ropes.
And this can be a situation that's very unsettling for a team too. But whenever something like this happens and they're getting ready to go from on, so they need Corey and Aces to just calm them down while this is going on. Because we're seeing the members of SSG and they don't look fazed by this whatsoever. They're going to get another try. If anything, they're probably the team that was most annoyed by this, because they were in a great position.
Absolutely. I mean, they were in a good... I mean, you got to look at this, right? You're in the basement. You're most likely going to win that round, at least by statistics at the bare minimum. It's a very difficult side to break down. SSG struggled to win that on the offensive side themselves. 2 rounds essentially gifted by an aggressive push from that E-box hatch. For Wild, they didn't have a whole lot. It looked like it was going to be kind of a typical round for attacking that base. They needed to find something to break that deadlock, and they hadn't arrived yet. As we reset that one, SSG, what they were trying to do, now Wild know. And they were already going to likely know, but it's going to be a second shot at that. So anything that Wild done wrong, that they identified as doing wrong, they can try and fix that. Now, similar for SSG, so we're going to an absolute blank state once we get back into that matchup. And I'm going to rest on this. That basement site, difficult to break down. I think SSG is going to get that round and really make this a round 12 scrap to see either overtime or a third map.
Yeah, one thing's for sure, I'd be very surprised to see Wild drop into the same pitfall that we saw come in from SSG, with everybody sending it down the hatch. But this is a little break like this. This is the moment where I kind of want to redraw the picture for everybody at home. This is SSG, former world champions, NAL team, taking on an organization that didn't even exist just over 2 years ago. This is Wild. They picked up this roster at the start of the year, and now they are here, and they are in Gamers8, and they're taking on SSG. Like, it's mental.
It's a storyline that you got no everyone didn't predict coming into this one, of course. But we look further back at Wild, and I will paint the picture, because again, this is a new team for a lot of the international viewers. If you're from NAL, you probably see this. You probably heard the headline stories, of course, when they qualified, but they beat Rogue. Tristan, our analyst here, had to endure watching his team lose to this. And I mean, this is a side that is for real. We've seen how good Rogue have been into the VUL. The caveat to that was Spoit was brand new to that roster of Rogue at the time, but Wild still got over the hill. They still managed to get here, and they earned it on merit. They are a qualified team from the open quals, and SSG are as well. It is just, right now, you got to question is SSG's experience, is that caliber, is that fact that they are tier 1 players, they've done it, they've seen it, they've been on the biggest stages of them all, is that going to be the factor that will define this moment as Wild, well, it's their first LAN as a team.
And Duros, that's an enviable position. They're the underdogs. They're coming into this here, and they have nothing to prove to anybody, and it's catching teams out. SSG, they probably looked at this one and like, okay, Wild beat Team Liquid, but we're still NAL, we're still tier 1. They are learning very quickly that these are no difficult, nut to crack. One thing I will say though, poor Tristan on the desk. This is probably the 8th time today already he's been reminded of the fact that Wild knocked out Rogue to get here. And, for any of you who didn't know, Aces and Corey played for Rogue.
A little bit of a revenge story for them, perhaps. Their former organisation, they toppled the B here. Before Tristan's time, of course. He wasn't involved at that stage. But it looks like the players are beginning to warm themselves back up, so it shouldn't be too much longer of us having to waffle away. We are brilliant at that one, of course. But it looks like we've got ourselves back into a prep phase for our upper bracket final. Who is going to get themselves a ticket to our semi-final? Will we find out inside of Oregon if SSG get themselves overtime and over the hill of Wild? Or are those rolling hills of Tuscany calling us? We might book ourselves a ticket to Villa.
Well, we all like a little breakaway in the Sunweb, but I'm not going to lie, and I would love this to go to Villa. And let's be real, there's probably some NA fans who would like this to go to a 3rd map as well, because we love action, and this game has been full of it. But let's just bring it back to this one now. We're back on defense. For those of you who are new to this, they have to take the same operators on attack and on defense. So there's nothing hidden. Both teams know exactly what the situation is. The difference is, will Wild approach the early phase of this round differently?
ADS deployed and ready to go.
I don't think they will, because there's not a whole lot you can do differently when attacking this site. Because it's, I've said this almost to repetition at this stage, it is Oregon, it is linear, it is one of the most, as you said earlier, the map you take a tri-league player to when you want to see how they gel with the team. It is going to be essentially a similar lineup. They might have some variety, some options. They might go for a more heavy take towards Lobby and Freezer, but SSG essentially are planning and prepping for 2 potential entryways. But while this Corey will send that first drone in and try and put some pressure and clear utility inside of Elbow.
And last time we were here, we saw Bosco take on the gunfight. He wasn't stepping away. Dexter, a minute into the round, still creating lines of sight into Freezer as Corey's struggling just a little bit with that Flores drone, but he will eventually move it in and get rid of more defensive utilities, getting rid of Jaeger devices, allowing those nades to have an impact, because that's what Flores is perfect for. You get intel and you also get rid of defensive utility, allowing your operators like your Finka to have a bigger and bigger impact. Rampy playing by Pillar, getting ready to take on that gunfight. Azami cutting off those lines of sight, so only the feet will be removed, but will they be dancing feet as they come down the stairs hoping to pick up that kill?
They might have to be able to dodge all the utility sent his way. Corey still a little bit alone and isolated from the team on an island, you could say. Dexter with a punch hole peering down towards back stairs. Naughty with that one. Aces might be the first one to try and, well, go against the gauntlet of this position, but Dexter will just wait, lie and wait. As Rampy's there, there's perhaps bait them in for a trade or a peek, and we see Aces just toying with the idea, an aid in his hand, but he'll send it close. But Wild stalling out on the staircase, and that's just playing to the advantage of the site. Wild have no real way in.
Playing with their emotions in this one. Elbow still being held by Bosco, but it has been reinforced. He is there to play his life. Shotgun in hand. Jay still has one nade in the back pocket. Kaneo still has all of those flashes, which can just be used to disorientate. But Fultz will find the opener as Aces goes down. Jay will trade it back away. And once again, you gotta say, Wild have been excellent at the trade game, and now they're taking on Bosco. Shots fired, nade in spot. Boom goes the dynamite. Wild are there. 4v1 match point. Are we going to Villa? Well, Hot and Cold, he's been in positions like this before.
Surely not. Surely Hot and Cold can't do another classic. No, he can't. Jay shuts it down, and map 2 goes to Wild, meaning we're off to Villa. Wild claw it back. They got it done. SSG, NAL, former world champions, and this T3EU. What's better? T3EU on top of that one. Best of 3, meaning Villa will be our decider for this one. I cannot wait for it.
And the one thing I will say is SSG have been involved in 2 absolute scorchers so far in this one. But look, we need a breather with it. That was intense. And, you know, as I was getting ready for this breather, what do you want to see in Game 3?
In games, I want to see more of the same. I want to see Wild play to their strength. I want to see them a little bit more in the face of SSG. They can go blow for blow in terms of mechanics, and it is absolutely brilliant from them. I really hope Wild can get it done on Villa.
So do I. We're going to say we want to see Wild win. We want to see EU. We see NA guys doing it all the time. But look, we're going to send it back to Milosh and the desk to break down the second game of the series.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. And yes, the winners are in for map number 2. And it's Wild to come back and take us to map 3, something we were not expecting. These two teams winning one another's map picks. Well, welcome back to the desk. I'm Mosamedi, your host. And I got some beautiful friends on here to help us out. But I'd like to give a quick shout out to our sponsors here that make it all happen. Without them, it wouldn't work out the same way. Dr. Sulaiman at Habib Medical Group here in Riyadh in Saudi Arabia. We were checking them out, actually, the whole venue here at Gamers8.
We had a little look.
Yeah, and there was a mural that we had around that looked quite interesting, gotta say. And of course, LG, one of the many sponsors that make this show what it is. But from that, we turn our attention to our second map of this series because, like I said, we didn't expect it to go Wild's way, but they pulled it together, Tristan.
It's just funny how it goes, teams winning each other maps. How many times do we see this at events and we're just like, we're mind-blown, because on the desk, what can you really say? It's, you don't expect it to happen, but then it happens over and over and over again, and you think, crazy. It's just what happens. I think Wild did just a really good job of taking control of the map. Getting back to what they do, we spoke about it before on the desk after Clubhouse. They were kind of wishy and washy between their style. Maybe they got in their heads, but they took it onto the attack. They took the fun operators, and it worked.
I'll take a look at some highlights brought to you by Aramco, again, one of our many sponsors here. And I turn to you, Twister, because it seems like this game was hard fought for Wild to make it to a 1-1.
I would say that this game was won and lost by the laundry defenses. Once you had the Wild defending this bomb site, they were able to defend one defense on it because they lost the other two. So this one defense that they got on a win, it managed them to win this whole thing, because actually SSG were not able to win a single round attacking on this laundry thing, defending.
That could be the difference between taking this map to overtime. That could be the difference. And we've seen it on SSG's laundry defend, but they were so close to seeing out those rounds. There was a 1v2 from Gisela, and then we saw a 1v1 with Aces where he jumped over the Azami barrier. It looked like he did a jump shot. I know a lot of people joke about if jumping came to Seizure, or we just saw what it would look like, and it was a very difficult gunfight for SSG to win. Yeah, I agree. The laundry defense, it's really rare to see that many laundry defense and barely any wins.
But from laundry defense, what was the strategies that were, or what were those strategies employed to actually pull SSG back? Because they know exactly how to run this map. They picked it also, Twister.
I would say that in the beginning of the game, what Wild brought us, it was a game close to what they did with Liquid. So I would say to bring in some operators like Rooney, Amaru, Blitz, and all these other operators, just manage them to give SSG a surprise. So SSG could not be able to finish that round, and this gave confidence for the Wild guys just to go in and grab some kills, win some clutches, and finally win the rounds that they needed.
They changed jerseys too.
I know, I pointed that out. They went from the white and black to the black and white.
So hey, the
home and away strip.
Exactly, and it's such a football thing to kind of pull in here. Even though, I guess one of their owners is Usain Bolt, is it?
I know he's involved.
He's involved in some way.
Don't know the situation, but I know he's involved. Yeah.
He's a good friend of Corey's, is what we're gonna say. That's unverifiable at this point, but we'll just lay it out there.
They have definitely met. We've seen that they've met.
That's true.
Yeah.
That's true. Well, there you go. That's all you need to know. That's the power that they're looking for. But now that Wild have taken this second map, how do SSG react to it? How do they sit back and kind of prep for that third one?
It's tough. I don't think they'll be too down on themselves right now, because Oregon is quite a default map. They lost a couple of rounds to 1v1s, 1v2s. We said it before, they get into a lot of those situations. Maybe because they have a trialist, maybe just because of what the map is. it's not like they got blown away 7-1. We've seen other teams get blown away 7-1, and for those watching a B stream, teams are still currently getting blown away 7-1. So it's not, they're not going to be too down on themselves, I don't think. I think they'll be able to mentally regroup. Villa's a fun map. I think both teams like it. SSG have shown that they've banned it before, Wild have banned it before. It could go either way.
At least from what we saw on NAL, SSG banned a lot of Villa. So probably what we will be seeing here, it will be another kind of map. So I really expect them to be able to use this experience against the Wild guys.
Maybe something has been hidden all this time through NA League. But hey, that's for us to explore in just a bit. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll set you up for Villa and get the game started. We'll see you in a moment. Welcome back, friends, to the Analyst Desk. We are on map 3, just getting ready for it, between Space Station and WYLDE North America versus EU. And a classic one. And it's a good thing that we go to map 3, which will be Villa. You see our wonderful trophy much further away than what I expected to be. Here it is. It's quite large, isn't it? That's all you need to know. It's a big one that they're going to take home. Isn't it, Tristan?
A big trophy for a big prize pool, Milos.
Yeah, 400K for the winning team. That's not too bad. And that trophy, I hope they're going to have some extra bags to put that thing in together, because it was bigger than I am, and I'm a chunky boy, all you need to know. But we're almost ready here. Thoughts on Villa?
I would say that Villa is a map that is able to manage all the structured game from SSG, and the WYLDE has the room as well to do all their all their crazy game style. So they have some different entrants, they can use it, and I believe it would be a good match.
It's a 50-50 map, exactly like Twister said. There's so much opportunity here. I want WYLDE to win it from my heart.
Let's see how that goes then, friends. Thank you very much. I know that was quite short, but we want to get into the action as soon as possible. Here's our casters, Whippet and Gibson. Gentlemen, please take it away.
Thank you so much, Milos. And for the last time tonight, welcome in. This is map 3 of the best of 3, and our hearts cannot take it.
They absolutely cannot. We, of course, are a little bit rooting for an EU victory here, but SSG are a difficult puzzle to crack for a team like WYLDE, and we go to Villa. As Swiss said on the desk, it's a map that Villa, or SSG, have been banning a fair bit inside the NL. It's not something that is necessarily high up on their preference list. They're not bad there, but they're not really too keen to go there. So WYLDE, what can you show against this one? Map number 3 of this series. Who is going to our very first semi-final? Who's booking their first ticket to semi-final? Who will it be? WYLDE once again banning away that Sophia 3 times now. They've done so, so that is just directed. That is what they will do. And I'm really interested where SSG will go with their bans.
Well, getting rid of Zofia means that they will decide to ban Thatcher, so that impact of getting the walls open, getting rid of defensive utility has been gotten rid of. Now on the defense side, I wouldn't be surprised to see a Valk. Valk gets banned quite a bit now. Surprise, surprise.
I'm in shock.
You got it?
I'm absolutely shaking right now. That's a Valk ban? Wow. I mean, it's so common to see on a map like Villa, and of course, whoa, Mirror as well. I'm really genuinely surprised about that one. Again, Mirror changes how a lot of these sides operate and work, so these are pretty standard bans. The only one that does stand out with the asterisks is, of course, Sophia, but WYLDE have banned Sophia every single game so far of this competition, so not really a shock in terms of what WYLDE are going to bring. So, Villa, different style of play to what we saw in Oregon, and now you start to see it opening up just a little bit for WYLDE. They now have a chance with a little bit more fluidity to try and cause those kind of explosions of chaos that they love to work with. However, with the number of buffer rooms there is, you cannot clear this map fully. SSG might be able to lurk, catch them napping. But again, on the other flip side of that one, WYLDE would like to do full clears anyway, so that might work for them. They will just go direct. Jay donning the countdown once again, a very familiar thing you'll see if you watch a lot of WYLDE play. They like this operator a lot.
And I love going onto the ground floor first time around as well, because even though all the teams have done their prep, they know what they do. It just kind of puts you off your rhythm a little bit when first round you're being forced to attack this site. But before we get into the round, I want to say a massive thank you to WYLDE for banning Mira, by the way, because as a man from rural Ireland, I struggle desperately with saying anything to do with that operator.
It's not exactly the easiest for our accent to get that one done quickly, especially instead of a play-by-play. But of course, not only doing us a benefit, I think doing the viewers a benefit as well, because the way it changes the map is very much a deadlock. It forces to clear downstairs, and that's what SSG would have had to do if WYLDE had that mirror available. And Aces, a little bit back on fighting form, already going for spawn pig. SSG will not present him the opportunity to do so, and they will begin to put pressure directly on towards Study. That's what they want to make his vocal point, and Aces can essentially charge away. He will take a lot of damage for his efforts, but because he's so quick on that Oryx, he gets away, not scot-free, but without losing his life at least.
And with that hatch open, it's one of the few operators that you can clear from a room and then find them back in there a couple of seconds later using that hatch when they eventually rotate around. Corey will find the opener in this one, so that's first blood drawn. Fultz will fall, and that is of course the Ashdown. That's your speed, that's your small hitbox, that is the passion player out of the stack already, leaving it down to hot and cold Bosco, Rampy and Dexter. And how long will it until we see that Dexter fight against Corey again in this one?
I don't think it's going to be long. I think we'll see it in this opening round, but the touch and drawback, a little bit of what I've mentioned. This map, lots of rooms, lots of angles, lots of corners, lots of places to check, lots of things to clear. SSG like to be a team that's thorough. They like to clear it, they like to know exactly what they're walking into. This is going to be a difficult endeavor for them because WYLDE, well, they embrace the lifestyle of a rat sometimes. They will do anything it takes to get a round of victory, and Aces will be one of those players that will find success to do so. Dexter will take a little bit of damage early. Source yet unknown, likely the player inside of Mud. But Rampy continues to work his way closer and closer direct with the objective, but no one's in secret. That's not even cracked open for him. But SSG not opting for vertical play, completely horizontal, and he'll dive himself to the base to try and catch rotations.
And Rampy is on on the rampage now in this one, hoping to get up and running with a couple of kills. Now, as we look at Kaneo using Pulse, just painting that picture of where these attackers are in, Jay is going to get himself in a nasty, nasty little position. You spoke about the rat plays. Well, where else to find one than behind a washing machine?
You pull that out and they scurry out in all directions. That's not what SSG want at all. Might be something they might have to deal with as this round progresses on. 40 seconds left to go. Rampy gets himself inside of Secret. His Memorial will be the vocal point of this clear. And Jay still uncontested inside of Laundry. And now finally he gets thrown out. But what are you going to do to clear him? You've got to commit directly to it. He is going to fall on back. Prepped the doorway as well, so he has all the free reign. But look at the timer top of your screen. 20 seconds. Bosco finds one. Brings us to a 4 versus 4. And it's all going to explode now. But Jay will find that pick. And it's going to explode. But SSG got one of their own in that moment of chaos. They'll find even more as Aces. And it's going to be a flurry for Wild. SSG left with one player. It's hot and cold. And he can't get it done. Jay finds Wild their very first round here on Villa. And this is a change of pace. Not once in this series have they got the opening round. They've barely even led in this series, just enough to get themselves over the line on Oregon. And now on Villa, out of the gates, scrapping on the defensive side as well. We know they prefer to attack as well. SSG, well, it's only the opening round. And that was a massive asterisk. I was speaking bated breath about this one. It might be a bit of a red flag than why they were able to get that in pretty convincing and easy fashion.
Well, but you said that winning the first round of the game is something Wild hadn't done at all. Do you know what else they haven't done with it? Win their second round on defense as well. So the gauntlet has been put into the hands of Wild to take a 2-0 lead. But it wasn't easy. SSG brought it into a situation at one point where they could have won that round. But Jay's position and moving around, as you said, scuttling, scurrying from one position to the other and getting the kill on the sledge, pushing in, had a massive impact on that round. But we're going up to the top floor now, and Ace preparing a little bit of a run out.
Will he do it? Yeah, he will. It's not even a question. It's Aces. Yeah. What a surprise. Aces, he's got a prep window. He's going out that. When he goes out of it, that might be a question. Will he do it early? Will he do it late? We don't know. He's unpredictable. He likes to dabble with a little bit of the quirkiness of this sometimes. That's why he's such a dangerous character to have on any side. Face, of course, for any caliber of team. Hot and Cold will use that shock drone, clear away as much utility as possible, doing this pathing. He essentially clears 90. He can now clear this camera inside or just at the bottom of Astro as well. And he's doing a lot of effort. He's also probably cleared the lobby camera with that as well. And he'll go to get Astro. So, yeah, right now, SSG doing through the motions again. That's what you want to do, especially with the Twitch on the board. Good clear from him. A nade from down below, getting primed and prepped. Or at least Dexter's thinking about it. They don't have live information, but they have a good hunch that Corey's up there. And if that hunch is accurate, which now they have a good ping on it, they might be able to find that depth charge.
They can, and just getting rid of all those cameras as well just creates and clouds up that fog of war even more for the defensive side, as you're not going to know where this attack is coming from. Hot and Cold repositioning himself now up towards bathroom. Corey getting nice and aggressive, playing inside walk-in closet. Maybe he'll consider the jump out as well. It's going to come, but Hot and Cold just about gets his way for his life. He wasn't spotted, and now he's going to swing, and he sees Corey. He will fall. 5 versus 4, and back to droning, back to putting in the work.
That's what SSG do, though. They got to pick. Now, what is the next problem to solve? They'll go through the list. They'll find a way, or find something they need to try and solve themselves. Fultz down below lurking with that Nook. Could be a massive factor, but look how far away from the initial push he is. He's relying on catching a lurker, but Jay, tantalizingly close to finding a pick on that window. Nothing arrives from it just yet, but look where he's positioned himself, and SSG simply do not know he's there.
He is playing hyper-aggressive, and Jay jumps out, but Bosco spots him, swings around the corner and gets the kill. It's a 5v3, and now they have master bedroom control. The nade pops, but no damage has been done whatsoever. The barbed wire removed. Gisela gets himself prone behind it, and is he going to catch out the attack? Just bide your time. Wait. Everything slows down once again before we are going to see that rise as we enter the last 30 seconds of this round. Whip it. Tension is building.
tentative moments for both these sides. SSG have 2 extra players, 2 extra guns to work with. Well, okay, make it a 5 versus 1, just like that. Gisa will get 1, but Fault shuts it down. SSG essentially nipped that around in the bud. Had no chance for a comeback for Wild at all in that situation. And SSG get themselves level once again. Far better from them, that's what we need to see. They were a little bit shaky in the opening round, but I will say, interesting plays around the windows for a while. Jay and Corey, maybe if you didn't get too daring with that play, you might have had a better fighting chance in that round.
You know what the problem was, Whippet? Aces didn't run out. That was the problem. We were ready for it, didn't happen, and we saw the move from SSG. Jay jumped out the window, didn't spot out. There was Corey actually jumped out the window and didn't spot out hot and cold, and then it came back to haunt them. But let's just bring this back again, but this is the 3rd map. This is essentially now a best of 1 because it's a straight shootout for the semi-finals. And it's 1-1 after 2 rounds. This is the perfect start.
I'll add a caveat to that, just a little one. We're at the end of a best of 3. Both teams have already played them, but the one distinction is when SSG had the face-off against Down 1 Kia, it took 3 maps to get through that. Now, it was a hard 3 maps as well. Fatigue is a factor in this. Of course, we do talk about the fact that teams do scrim. Like the SSG, probably double scrims, the caliber of competition they play into the NAL. Unofficials is so different the fatigue levels you feel at the end of a scrim, so it's not really that comparable. Wild, well, 7-1 against Liquid, the opening game of the day. They are likely still feeling fresh, or at least a little bit more energized than SSG at this stage. No doubt SSG, though, are still better than either of us would be in this situation. There's a reason we're casting after all. But False will make an entryway down below, and look at his red footprints. He's really much hot on the tail of someone. Who's he gonna catch napping?
He is just sniffing around the yellow feet, telling him somebody was there not too long ago. But where is that defender? Where is... He's up on 90 now. And we're seeing, you know, a weapon that I might have a little bit of a moment for, but Whippet, back to this round. C4 has now been gone. That is a little bit of potential a trap taken out of this one. Corey's still playing on 90 though, being nice and aggressive. Wild are working hard to slow down this SSG attack.
They very much are trying to slow this down as best as they can. I'm not going to let you get away with that one. The ACS-12 firing over the distance. You involved with that weapon, you're giving fresh nightmares. Fresh nightmares down in our green room. But with a minute 45 left to work with, we see the first one of those Goyo counters popped away. That will give Aces a little bit of extra time to not worry about the main stairs. That push will arrive. It very much will arrive with Fury behind it as well, as actually want that critical map control. But right now, quiet round from either team. No pick, so damage. Well, there's some damage. Jay takes a depth charging nade and reduces him to low HP as well as Kaneo. Lots of damage done there Wild early, but they haven't directly seen anyone from SSG just yet.
And the fact that Aces stays alive, when you're playing Wamai, you need to stay alive deep into the game for your utility to play full effect. And we're going to see more nades coming in from below, and Piano, and another nade is thrown, and no one is found once again. Dexter getting rid of the barbed wire to prepare to push up red stairs, but Gisela is there playing that angle, and it's all so slow again from SSG, but the 2 players on the move. Dexter holding the angle, daring him to swing, daring him to peek. Gisela will accept it there, gets one, but Fultz will trade it back as SSG look to take a 2-1 lead. And now Jackal will have a big effect with one more ping to go. There is the Jaeger, and there goes the Jaeger as Jay is taken down, and SSG set up a 4v2 with 30 seconds left.
Wild absolutely now in dangerous position to let the lead of this matchup go to SSG 4 versus 2. But it's always one of those positions when you have 2 players alive, you might just win it out. But it's going to get even harder now as Rampy will find one to Aces. 19 seconds and couldn't even get the words out in time for the round came to a very abrupt conclusion. I was getting a little bit hopeful we might see a shotgun and clutching close towards brawling, but however, we see SSG now get themselves back in the lead of this matchup, back in the lead of this series. When a far closer competition between these 2 teams, Villa might just bring out the brightest of this competition. It takes 2 partners to dance, and then finally we've got a venue that will bring the best out as Villa is absolutely providing fireworks so far.
Oh, they really are, but I am loving every minute of this one. But I want to call back to a point that you made before the last round started. You spoke about fatigue and SSG in their scrim. Nobody knows right now how much they scrim better than you. You can hear absolutely everything from their little training room.
That is true. I'm only a door away from SSG's practice room, and I can tell you what, they play with passion. That's certainly one thing. It's loud though. Trying to catch a nap between rehearsals, it's a bit of a nightmare sometimes, but they do put the work in, they do put the effort, and they need to again, with Dexter coming in on pretty short notice as well to this roster, or at least it was announced short notice. Probably some workings in the back end to get him up the speed team quickly, but look at this attacker repick. 4 attacker repicks, 5 now. SSG taking full advantage of that brand new mechanic, and they've seen what WYLDE are doing, and now they've read into it, and the big thing is likely Rampy's went to IQ, because Jay's on the Capcan. You don't want to lose it, and I think a C4 is primed and ready. Is he going to get sent out, and will it arrive at Dexter's feet?
We've seen Capcan picked almost every single round from WYLDE, and I'm not even sure if I've seen one pop at all yet. It's been so good SSG at clearing them out. But now we're in this round with just about 20 seconds in as well. They've changed their complete attacker lineup, which means they saw something that they believe they can take advantage of. But as we look at those defenders, you've got a Pulse, you've got yourself a Capcan. Do you know what IQ does to a Pulse using his gadget?
Spots out exactly. And that could be a very nasty surprise if you're holding up that cardiac sensor to your face and IQ goes, what's this down below me? Bang! And sends you to the observation screen very quickly in a round. And Rampy might be trying to find something. It's not very likely that happens, of course, but it's always one of those interactions that keep your eyes peeled out, likely to try and also deny that Capcan a big factor. But you haven't seen anything be a massive factor, and that could be SSG clearing them, or it just could be the fact that they are wasting time not getting picture damage from it.
And there is IQ being used to the full extent, drawing a picture of every bit of utility that WYLDE have in place. But you know, not only do you have to get rid of utility, you've got to get rid of players. And so far, 1 minute and 30 seconds gone, not a bullet fired in anger again by either side. Fulsto has the ping, misses his shots, and this could be huge, as that is an absolute whiff, and Aces is going to reposition himself. And if WYLDE won this round, that is why.
If Aces wins this round, that's why. You don't often see Fultz whip shots like that. Fultz is so good at this game, and right now, that could be the one. It is a game of paper cuts. 1,000 paper cuts can unravel a team. They might have been the first one. They got that pick. This could be a different story. They could have actually have an advantage in terms of placement and the top floor control. But there's Gisela. That's Houghton. That's the Twitch. And this is a massive pick for WYLDE. Can they get themselves back level in this? As SSG now try to work the vertical positions. But what can they do from it? As they now have to be worried about a flank. And Fultz will be set up on the bottom of Red Set to try and lock it down or creep closer to Memorial to sneak his way in under the cover of his gadget.
Quiet, trying to make as little noise as possible as Fultz gets the kill onto Kaneo, bringing us to a 4v4 as Fultz gets rid of that Aruni gate as well, creating an opportunity to go through. Corey holding the angle, getting ready for the swing as well, but is it too little, too late? Now everything's coming full circle, but Aces is getting ready to rotate back around the map. And will he catch Dexter or one of the other members of SSG, and will fingers be pointed?
It's going to be a flurry though. Look at this, Fultz is deep inside his side already. Well, do you have to worry about the Oryx on the flank? And 3 in the round for Gisela. Aces pops up at the end as well, leaving it all down to Dexter. But look at the time, 5 seconds. And waiting in laundry is Malusi to shut it down. WYLDE back level with SSG and Fultz. I don't like the point of one thing, but that pick could have been critical. Now, WYLDE only got 1 off of that, but that was still a very important one. That could have been massive, could have completely changed the dynamic of it. However, that is one very small factor in the overall of that round. And very much Fultz had a massive impact getting that pick as Memorial and getting that one as well, a breakdown initial control. He just didn't have the numbers game, and WYLDE very happy to be level back here on Villa. And typically, you know, this map historically is defense favored. Right now, the climate teams like to attack a little bit more. If WYLDE can get themselves another round, maybe be daring enough to say getting another 2, they will be in a very good position moving on to that side, because this map, at least in my mind, favors them how direct they like to play. They're not going to worry about massive rolling clears. Even if SSG employ that strategy, they're just going to try and take what's needed to get an execution rolling. So when we see that side swap, SSG might be in massive trouble if WYLDE can get another round or 2.
And WYLDE have been better on attack in this game than defense over the course of all the 2 maps we've seen already. So will they be able to just get the defensive rounds that they need? Well, there's something that we know people do from time to time when the job's done. They slap and say job's a good one. If WYLDE can get 3 or 4 rounds in this one, they'll be very happy with that.
They will be very, very keen just to get it done. Wow, I looked down to take a note for 1. I took a note for 1 second, and Jay, like that, a C4 pick off the spawn. Bosco in full scorn. SSG in shambles after that one. And can they recover it? You've got clutch players, you've got Rampy, Dexter, hot and cold, but you're against 5, and that's a massive blow. You've lost your hard breach, and you lost 2 nades. Oof, deep water early.
Well, dare I say, SSG are feeling a little bit jaded after that C4 going out through the window. But it is now a 5v3, and all the work has to be done by SSG. WYLDE looking to hit that 3, that minimum requirement for a defensive side. And the drone work is coming in. Pointing out the drones, we have seen a lot of work with it. Bosco and Fultz both rotating through drones and players' POVs to give information. And that will be a kill for hot and cold as Fultz watches that. But there's another C4 being thrown. Dexter will be the one to taste that. Aces then takes down hot and cold. This is a 4v1. This is all down to Rampy. And whoop it, he has a nade, and he is going to start to get ready to use it.
Many SIs ago, the one they were victorious on, Rampy started the tournament with an ace on this very map. Heroics needed to keep themselves in this. Yes, it's only the 5th round, but they don't want to give WYLDE a single inch. But Rampy, he's not going to move a single inch for the time being. He is just locked in, waiting. What will WYLDE do? Will they peek? Will they get aggressive? No. They know they have it won. And if Rampy tries to pick and find something, they'll be there for the trade. I'm gonna gamble.
Yep.
I'm gonna say it's a WYLDE round.
That's a bold take, but that is a bold strategy, Con. Let's see how it works out for you on that one as Rampy begins to push again, delaying time. 55 seconds on the clock, and even more importantly than that, 4 members of WYLDE with guns pointed your direction, and that's a good start as Corey will fall. Probably the one that's most expected to win. That was Corey, but there is Rampy. Crossfires are being held. Rampy needs to divide and conquer the members of WYLDE. They just need to use the numbers in their favor. Rampy swings. There is Jay. The crossfire comes in clutch, and WYLDE take the lead again.
WYLDE in the lead yet again. A round that went a little bit longer than perhaps should have. I'm never gonna not back Rampy. I can't. I simply can't. It's in my bones to cheer for when he's in those clutch positions. But look at this C4 from Jay. Postage stamp and sent it. Got him too. Hot got 1 back. We've given a second C4 sent out by Aces by Dexter. And wow, absolutely incredible round for WYLDE. SSG trailing once again. Back and forth matchup, and I mentioned this. WYLDE like to attack a little bit more. We've seen how good and proficient they can be, and this map will favor it more than we saw on Oregon or Clubhouse. If they can get one more round, SSG are in trouble.
And so far, WYLDE have shut down Dexter. They have shut down Hot and Cold, and they're climbing that leaderboard. Capcan in play again. Smoke. We've got ourselves a Wamai, a Malusi, and a Mute, as it looks like WYLDE have adjusted to the intel game that SSG are playing, and they're going to work to counter it. But whip it. We are 1 potential round away for WYLDE from a 4-2 split, or can SSG drag themselves back into it?
I'm never gonna go against a team of the caliber of SSG. Now, you know, not the ideal split they've had inside of NA. I think a lot of our preference of this perhaps is the history of the side. Because again, former world champions, massive performance. We see them at essentially every major event, but Fultz will find the opening pick on the J there. WYLDE in complete control. They're not being scared at all. This is why they're such a good side. We saw it against Liquid, another prestigious team that, yes, isn't in the biggest run of form right now, but they were fearless against them. And if they can do the same against SSG now in the 3rd map, a best of 3 at the end of a day, oh my, this is what you want to see. Again, bit of a revenge tour over Corey and Aces as well. No longer in Tier 1 competition. Absolutely sticking it to those to LATAM and NA so far. But Rogue, or not Rogue, Tristan would have been happy about that slip. But SSG in a good position right now, opening pick, look for a set. Oh no, oh no, Gisela stands tall, finds it, Rampy gets a trade on to Kaneo, and that's going to be Dexter down. He can get himself back up, but will they get aggressive? No, they'll fall back. Dexter will be back in this fight shortly, but Wild they'll lose Aces now.
Yeah, Aces is down, but not out just yet. Corey, Gisela on their feet. It is a 4v2 as that Finka will eventually use the stem. And there's Hot and Cold taking down Aces. And Bosco takes down Gisela. It's a 4v1. We're going to a 3-3 split, but no! Corey isn't done yet. He's peeking in through. There's a player study. The case is down outside Whippet, so he has himself the chance. Peeks through, but there's a player still on the balcony. Corey, if he can separate each individual member, is going to get droned out, but still has a lot to play with. There's a player coming up red stairs. Corey, which one do you fight for? You need to take a fight, and there you have it. Corey takes down Hot and Cold. It's a 2v1. There's a minute left on the clock, and Whippet, if he can make 2 1v1s,
surely not. Surely not. Corey, I mentioned the revenge tour. What will this be to get it done? Behind the bar is one, and he's going to take a bucket of damage. The case recovered in the hands of Bosco. Tentative moments. 40 seconds. They likely know he'll rotate to maps. The case will go down. Not close to vault door. The cover is there, but he now needs to try and take this fight. A horrible angle. Rampy locks it out. Corey slain. SSG back to level.
I think he got the down there too. I think he downed him. Well, this is the thing, Siege. One shot headshot. That is the round win for SSG. And we have a 3-3 split to kick us off. This is exactly what you want to see in the group stages. Two teams from completely different worlds. Not even worlds. One's from outer space, Whippet, and they are taking on Wild. They're going sword to sword. Oh, I don't know if I can if this goes to overtime, Whippet, we're going to have to peel each other off of the floor because this is incredible.
This is exactly what you want to watch. This is some of the best stage ever. And the thing I love about this right now, and this competition right now, is this is a T3 team from Europe, right? A national competing team in the GSA, not even top of the GSA out now, a string of bad results over there, qualified for their finals in Hamburg very soon as well. But they are sticking to SSG, and yes, SSG haven't had the best run of performance of NAL. Kind of prefaced that a little bit for some people.
5 seconds to insertion.
Wow, they're still doing it. They're still getting it. They're still showing a massive benefit. And the fact that we're on the third map, I think that's an absolute statement. And it's tied up 3 rounds apiece. Round 7, here's the side rotation. What can Wild do on their offense?
Well, this tournament already, they've put the cat amongst the pigeons. They've gone to map 3 against SSG. They've beaten Team Liquid, and they want to take another name down for SSG. This is a win that I feel that they really need to get because questions will start being asked. Yes, if you lose this game, you've still got another shot at qualifying through for the semi-finals because 2 wins and you're in, and these two sides are looking to get both feet in the semi. Jay is going to get the opener. Gisela gets the second. It's a 5v3. Kaneo is putting that diffuser down, laying down the gauntlet. SSG 5v3, 4v3, but the clock is against them with that case on the ground.
Now we have 35 seconds until this round is done and dusted. They need to do something about it. Jay inside a vault will brawl away by Bar. That will be Corey. He'll get one more of his own. Make it 2. Bosco all alone. Summon the Bosco. Now he'll buy one to Jay. A second one to Kaneo. Surely not now. 19 seconds. The case is down. It ticks away. He's got to find one more, but another Candela burns his eyes. It's surely all over. He's got to be forced to stick it now. And time, his enemy. And so is Corey. Wild get themselves another round back in the lead of this series. And that's just a taste of how they play.
Look for the guys on the desk, for Fresh, for the one and only Tristan. We're going to say it, it's Corey.
Tristan would love that one. You know what? A little bit of an update I think the Twister's going to love. Liquid survived in the lower bracket against Damwon Kia, sent them home 2-1. A little bit of a live update there, everyone here on the A stream. Liquid sending home Damwon Kia. And Damwon Kia, the only team qualified for Berlin here. So a little bit of an upset story. Damwon Kia's run at Gamers8 lasts only a single day in our group stage. But Wild, can they get themselves a ticket to a semi-final tomorrow? They're already going to be on stream tomorrow anyway. This is the upper bracket. Both teams still have their extra life. But can they get over SSG? I'm beginning to believe.
If they win this game, but there's no questions about it. They are picking up fans left, right, and center with their style of play. SSG, with the way they're playing, they're getting back to that old form again. And you know, if you looked at this before, you'd be saying SSG, you know, going to 3 maps against Wild, but it's not that case. Wild beat Liquid. Yes, Liquid have secured themselves a match against the losers of this one to get through to the semi-final. But it's 4-3 Wild. They are better on attack. SSG, a structured side, you feel like on defense, they should be a little bit stronger on that too. So we're going to see what is better, Wild's attack or SSG's defense, because this is it.
The attacker's
You know what?
diffuser has been dropped.
I'm going to risk it. I'm going to risk the caster curse out here. I think Wild are going to edge it out on attack. There is just something about the way they play now. This goes absolutely wrong. Guess it's my fault. Unfortunate for that one. Best SSG get a lucky break against that one. I'll expect the jersey at my hotel room for that one. So, as Wild begin to close this one, or get closer to that execution. I'm too excited. I want to see Wild win this. There's a little bit of Irish bias in the Irish organization, and we see them playing GSA in EU all the time. 2 minutes left in this one. And look at this. Look who's on that Dokkaebi.
Well, never mind Dokkaebi. Corey is going to take hot and cold as Lion is just going to get one on the board. Finka and Lion. Jay gets in a gunfight, but Gisela takes down Foles. Aces takes down Dexter. It's a 5v2. The diffuser is going down, but Bosco pulls one back, and that stops the plan for Kaneo. Another try. The Lion goes out. The EEDE. Gisela gets one. Bosco pulls it back, but this is a 3v1 situation. And Bosco, he's boxed into a corner, but can he pull it back?
Well, he's the boss goat for a reason. What can he get done? He'll have to stop that call in his back pocket. He doesn't want to give free information. SMG-11 in his hand, but surely Wild have made this too difficult. The cross fires a gauntlet, a crucible of fire and flame he'll have to cross. Flashbang sent out. He'll dart. He'll dive his way to bathroom, but only a fake. A player close. The SMG-11 shots narrowly missed, but time. The ultimate enemy here. 15 seconds left, even less to go. So shotgun close range. He misses the very first pump. Misses the second as well. Kaneo still in this fight, and he finishes it. Bosco falls. Wild though get themselves 2 rounds clear of SSG.
Kaneo, yes he can, as he gets another one. That is his second clutch today with Dokkaebi alone. First time SMG-12, this time he whips out the DMR, but he gets the kill. Wild are winning 5-3. Yes, whether you're in NA, whether you're in Europe, whether you're in the venue or in Asia, as of right now, it is 5-3 to T3 inside this tournament.
Oh, EU Twitter, you're going to love this one, aren't you? Absolutely love it. GSA, better than NA? I'm not saying it. That's not an official Whippet statement, but I know Twitter's going to say it later, so I'll just say that one. But what a performance from Wild so far. When we saw these map bans coming out, we were a little bit cautious because they weren't really the bans or maps that we tend to see Wild succeed on. Villa was the kind of the only shining star for them. Oregon and Clubhouse was going to be a long road, and they got themselves here to Villa. And right now, they are in control of this series.
They really are, and Whippet smiles. Do you see what I'm doing? They are smiling. This is the way they looked against Liquid, but this is SSG. You give them a round back now, and you get Rampy on his feet and roaring. Well, SSG are one to face, and it's a very different. Both sides play with their hearts on their sleeve, like you pointed out, but you gotta say, they're very different. When SSG are winning, they're loud, they're vocal. Whenever Wild are winning, they kind of relax, they sit back in their chairs, they smile, there's a confidence about them.
There's a quiet confidence about Wild. They're not going to be standing up. They're not going to be laying on the verbal. They're not going to be pounding on the desk in excitement. They just simply know we got that round. We're one step closer, and that is really important for this side. But SSG, they're an emotional roster. And you got to feel right now, you know, this is a lot of pressure. And you've really got to get scared. And Corey, he's going to pick away from that. And from Flores, now onto the Nook. Flashed for just a moment a different operator, but he's going to go for what we have to call and activate his inner crouch walker. He's going to try and cause some chaos from it. SSG, Time to get around back. You don't want Wild to get momentum. You don't want Wild to be on a 6-3 position against you.
You don't. And let's just say crouch walking has been known to have an effect from time to time inside competitive R6, but Wild with a 5-3 lead and the clock ticking down. They win this next round. They will have 3 attempts to step into the semi-finals. SSG need to claw 2 back just to get on level terms. But you gotta say, Wild look confident. They're taking on fights early. Corey playing aggressive with Nook, but Bosco opens up a lovely little angle to watch that laundry push.
Reloading. He'll lock in on that one. Try and stop that push from happening. He'll sit there and just lock it in. That's what he needs to do. No real need to get hyper-aggressive from Wild here. Now, it's worked for them, but they need to manage this game right now. You know SSG's morale is going to sink a little bit. You've lost a string of rounds now. Can they play on? Can they manage it? And look at Aces. Look how far up and close to side he is. He's just going to be inside. Horton falls and Wild get the opening pick. But there is Dexter for damage control, followed by Rampy. Huge from SSG to get themselves level and now in advantage. 4 versus 2 for SSG. Wild gambled and tried their luck to get aggressive and very, very direct. Didn't quite work out with the rounds. Still not over. 4v2. And I have every chance to believe Wild can still pull this out if they give it the chance from SSG.
Corey and Kaneo, it is vitally important that SSG do not let their, they're locked in, as you said, they're locked in. They cannot let that slip. Kaneo is pushing, dropping down those claymores to make sure nobody can flank him behind, because when you're in a 4v2, it can be tempting to go and find that next kill and lock it in. But Dexter is above, holding that long angle, waiting for the first push to come through. But Whippet, Dexter is on very little HP, and Corey is going to just peek through the wall that has now been opened. There's still 55 seconds left.
Lots of time to work with for Wild, but they don't have a lot of information to work with. They're going to be forced to face check these positions. They're now going upstairs. No one's standing. Look at Dexter, and he's slain. Now that's the opening. That's the lockpick to try and crack open this chest of a round. Match points waiting inside for them if they can pass the skill check. Bosco will lock himself in laundry now, at least patch up that door. Corey will try and creep on down. Kaneo look to put some pressure inside of Memorial. But this is all down to Corey. Find this pick from China. Find this moment. Long-range fight with Rampy. Both very close to each other. 20 seconds and tension begins to mount and build. And that's going to be Corey. Surely not now. Bosco falls. 2 versus 2. And they've got to worry about a rotation now from the basement inside a pantry. Here comes Kaneo. What damage can he do with timer on red? Corey, you got to push in, get aggressive, and really worry about Rampy. He'll find one. Now they all know where Kaneo is. Every gun locked on towards him. And time closes it out. SSG needed that round, calms the nerves, gets them 1 round away from Wild. Big from them.
Well played, really well played round. They opened the door just a little bit for Wild, and then they shut it close. And I'm going to say it, Legion came in clutch. The goo mine on both doors at the same time told them exactly where the Wild push was. And once they got one of those kills with it, they knew they just had to fall back. The timer was red, like you said. All you got to do is stay alive for 3 seconds and you have the round 1.
Absolutely. You don't need to get aggressive there. And that's, again, SSG are smart enough to not peek that. Kaneo very nearly have that massive impact. Corey said, Corey got 1 more pick onto Rampy. Oh, wow, that is going to be a massive red flag for SSG. But 1 round away from tying us up. At this stage, we're going to see all 12 rounds of regulation. Will we see overtime? Will we see overtime here on our 3rd map of the series? I've touched on it a couple of times so far, but it is a factor to think about. SSG have played a long best of 3 series already. Wild is way fresher. Wild has had way more time to prep for this game. Inside of it, of course, these teams would have come in with a prep book, knowing what they're going to face. But SSG showed their hands against down 1 Kia, and Wild was able to figure out what to try and do. Now, they're not saying direct counter-stratting, but they're aware of how SSG like to play and what position that style of play and how their structure tends to work and operate. But Wild on the offensive side, I don't think anyone can really stand up to them if they are in their groove. And though could be, once again, Kaneo, all that SMG-12 sing.
Well, I cannot wait to see it. Kaneo has given us a couple of moments that if Wild win this game and Kaneo continues to play the way that he has, he will be in that MVP conversation, especially when you consider he is in as a sub, replacing BZ, who could not travel. But SSG playing inside one of those basic sites. AVG verticality can have an impact. You've got the player playing on top of the stairs, as always, as Aces will start to get to work to clear that shield. But there's a player on Master Bedroom, making this a very difficult position for Aces to play. 2 minutes and 10 seconds gone, and we're just dancing. These teams are doing the tango right now, waiting to see who can step on whose toes first. And Jay will get the first one. Dexter falls, and now Wild can go to work. 5v4, 1 minute and 55 seconds away, and you win this round, you go to match point, series points.
Rampy now is in a very, very key position. False is there to back him up with a shotgun as well as those toxic canisters. But if main stairs falls, that gives Wild direct avenue directly in the top main. And that could be catastrophic for SSG. But Corey will find one. The Bosco, the rest of the team rotates away towards Master Bedroom. They're going to hit them from the long way around. And now SSG, you begin to get a little bit cautious. As Gisela, look at the way he vaulted, and they know there's a cross to worry about. So the surprise factor is Pogmat's no longer in the air for side of Wild, and Houghton lurking bottom of red stairs. Minute on the clock left to work with, and Wild seemingly in complete control.
Yeah, and lots of time to play with. 1 minute on the clock. Aces will see Jay take down Hot and Cold as he takes out that 90 camera. 5v2. Rampy pulls one back. Rampy pulls two back. But Kaneo is still dropping that case as Folt sprints on in. There's the cross from Aces and Rampy in a 1v3. We have seen a situation like this before, and Kaneo got the round-winning kill. Will Lightning strike twice?
Kaneo will very much be wanting to repeat a little bit of that magic, but Rampy now faced against 3. Make that 2. He'll get one on to Kaneo, as we mentioned. 20 seconds or so until this round is done and dusted. And he's going to need to get aggressive. The player out to the balcony will lock him down. He's going to be forced to stick very, very soon. Pre-firing, checking everything, but no information. He's flying blind. He'll tap once, but time is his enemy. Won't even try it, and Wild on map. Match and series point right here, right now. Can they close it out next round?
It is ground control to Major Tom as SSG. Well, they have a problem, and Wild are that problem. 1 round away from the semi-finals. The T3 dream, the underdog story. The country that built the underdog story was NA, and now they could potentially taste a little bit of their own words, as EU are going to try write that script better.
A sweet vengeance for us EU fans. We haven't seen an EU team get victory over NA in a very, very, very long time. But Wild sit themselves 1 round away from winning Villa, from winning the series, and booking their ticket to a semi-final tomorrow. This is huge for this team, huge for this org. This is this team's very first LAN together. They are barely even a year old as a roster, and look at what they've done and achieved from the depths of a national league in the EU to this stage against SSG.
It's just a feel-good story. It is such a feel-good story. But will Wild have that heroic ending, or will SSG be the baddies and ruin the story? 2 match points for Wild before we go to overtime. And dare I say it, you know, there's 2 other casters that are quite well known, and they love a good overtime. But I know there's a lot of people right now that want Wild to win this one right now.
Don't even say overtime. You know what? I've got a little bias to Wild, just a little. I love SSG as well. I mean, you too as well. Just a little. I do love SSG. They've got a very, very soft spot in my heart. But Wild right now are on the cusp of doing something incredible for T3 EU, for EU in general right now. The Doka Because go out. What will they hear? Can they go hunting early in this round, deep inside the basement? Dwelling, waiting, lurking, the go button pressed on Lion. Aces creeps his way up, and Gisa will lead the charge. There's Jay with the opening, but that will be Dexter, but he's gonna get traded! Wild, 4 versus 3, now a 3 versus 3. Bosco stands tall, but there is Kaneo! SSG crumble, but Houghton on the maestro. We've seen this before. 2 minutes to work with. Can he find 3?
Well, history tends to repeat itself. Kaneo is putting down that diffuser. A challenge is being thrown. Corey gets the kill. See you later, SSG, as T3 Europe. They're going to the semi-finals. Aces are Wild and Whip It. You said a line before this started about a little bit of something up the sleeve.
They had an ace up their sleeve, and aces popping off to get that done. Wild, direct, aggressive and concise. They slice SSG apart on the attacking side of Villa. They're going to the semi-final. Look how much this means to the team. First LAN together, barely a year old as a roster, and they have just toppled one of the most legendary orgs in Rainbow Six Siege.
Dare I say it, but this Wild right now, they could potentially go all the way. Not only that, their T3, the amount of people watching this right now that are going to love Wild. But before we throw it back, Whip It, one last thing. SSG, they've got another chance. It's not over.
Exactly. SSG will be dropping down into our lower bracket, meaning they're essentially fighting for survival tomorrow on. Can they keep their run inside of Gamers8 going? We've already seen one massive team leaving the park today. That was Damwon Key against. They got 2-1 victory for Liquid, ensuring they survive to tomorrow. Damwon unfortunately going home, and we said that's the only team going to Berlin already out of this competition. But Wild, the storyline, the beat of this one, not even inside of Challenger League yet, and they topple a tier 1 side inside of SSG. Caveat, of course, SSG haven't had the best of season so far, but what a performance, and really what an attacking split from Wild on Villa. Absolutely superb and absolutely textbook from them.
And EU undefeated after day one as they go 3-4-3. And Wild have shown today multiple times that they can do it every single way. They win rushes, they win slow rounds, they win tense games, they win the mid game. And when you go through the checklist of what makes a good team, all of those things are on that list.
Absolutely. Wild have essentially a complete package as a team. They've got all the fantastic gunners, that young talent, but they also got the experience of Aces and Corey.
They do. But we're going to send this one back to Banks on the stage, and we're going to step away.
Corey, we're making a habit of this already. Not going to be too long before I run out of questions to ask you. So let's just kick things off with congratulations. You've made it the shortest path to the playoffs. It's quite an obvious question, but let's be honest. You said earlier today that you came in with low expectations, or just no expectations, no pressure, and now look where you are. How are you guys feeling?
Amazing. I have to say, this was probably one of the most intense matches I've played. The emotions and everything in this team are amazing. After we lost the first map, we said, all right, guys, it's whatever, fresh start. Let's pick it up, bring up the vibes, play, and wow.
في المقابلة الأولى مع كوري سألناه عن موضوع البريشر اللي ممكن يجي على المسرح، وكان يتكلم على موضوع إنه إحنا داخلين البطولة وما عندنا أي نوع من أنواع البريشر، وقدروا يفوزون الجيم الأول زي ما شاهدنا ضد تيم ليكويد بشكل جدا قوي وخلصوا المباراة بسرعة. لكن في الجيم الثاني قلنا له أنتم الآن قدرتوا إنكم تخلصون أقصر طريق ممكن تأخذونه عشان توصلون من البلاي أوفس. إيش الشيء هذا يعني لكم، وإيش الشعور تجاه النقطة هذه؟ فكان الجواب على إنه المباراة اللي لعبناها قبل شوي كانت من أصعب المباراة اللي لعبناها، وبالعكس المشاعر كانت جدا جدا ثقيلة. حتى الجيم الأول بعد ما خسرناه قلنا اوكي ما عندنا مشكله اننا نخسر الجيم الاول، نخلينا نكمل على الجيم الثاني، وفعلا قدروا يسوون كومباك كان جدا رهيب.
Well, like you said, these kind of the pressure, it's intense. Like you said it yourself, that match was an extremely intense one. So I'm just curious about the pressure situation now, going like into this match and like seeing the progression throughout this match. You guys seemed like you kept pretty cool heads, even though you went down, like you already said. So what do you guys do before you start the match? Do you have like a kind of pre-match ritual? Do you kind of chat to each other? Do you give yourself a speech? What do you guys do?
I think the best thing we guys do is we joke around. We're having fun. This is what it's about. We're trying to have fun, and no matter what's happening, we're just trying to be friends with each other. And honestly, that's all. It's all we're doing, just enjoying it.
السؤال الثاني كان متركز على نقطة إنه إيش الأشياء اللي ممكن تسوونها قبل ما تبدون المباراة، لأنه واضح إنه واثقين بأنفسكم جدا قبل ما تدخلون أي مباراة، فإيش اللي تسوونه بالضبط؟ فكان الجواب على إنه متركز على أن اللاعبين كل ما بغض النظر عن اللي يصير في المباراة قبل ما يبدون، أهم شيء عندهم تركيز واحد، إنه إحنا جايين ننبسط، إحنا جايين نلعب مع بعض، وإحنا جايين نكون أصحاب مع بعض، والشيء هذا هو اللي بيساعدنا إنه نفوز، وفعلا زي ما إحنا شاهدنا هذا الشيء اللي نفع معاه.
You seem pretty calm, you seem pretty loose, you seem confident, which is amazing. So you're on this amazing hot streak already. Are you confident that you can go the distance, claim that trophy?
I hope so. I'm super confident in us. I mean, this just proved it. We lost the first map super hard and managed to come back, and I'm really proud of the boys. Most of them have never played a LAN before, never played anything besides GSA before. So I hope we can go far, and we will try our best.
السؤال الثالث كان متركز على نقطة انه هل ممكن ان نشوف فريق وايلد ياخذون الكاس وهم اللي يفوزون في البطولة كاملة؟ فكان الجواب على انه حتى بعد خسارتنا في الجيم الاول اليوم، حتى بعد ما يعني رجعنا رجعة خطوة جدا قوية على وراء، الا قدرنا نرجع نسوي كومباك، والشيء هذا يعني مفاجأة صراحة للفريق، وخصوصا انه كثير منهم ما قد لعبوا لان اصلا ولا عندهم اي اكسبيرينس في بطولات عالمية زي الحجم حق بطولة جيمرز 8 في ريمبو 6 سيج. فكان الجواب على انه نتمنى انه الشيء هذا يصير، وحنا هذا اللي احنا يعني بنحاول اننا نوصل له، لكن الفكره الاساسيه انه دائما ينبسطون، دائما يلعبون مع بعض، ودائما يبعدون عن البريشر عنهم قد ما يقدرون.
Well, Corey, thank you so much for joining us in this post-match interview. You guys played incredibly well. Congratulations for making it through to the playoffs. Everyone who remains in the Gamers8 arena, please put your hands together for Wild. That's what I'm talking about. Good crowd here at Gamers8. Promise you, you'll see.
Thank you.
We're going to throw over to a very short break before we go back to the desk to round out the day. So see you in a second.
يعطيكم العافيه اعزائي المشاهدين والحضور. راح ناخذ الان فاصل بسيط. بعد ما خلصنا المباراه الثالثه والاخيره اليوم راح نروح للاستديو التحليلي نلخص لكم اليوم كامل، وعلى طول نختم البث المباشر، فعلى طول عند الاستديو.
Welcome back, friends. Our final series of today has ended, and with a hell of a surprise, WYLDE taking down Space Station Gaming 2-1. You will never hear me ever saying something like that. In 10 years of career, I didn't expect to be saying something like it. But let's take a look at our scoreboard brought to you by STC and talk about the players and what happened in this matchup. With, of course, Tristan and Twister joining me here on the analyst desk. Tristan, your thoughts on what went down?
Just consistency. Absolute consistency. Every single player felt comfortable in their roles. We have 4 players here on WYLDE with nearly 10 kills each between them. Like that's crazy. That is like a real level of consistency, and that's team play. This isn't just a team that had, you know, 1 or 2 young gunners that absolutely popped off. Kaneo, who we gave the MVP to first game, a crazy 1v4, and he got 4 kills that entire match, and they still won convincingly. It was a great performance from them this late into the day too.
And now moving on to our highlights brought to you by Aramco and Twister. Just since they're playing, you'll see all of that action, but still unexpected to come down this way. WYLDE's lack of experience versus what SSG had to bring, how do you think that happened?
I would say that today, what gained all the games, what's winning everything, it was about excitement. Everyone was so happy playing. When we look at WYLDE players, they were just having some fun. They played like that in the entire series. So in the other side, we saw SSG guys just hyping up in the beginning, but once WYLDE started to win some rounds, they just blow it off and start to turn it off. So I think the energy might help all the players on this entire best of 3.
Absolutely. I mean, you could hear it clearly. It's clear as day. Whenever SSG won a couple of rounds in a row, they're all going for it. Get off of me. I'm crazy. I'm nuts. Why are you peeking me? But then they lose a round, and suddenly it's silent. They lose 2 rounds, and it's beyond silent.
Yeah, you could see it, and seeing how the team was kind of just functioning together all around, whereas WYLDE, like Corey was saying in the interview with Barney, we come in with no expectations, and they've already gone into the top 4, which means they cashed in an extra $155,000. I'm sorry, man, but like your first LAN and you come in, you win over $250,000, including participation. That's pretty incredible, isn't it? Wow. That's motivation if you've ever seen some. They won a major.
That would be unbelievable for a tier 1 team. Like you said, that's literally major winning money. Like, that is incredible to think. And this is not even just the financial aspect, but the career aspect for these players to come out here and prove that they can do it. In the qualifiers against Rogue, a team that finished 2nd in Europe, come out here, they do Liquid, they do SSG. Like, it's just wow. Like, honestly, just wow. And I said it at the start of the day, if you don't know WYLDE, you will know WYLDE by the end of the day. And that's why we said it. That's why we were so biased on the desk at first. We know what these guys are like.
Survivorship bias, Tristan. Weren't expecting it in the same way, but let's be honest, biased in some way to European teams, and at least this has worked out for WYLDE. But our MVP for this series was, well, Corey, honestly. He's played out of his mind, and we saw it also last map. But Corey on his own is not winning this game, Twister. We saw everybody showing up on the team.
Yeah, actually, we saw everyone performing, everyone getting their kills, getting their clutches, their opening kills. So it was very important for WYLDE to get this result. By the end of this time, Corey were the most consistent player, and he was very decisive on this last match. So I would say the MVP for him is well deserved, because without him, this third map could go on the other way on Rampy.
And also Oregon as well. Oregon, he was good, consistent. Again, I think he had over double-digit kills, or at least he was on a 2 KD very early into the match. I think he's done fantastic, and he was on a variety of roles as well. We're seeing him on the flank watch with Nomad, we're seeing him on Smoke and still putting up numbers. I can guarantee he's taking some sort of lead responsibility too, with his age, his experience, the fact that their IGL isn't even here. Like, we've not even touched on
this is not even the full roster, honestly.
I know, it's incredible. Like, it's honestly incredible what they've done, and I think they can be so proud of themselves, enjoy the fact that they're into the top 4, they can rest a little bit, have a little break, and yeah, just so happy for them, to be honest.
Very much so. Well, it's time for us to get into our end of day segment, recap everything, all brought to you by VOV, and set ourselves up for success, just like WYLDE have in this case. Now, first of all, we'll take a look at our bracket, and it's ready to go, because we went through Group A and B, and obviously we weren't really talking about Group B here, except for one game that we went through. But here's Group A, WYLDE beating Team Liquid 2-0, and then Space Station Gaming 2-1 to be the first team out of Group A, and they set themselves immediately onto the semifinals. That's a big advantage that you get coming from this spot. Now, Team Liquid were able to defeat Damwon Kia, which means, fortunately for Damwon Kia, they're eliminated from the tournament. They'll be staying around, so probably scrimming with everybody else, so that's extra for them before the major in Berlin. Space Station Gaming versus Team Liquid, that matchup will be tomorrow, and I can't wait for it. We'll talk about that schedule in just a moment. On to Group B very quickly. We'll get to see TSM taking down MIBR 2-0. They'll face off against BDS, who also ran over Falcons. Not the second map, though. That got much, much closer. But MIBR and Team Falcons will be playing against one another tomorrow to see who can survive in Group B and in the entirety of this tournament. And, of course, who from TSM and BDS can make it through and join WYLDE in the semifinals already. Twister, big surprises for you today looking at these brackets?
I would say that for me personally, the biggest surprise that I had, it was Damonkia being knocked out in the first spot of the tournament. I wasn't expecting them to be that inconsistently in this tournament. So I think they could do better.
Again, a team that was undefeated until the very last play day of APAC North, was it? They qualify for the major, they get here, spirits are high. The whole world loves them as well. This is a team that is beloved by fans. It's not just the teams like Liquid that are loved. And then they crash out. There's no other way you can say it. They crashed out.
Unfortunate for the Damwon Kia fans out there also, but that's kind of part of competition. It's better for them to probably take an L here than to take an L at the major. It's good experience also to get ready for it. It's teams that they're the only ones that would be playing in the major in 10 days time, whereas everybody else that's here is not. Exactly, so it's a great preparation to have, and they aren't really showing too much for it. After these games, they definitely will. But from then on, we'll start to focus on what is there in store for us tomorrow, because much like today, we'll continue on with best of 3 series, and 3 of them in total, and that'll be all on Stream A. By the way, the Arabic stream is happening at the same time with the Stream A matches, but at Stream B, our colleagues from Australia will be doing the coverage of that just like they did today. BDS versus TSM is up first, the upper bracket final for Group B. Just like we had now with Space Station versus WYLDE, for example. Group A lower bracket final, Space Station versus Team Liquid. Loser gets eliminated from the tournament, simple as that. And then our Group B loser bracket final, that'll be the loser of BDS versus TSM. We'll see who actually takes the L in that. Will have to bow down and maybe play for their last shot, because once tomorrow is done, we'll be heading into the semifinals and later to the grand final, which will be a best of 5 series. That's a grueling one and a big challenge, but you still have to go through so many teams before you get here. Before we close it all off, gentlemen, closing thoughts?
A pleasure to work for you, Milos.
For me?
I know it's a big opportunity.
You don't work for me.
It's a big opportunity for you to work an event with somebody like me here, so no.
That's true. I am honored to work with the great Tristan and Twister. It's so good to have you here all the way from Brazil. The first time ever that we have the crossover. Brazil's taking over everything, huh?
Yeah, even the commentation desk. So I want to say thanks to all of you as well. Your support, it's very important for me to be here. So I think we'll be good for tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be back tomorrow, of course, for more of our matchups. And to end it all today, thank you so much for watching Gamers8. We're live from Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, and we'd just like to give a quick shout out to one of our grand sponsors, and that'll be introducing our highlights. All the action that happened today, all in one handy dandy video, all from a thank you for Dr. Salman Habib and what they do to make it all happen here in our sponsors. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.